Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV Audiobook channel. Shadow Slave, Chapter 2900 Janus. Supreme Mordret stared at Saint Mordret, both of them reflecting in each other's eyes. One wore an expression of contempt, the other of wistful sympathy. One was the captor, and the other was the captive. Eventually the captor said, "But you don't seem to hold it against him, do you?" He lingered for a few moments, and then smiled bitterly. "You know it's funny." What was it that she said? "The one in the basement is nice, but the other one is a horror show of the two of us. You are the one people tend to perceive as the better version, but they all fail to realize that even if I am not nice, you are the real horror show between us." Mordret leaned forward, almost pressing his forehead against the mirror. "I might not be entirely human, but you are barely a human at best. You lack so much. You can't feel anything, not resentment, not anger, not hatred. Not the feeling of being hurt. Not the feeling of being betrayed. Not even the painful shame of being discarded. Which one of us deserves to be called the king of nothing, really?" He shook his head. "People don't seem to understand that a person who is a friend to everyone is loyal to no one. Your nice act is simply a facade that hides how crippled and inhuman you are." You smile blissfully at that girl, the princess of shadows. "But if the dream spawn was here, killing her, you'd smile blissfully at him too." His reflection sighed. "You are probably right, but I like to think that I'd at least ask him to stop." Mordret looked at the reflection chillingly. "And yet, if he refused to listen and tortured her to death, you wouldn't hold it against him. You wouldn't be capable of holding it against him. So how can they look at you and see someone nice?" He paused for a second and then smiled. "Maybe it's because you're so blank that all they can see in you is a reflection of themselves. No one really understands how empty you are, so they simply project their own image of what a human should be on you. And since people love nothing more than themselves, you receive their sympathy must be nice." Mordret took a step back and laughed. "Well, it's not like I need anyone's sympathy. And it's not like I would feel the inclination to do something if that girl was being tortured and killed in front of me either. So I guess neither of us has that good of a claim on being human. Which is just as well. Who would want to be human anyway?" He grinned. "In truth, I'm only keeping the girl alive for two reasons. One is to have her as hostage in case I need to force Song of the Fallen to do something she doesn't want to do, or deter her from doing something that I don't want her to do. The witch knows to be on her best behavior unless she wants to see her little friend tortured, broken, and killed." His grin dimmed a little. "The other reason is insurance in case the Lord of Shadows does come back. Until the dream spawn is dealt with, it's best to have a cordial relationship with that man, and I don't think that he'll take the death of his prized pupil well. Having him throw a fit in the middle of a war against the dream spawn would be most problematic." The other Mordret studied the King of Nothing for a while, not saying anything. Eventually, though, he asked, "You don't usually feel the need to explain yourself to me. Why are you so talkative today, brother?" Mordret just stared at him, a subtle frown twisting his brow. "Yes, indeed. Why am I so talkative today?" His reflection sighed. "It's because you're nervous, isn't it? You are." Mordret smiled. "Why should I be nervous? I'm having the time of my life. An all-consuming war against the entire world, with nothing impeding or constraining me. Ah, I am having a blast. You can't imagine how liberating it is to finally be free of the need to pretend to be something I'm not, to be free of the need to reflect all those people back on themselves so that they'd see me as one of their own." He chuckled. "You know, that thing that defined us and our entire despicable clan, the lineage of War God. I used to think that it was severely misunderstood. They went around giving us titles like the Prince of War, the Princess of War, the Sovereign of War, but War God was also the goddess of life, the deity of technology and progress. She was the patron deity of humanity as well." Mordret shook his head. "Our father and grandfather were praised and exalted as conquerors, as consummate warriors. But they were both craftsmen first and fighters second. They were artificers who wielded utility aspects. They created things, so I always thought that focusing solely on the war aspect of War God was misguided." He looked around and grinned. "But now that I am waging absolute war against all of existence, I finally understand the allure. It feels natural to me. I like it. I am enjoying myself way more than I ever expected. I think it really is in our blood war." Mordret looked at his counterpart and grimaced. "Although someone as pathetic as you would never be able to understand it." The other Mordret studied him for a long while, contemplating something. Eventually, he asked quietly, "You don't think you can win, do you?" Mordret stared at his reflection for a few moments, expressionless. He scoffed. "What are you talking about? Of course I can win. I will win. You just wait and see. At the end of all this, I'll be more vast and powerful than ever, while the dream spawn will be broken and defeated, sealed in some hellhole he will never be able to escape." His reflection shook his head. "No, you can't." The other Mordret looked up at his supreme self, seeing his own reflection in those mirror-like eyes. "You cannot defeat that man, brother. You know you can't. He made us after all. Everything we are was molded in his image. He knows everything there is to know about us, while we only know what he decided to show us. He is older, stronger, more knowledgeable. He has all of humanity fighting on his side. He has everything. But what do we have? We only have ourselves. And that is not enough to defeat everything." Mordret just stared at him silently. After a short while, his reflection added, "So, why are you persisting in this madness? This is not like you, brother. Trying to destroy all of humanity was already monstrous enough, misguided enough. But you were too late. Now it's too late. That man already made all of them conduits of his domain, so he is unstoppable now. You can't even steal people from his domain without becoming infected by the plague yourself. Don't you see that there is no way to win?" Mordret remained silent for a few moments, then smiled crookedly. "Who says that we only have ourselves?" He looked up as if trying to pierce the obsidian walls of the ebony tower with his gaze. "I also have Song of the Fallen. She can cleanse my mind of the plague, which means that I still have a chance. Sure, the dream spawn cannot be destroyed as long as people remember him. But when there are no people, and I am the only one left, whose power will be greater, whose will be more powerful? This war is far from being lost, brother. I'll find a way to win it. Wait and see." His other self slowly shook his head. Lady Cassia might be powerful and talented, and her aspect might be exactly what you need to prolong this war, but she is merely a saint. How much of the plague can she erase from the mind of a supreme? Enough to add a few vessels to your domain each day? A few hundred? How are you going to subjugate millions of awakened and billions of mundane people before the dream spawn comes to take your head? He sighed. "I just don't understand why you're preparing for the decisive battle here, on the Chained Isles. Wasn't your plan to escape into the Hollow Mountains and lead a long guerrilla campaign against the Hunger Domain from the safety of the mist? What changed?" The other Mordred lingered for a second, and then asked, with a hint of concern in his voice, "Are you sure that Lady Cassia only erased those of your memories that were the source of the plague?" Mordred studied him silently for a while, then smiled. "Yes, I am quite sure. Do you think that I am more trusting than you? Of course, I've set countermeasures in place before letting her anywhere near my mind." He inhaled deeply, then looked his reflection in the eye. Sure, that was the plan. However, that plan became meaningless the moment Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows chose to disappear instead of serving as a foil for the dream spawn, at least for a while. Everything happened too swift without them. Besides, he lingered for a moment, then looked away. "You probably won't get it, but there comes a time when a man must take a stand. For me, that second is now." Mordret looked around the circular chamber, then faced the mirror once again. "You know, the first time I fought Morgan, I was quite afraid. After all, she had always been a bit of a scarecrow in my mind. Someone who was more talented than me, more powerful than me, more favored than me, someone who was more desirable than me, and for a good reason. A true heiress of war forged into a perfect weapon by our father." He smiled bitterly, and indeed, when we finally crossed swords, I almost lost my life. I did lose a hand and an eye, actually, but in the end I still won. I was able to win because I held nothing back, because unlike her, I didn't care about losing a hand and an eye, and more than that, I didn't care about staying alive, about staying free instead of ending up in another cage for countless years. All I cared about was winning that fight. His smile faded slowly, replaced by a cold, grim expression. So now that I am set to face the dream spawn in battle, to face my maker, how can I hope to win if I'm holding something back? If I leave myself a path of retreat and plan for what happens if I lose, if I scheme to survive even if I am defeated, then I have already been defeated, don't you think? Mordret sighed and looked around, a pleasant smile finding its way back onto his lips. No, whatever happens, it will happen here on the Ebony Island. I am not running from this fight. I think it's quite fitting, actually, that everything will be decided on the Chained Isles. You wouldn't know, but I made a lot of memories here, a long time ago. Turning back to the mirror, he laughed. So I can't wait to make more this time. They will be memories of war. Chapter 2901, Memories of War. The war between the longing domain, the hunger domain, and the mirror domain was over. The longing domain, which had seemed indomitable once, fell in just a few months, and now only 2 warring factions remained. So, a new war was now unraveling under the patchwork sky of the dream realm. At the time Cassian Rain arrived at the Ebony Island, Mordret was steadily pushing the forces of humanity back on all fronts. All the northern expanse of the dream realm, excluding only Ravenheart, already belonged to him. His seemingly endless vessels were moving like an unstoppable wave down the River of Tears, and in the east, the Black Mountains were poised to fall soon. It seemed like the King of Nothing was going to wash over the world like a tide, leaving nothing but death and desolation in his wake, leaving nothing but himself to rule the empty, devastated world. But reality was different. As soon as the last bastions of the longing domain, including the 4 great citadels, fell into the hands of the Dreamspawn, his rule over humanity was solidified. All of mankind now belonged to him, submitted to him, and worshipped him as their savior. Of course, that was not because everyone truly believed in Astarion. Instead, it was because everyone had been infected by the idea of him, enthralled by him, and no one could escape his frightening powers. But it was all the same as far as the war against the King of Nothing was concerned. With all of humanity united in their eerie obedience to the Dreamspawn, the nature of the war changed. There was no internal conflict among the humans anymore, and they were guided by the terrible will of the eldest and most experienced of the Supremes. So, their unity and military cohesion increased by leaps and bounds, going far beyond what was humanly possible. And since Astarion ruled the most powerful domain in existence now, having grown far more powerful than any other Supreme as a result, he did not feel the need to shy away from the battlefield anymore. On the contrary, he led his thralls into battles quite often, as if taunting the King of Nothing to bring his most powerful vessels and face him. But of course there was no difference between those vessels that were powerful and those that were weak. In the end, they were all Mordret, and so Astarion could assault Mordret's mind every time he found himself close to any vessel. He could slowly poison Mordret's mind from any distance, as well. But being face to face allowed the Dreamspawn to unleash the full extent of his insidious aspect upon the King of Nothing. It wasn't easy to infect the mind of a Supreme, especially the mind of Mordret, who had the capacity to control millions of vessels without going mad, or at least more mad than he already was. His mind was vast and eerily alien, but then again Astarion was not entirely human either. Just like rivers cut rock, his insidious powers slowly chipped away at the King of Nothing, poisoning his mind drop by drop. That should have destroyed Mordret eventually. But even in the short term, Astarion's influence was supposed to diminish his ability to fight against the hunger domain. Effectively. That did not happen, though. It did not happen for one simple reason, because of Lady Cassia, Song of the Fallen. She, who was now considered a traitor of humanity by those who had fallen under the Dreamspawn's hex, seemed to be the only reason why Mordred could resist the powers of Lord Astarion so persistently. So people blamed Song of the Fallen for every person who died in the war against the Mirror Domain, and for every soul that was destroyed, to give its sinister ruler a new vessel. Despite the fact that the King of Nothing had found himself a witch to protect himself from the insidious power of the Dreamspawn, the tides of war still changed against him. In the west, the warriors of humanity managed to build an effective blockade on the River of Tears. Of course, Mordret could bypass it by using the surface of the river itself as an exit of the Mirror Gate, but in doing so he would be committing a large contingent of his forces to a battle behind enemy lines. And with the Song Sisters leading a counter-offensive from Ravenheart, pushing eastward toward Godgrave. He had no choice but to conserve his vessels and pull them back to the Moon River Plains. In the east, his advance across the Black Mountains slowed down at first, and then came to a halt. That was where the fighting was the most fearsome, and that was where the Dreamspawn appeared in the flesh. Most often Mordret's conquest had come against the wall he couldn't overcome. For a while, the two domains were at a stalemate, fighting fierce battles across the jagged peaks of the Black Mountains. And then, humanity managed to push the King of Nothing back. He lost control over a single peak at first, then of a few more, and then the Black Mountains campaign saw a complete reversal. The forces of humanity had been desperately clinging to the snowy slopes before, being chased further and further south almost every day. But now, it was the other way around, and it was the vessels of the King of Nothing who lost ground each day. Mordret was being pushed north. He was losing vessels faster than he could procure new ones in Godgrave, the Glass Hell, and across the battlefronts of the war against humanity. And while he could face Asturion in battle and wound him, or even destroy his body, the Dreamspawn could not really be destroyed, not unless the idea of him was erased from existence. So, no matter how many wounds he received, how severely his body was bruised and mangled, he always returned to how he was before, smiling as his golden eyes shone with amusement. The fierce fighting went on for weeks, reshaping the very terrain of the Dream Realm. In the Black Mountains, countless peaks had collapsed, burying the deep gorges with rock. New mountain passes were created, and the old ones were erased from existence. The veil of snow covering the tallest mountains was incinerated, and the ancient glaciers melted under intense heat. The rivers running from the vast mountain chain overflowed, drowning swaths of land on the plains below. New lakes were created, while the old ones grew still and shallow. The nightmare creatures who dwelled in the wilderness found their lairs being disturbed or destroyed entirely. So a widespread migration began, threatening the citadel cities all the way down to Bastion. In the west, the destruction was more widespread due to the scale of the natural forces involved in the calamity. The fearsome battles on the River of Tears caused it to change course, forming a new riverbed as several sections of the old one were cut off from the current. The cataclysm caused by the change of the great river was devastating beyond description. A titanic, obliterating flood swallowed entire plains, washed away vast forests, and drowned flourishing valleys, destroying countless ecosystems completely. Before the new riverbed stabilized, entire regions of the Dream Realm found themselves underwater. Their landscape changed forever. In the end, the new riverbed was formed, flowing almost in a straight line for long stretches on its way to the Storm Sea. At the same time, several colossal oxbow lakes appeared in places where its currents used to twist and turn. The sections of the dried riverbed revealed secrets and horrors that no one could even imagine before. But at the moment, no one had time to pay them any attention either, too busy either surviving or fighting the war. And after these weeks of vicious fighting and all the devastation the new domain war visited upon the Dream Realm, the King of Nothing was not locked in a stalemate against the Dreamspawn anymore. He was retreating. The combined forces of humanity, nurtured to their current daunting strength by changing star of the immortal flame and led by the Dreamspawn, had turned out too numerous and too powerful for his young domain to contend against. So, in an attempt to consolidate his forces and prevent too many vessels from being destroyed while they were spread thin, Mordret was forced to narrow the scope of what he was trying to hold on to. He abandoned the basin of the River of Tears first, then reluctantly retreated from the Black Mountains. The Moon River Plains fell into the hands of humanity once again after that, followed by several regions north of the mountains. And, once he lost the citadels there, the advantage Asturion had managed to gain became even more overwhelming. Mordret attempted to hold on to Godgrave, but it was of no use, or rather it was too costly. So instead of fighting another war in Godgrave, he chose to pull back. Everyone expected him to retreat toward the Hollow Mountains, but instead he retreated east. The glass hell was conquered by humanity soon after that, as well as the remaining regions north of the Hollow Mountains. Soon enough, only the Chained Isles remained. Chapter 2902, Enemy at the Gate. Cassie surfaced from Mordret's memories with a gasp. Recoiling from him, she fell to the floor and strained to draw air into her lungs. She was disoriented and nauseous, hoarse breaths escaping from between her lips as she suffered a powerful vertigo. Funnily enough, it was the pain that helped her overcome the feeling of being disconnected from the world and rooted her to reality once more. Dreadful, piercing pain was pulsing in her empty socket, and blood was flowing down her pale face. Raising a shaking hand, Cassie wiped the blood away with a handkerchief and pulled her blindfold in place, hiding her wound from the world. "Why are you wearing that?" Mordret's voice betrayed a hint of curiosity. "The blindfold, I mean. From what I can see, it brings little to no benefit." Cassie finally managed to get her breathing under control. She remained silent for a moment, then said in a subdued tone, "No reason." Mordret did not seem convinced. He studied her before asking with interest, "Is it your aspect legacy?" Cassie shook her head. "I have no aspect legacy." He chuckled. "What a coincidence." "Me neither." Mordret rose from where he sat and stretched his shoulders. "Curious things. Those aspect legacies? The aspect does not come from the spell, but the legacy does. There is a set way to unseal it, as well, one only the spell knows about. I do wonder sometimes why it has never granted me mine." He chuckled. "Perhaps it's because I was destined to inherit nothing." Cassie remained silent for a moment, then said quietly, "This blindfold is just a mundane memory. Its enchantment is of no use, but it cleans and repairs itself, and I like the color. That is already good enough. More importantly, it puts people at ease, so that is why I wear it." Mordret seemed to give her a long look. "There are hardly any people here." Letting out a sigh, Cassie slowly rose to her feet. "Perhaps not, but over the years, wearing this blindfold became a habit. I like it. Every time I put it on, I feel like I'm putting on a helmet and lowering its visor, and then I'm ready for battle." She turned to face him and raised her chin slightly. "Are you ready for battle?" Mordret laughed. Giving her a pleasant smile, he turned away and headed for the door. "You should know it by now, Cassia. I have never not been in a battle. I am a descendant of the goddess of life after all." Leaving the chamber, he added in a placid tone, "And life is war." At the same time as Mordret was looking at the bloodied face of Cassia, who was kneeling on the floor, he was standing on the last link of an immense chain that connected the southern island to the lands beyond. The corpse of Saint Dar of the Maharana had been destroyed some time ago, so now he was wearing a different vessel. Behind him, a battered procession of his other selves was retreating up the great length of the anchor chain, and in front of him, well, he couldn't see the victorious army of the Hunger Domain yet, but it was not too far. He watched the endless columns of awakened march across the wilderness, through the reflections. They had already reclaimed all the citadels between the decimated Black Mountains and the Chained Isles, and were now aiming to take Sanctuary of Noctis before the end of the week. In fact, the scouts of the White Feather Clan were already observing it from the depths of the sky below. In the west, Godgrave had already been reclaimed by the forces of humanity. The glass hell now belonged to the Dream Spawn as well, with a new saint ruling over the desolate streets of Red Hill. Humans even conquered the second citadel, which Mordret had discovered in the depths of the hive. He did not even get the chance to explore it fully. One army was approaching the southern anchor chain, while another was nearing the western. Before too long, they would pass the ruins of the Red Colosseum and disturb the peace of the Altar Island, where the ancient statue of war gods still stood. Mordret wondered if losing the altar of war, somewhat of an ancestral holy place, for him meant anything. It probably didn't, but the symbolism was quite poignant. Any case, the two armies would fuse into one great one, the greatest army humanity had ever fielded, as they met on the doorsteps of the Ebony Island. There he would build a true monument to war. "Your little rebellion seems to have failed, hasn't it?" The insidious voice flowed into his ears, and as if by magic, a man with golden eyes was suddenly standing in front of the chain's anchor, looking at him calmly. Asterion smiled. I've heard that children eventually go through a phase when they rebel against their parents, but aren't you too old for that, boy? Mordret sighed. I think I know now what you had been up to for all those years, stuck on the moon. You were polishing your taunting skills, weren't you? If so, congratulations. Your ability to anger others is beyond compare. Even old Jest would be envious. Asterion shrugged. You look tired, Mordret. Mordret chuckled. Tired? Indeed, I am a little tired. How many times have I destroyed that body of yours? And yet you are still here in front of me? What a tiresome man you are. The dream spawn studied him for a few moments. Destroying your endless vessels is also quite a boring affair. But enough is enough. How about you finally see reason, boy? Cease this senseless resistance. You know you can't win, so surrender peacefully. Taking a step forward, he said, amicably, the rest of them, humans, are nothing but fodder. But you and I are different. We can rule this world together, face all its dangers together. We can become gods together, and even something greater than that. All you have to do is submit. Mordred could not help but laugh. Submit? Become one of your thralls? You must be mad. The smile slowly drained from his face, replaced by a chilling lack of emotion. You didn't even bother to come up with a believable lie this time, huh? Well, no matter. Listen closely, Dreamspawn. Mordred stared down at Asterion and spoke evenly. I would rather die than submit to you. Oh, but I won't die. Long after your name is lost and forgotten, the name of Mordred of Nowhere will be spoken far and wide, known to everyone. He grinned. Well, that's because it will be me. I will be everyone, and you will be no one, Mordred. Inhaled deeply. And actually, I lied. Destroying you over and over again was not tiresome at all. In truth, I enjoyed it greatly. I hoped that it would never end, but sadly everything has to have a conclusion, including you. Including me with that. He took a step back and gave Asterion a mocking bow. So I will see you soon, and I will be the last thing you ever see. With that, he disappeared. Some time after their conversation concluded, the armies of the Hunger Domain walked across the celestial chains and entered the Chained Isles. During their crossing, the warriors of the White Feather clan rose from the sky below and reclaimed the sanctuary of Noctis. It stood empty, protected by no one. And while that was happening, Cassie descended the steps to the underground level of the Ebony Tower and stood in front of the mirror there, facing the man trapped inside. The Hidden Flaw of the King of Nothing, Chapter 2903. To see, to know, to remember, the other Mordred. One that was far nicer, safer, and more hollow, glanced at Cassie with a hint of surprise in his mirror-like eyes. Or at least that was what Cassie imagined when she heard his voice. She couldn't place a mark on him, after all, so all that faced her was endless darkness. Lady Cassia, it is nice to make your acquaintance. Cassie felt like she knew him very well, but she still nodded. Yes, likewise. She lingered for a moment and then said in a neutral tone, I wanted to thank you for keeping Rain company these last however long it has been since we arrived. She doesn't show it, but you must know how awfully lonely, anxious, and afraid she is. The other Mordret must have nodded. Yes, naturally. Those feelings, I know them well myself. A pale smile appeared on Cassie's lips. Really? Because I'm not sure that I even know what feelings are anymore. She inhaled deeply, then sighed. I guess with everything coming to an end, one way or another, I wanted to have a conversation with somebody as well. Mordred remained silent for a long while. Am I the only option? Cassie smiled. Perhaps he was right about you. About people feeling nice in your company because all they see in you is a reflection of themselves. But what to do? I cannot even see. I wouldn't recognize my own reflection even if I were standing right in front of it. She raised a hand to wipe a drop of blood from her cheek, then lingered for a moment. I get it now, I think. Why Kisong wanted to explain herself to me. There is a kind of solace in being witness just before the end. This Mordret, would not know the context, but he seemed to have still understood what she meant, or possibly even what she felt. And you want to be witnessed by me? A bittersweet smile twisted Cassie's lips. No, far from it. To be honest, I'd rather be forgotten altogether. I do not want your solace. Solace is a sin anyway. Coming from the darkness, his disembodied voice was hiding a hint of surprise now. "Then what do you want from me, Lady Cassia?" She pretended to look around. "Who knows? Maybe I'm simply here to see if there is a way to kill you somehow, in case I need to get rid of the King of Nothing in a hurry." He chuckled. "I'm not actually here, so that would be a challenge. Besides, you must know that he is watching your every move and listening to your every word. Is it really wise to say these things aloud?" Cassie shrugged. "What can he do?" "He needs me." She remained silent for a moment, then added, "Yes, I know that he is watching me closely, and that nothing escapes him. It would be quite difficult indeed to do something that goes against his will." The other Mordret asked, "But why would you want to kill him anyway? I thought that you were allies." Cassie smiled faintly. "We were allies. I needed him as well, you see, to buy time for changing Star and the Lord of Shadows. That time is running out now, so he is of no use to me anymore. On the contrary, by all accounts, it won't do me any good if he does too well in the final battle. What if he wipes out half of all Awakened?" She shook her head. "At this point, it would be better if he suffered a swift and overwhelming defeat. More people will survive that way for longer, at least. A drawn-out battle is the worst possible outcome, so I might betray him after all." There was a long stretch of silence, and then the other Mordret said, "I don't think that you will, though." Cassie raised an eyebrow. "Why is that? I'm known to be a traitor." He seemed to consider his words for a while before answering. "Oh, I'm not sure. My brother is certainly wary of you, but you don't seem like the devious, eerie, treacherous witch he described." She smiled. "What do I seem like, then?" The other Mordret seemed to smile back. "You seem like you're trying your best." Hearing that, Cassie couldn't help but laugh. When her laughter died down, she fell silent for a few moments, and then said in a neutral tone, "To be honest, I'm a bit devious, and am a bit eerie, treacherous, that too, I think. I just hide it better than most, possibly better than anyone." She paused, then added, "But I'm really trying my best." Mordred studied her carefully and sighed. "Someone told me recently that there comes a time when one must take a stand. I feel like you're at a point when you are ready to take yours as well. So I don't think that you'll betray my brother, even if it benefits you, and no matter how much you hate him." Cassie reached forward and touched the mirror, tracing its frame with her fingers. "Hate him? I never hated him." She drew her hand back, was appalled by him, yes, was terrified by him. Yes, but hating him, it would have been hypocritical of me considering all the things that I've done. She remained silent for a few moments, and then added, "It's difficult to hate someone whom you understand, and in this whole wide world, I might be the only person who understands Mordret because I've seen his memories, most of them at least. I experienced all the things he had experienced and saw every step he took to end up where he is today. What he is today. I witnessed him." Cassie smiled weakly. "I'm still appalled by him, but I don't think I will ever be able to hate him, or you, after all. The two of you come from the same source. The most important memories I saw are yours as well." She sighed deeply. "So even if we are meeting for the first time, I can't treat you as a stranger." Mordred did not say anything, and all that met her was the darkness, as well as the feeling of the cold surface of the mirror under her fingers. Cassie raised a hand and pulled down her blindfold, revealing her empty, bleeding eye socket. "That is the real reason why I came to talk to you, Mordred. The other Mordret, the lesser Mordret." He smiled bitterly. "The lesser Mordret. Well, I can't argue with that. But what exactly do you mean, Lady Cassia?" She lingered with the answer. In the end, she shrugged. "I lost the ability to see the future, but I can still predict it even if I use deduction instead of precognition now. So, call it a contingency of sorts." He seemed to have frowned. "I still don't understand what you're talking about." Cassie raised an eyebrow. "Don't you? The two of you used to be the same person, but your paths have diverged at some point. Since then, you were both locked in your own cell of solitude, each suffering his own banishment. Neither of you is whole, and while he detests you, you long for him, don't you? Just like you longed for your family, whose care and affection you had been denied." Mordred laughed bitterly. "Oh, but he longs for me as well. He longs to destroy and absorb me, like he did the rest. It's just that he can't, because I carry his death. Quite a pair, aren't we? Cassie shook her head. It doesn't matter what he wants. I've spent so many days and suffered so much doing what he wanted, what he needed from me. What do you want? Mordret remained silent, so she spoke instead. I will tell you what I want. I want to remember where Sunny and Nephis are, so that I know when they will come back. I want them back so badly, but I can't because I erased my own memories of knowing. That is a power of mine. To see, to know, to remember, or to forget. She drew in a slow breath. And now I have to confront the possibility that they won't come back in time, which means that I cannot rely on them to defeat the dream spawn. Which means that I must defeat him myself. But he is so vast, and I am so small. When he pressed me down and took my eye, I couldn't even move. All my weapons are gone or broken, and all I'm left with is a tangled thread. Closing her one remaining eye, Cassie took a deep breath. How is Ariadne supposed to defeat the Minotaur without Theseus? Chapter 2904, Song of the Fallen. Cassie laughed quietly. Look, the dream spawn might have failed to infect me with the plague, but he certainly infected me with that damn metaphor. I just can't seem to get rid of it. She fell silent and then forced out a smile. In any case, that is the reason why I'm hesitating to betray your other self. It makes sense to ensure his rapid defeat to postpone the slaughter, so that Sunny and Nephis could return and save everyone. But if I can't hide in their shadow anymore, then this is it. This is the end. There is no tomorrow, and no hope if the King of Nothing is defeated. She laughed again. To tell you the truth, despite the fact that Mordred is watching my every step and listening to my every word, I still managed to fool him and build a trap for him right under his nose. It was not that hard, actually. He is not as good at runic sorcery as I am, so even if he saw me create the array and read every rune, what was the point? He only understood enough of its general form to sate his suspicion. He didn't see, had no capacity to see the sharp knife I hid in the nuance, to drive it into his back at the right second and destroy him. The other Mordret stared at her from the mirror. After a long stretch of silence, he said in a subdued tone, He was expecting you to manipulate his memories. He was so focused on creating countermeasures against your aspect that he missed the real threat. Cassie shrugged. Naturally he did. That is the secret of magic, after all. Attention, expectation, misdirection, the pledge, the turn, the prestige. What people see, what people cannot see. Like me, I am unseeing and therefore remain unseen, and so they never see me coming. She smiled faintly. Your other self was the only one who saw me for what I was, you know, and treated me with due diligence. But even he grew complacent after attaining supremacy. Is in the nature of the Supremes to be overconfident and arrogant, I think? So, when he saw me covered in blood and trembling, a mere saint, he let his guard down, like I knew he would. She shrugged, like they all do. The other Mordret sighed, then said quietly, But you are saying these things aloud knowing that he is listening, which means that you have changed your mind in the end? Cassie let out a bitter laugh. Have I? Yes, I guess I have, just now. She raised her head and inhaled deeply. Well, I'm tired. I am at the end of my wits. I don't even recognize myself anymore, and not only because my own memories are missing. All this deviousness, all these schemes, all these calculations, it is not in my nature. I think I heard your other self mention once that he simply reflected the world back on itself, and was therefore shaped by the world into becoming an exceptional monster. But he had been exceptional, to begin with. They all were. Children of legendary warriors, heirs of the gods, born under fateful omens, raised and nurtured by the crushing pressure of unimaginable adversity. She smiled wistfully. But I was just a normal girl. I had a normal childhood and normal parents. There wasn't anything exceptional about me until I was faced with exceptional challenges and was left with no choice but to rise to the occasion. So that was what I did, right or wrong. I made one small choice after another, each twisting my form a little more, until I couldn't recognize it anymore. So who was really shaped by this cursed world into what they are today, between Mordret and me? Cassie sighed and faced the mirror once more. I used to believe that Sunny and Nephis would return and save the day. But if I am honest with myself, it's all because of me. I set all of this in motion. I might have forgotten where they went, but I know that they left because of a message my past self had sent into the future. She must have had a plan. She must have had a vision. Cassie's expression hardened, turning colder and darker. So now, I choose to believe in myself. I choose to have faith in myself, because he is all I have, just like I am all he has. A couple of monsters, forced to face a far more frightening abomination. She remained silent for a long while, and then reached toward the mirror. Tracing its cold surface with her fingers, Cassie raised her other hand and touched the blood-stained skin around her missing eye. But we at least have each other, while you have nothing. Are you envious of me? Because he needs me, while all you ever wanted was to be needed. The other Mordret seemed to smile. I don't think I am capable of feeling envy, to be honest. I can pretend to feel it, though, if you want. Cassie sighed. He put you in the great mirror and kept you imprisoned there for so long, and still you long to be needed by him, appreciated by him, valued by him, because you think you love him. But how can you love him? You don't even know him. The other Mordret remained silent. She did as well, and then said quietly, But you want to, don't you? To get to know him? To grow closer? Finally he laughed. So what is this? The pledge, the turn, or the prestige? Am I failing to see you as well? Lady Cassia. She shrugged. The greatest ruse is the one you cannot resist, even if you see it coming. But no, I am not here to deceive, manipulate, or use you. I simply want to give you what you want, for no other reason than that I can. Now that our end might be drawing close, I wanted to do something good for once, without thinking about how it would benefit me. The other Mordret seemed to shake his head. Sounds exactly like something that a person planning to deceive, manipulate, and use me would say. Still, what is it exactly that you want to do? Cassie smiled weakly. I already said it, didn't I? My power is to see, to know, and to remember, or to forget. And ever since coming to the Ebony Tower, I've gotten to know, and I remembered your other self. Everything there was to learn about the years when the two of you were one being, and most of what there was to learn about the years you were apart. It was like I was there, with him, up to the point when he attained supremacy at least. After that, containing his memories becomes quite hard. The other Mordret, one who had been separated from the only remaining part of himself, hesitated, then asked in a confused tone, Why are you telling me this? Are you taunting me, Lady Cassia? She shook her head. No. Don't you understand? My power is to see, to know, and to remember. Yes, but it is also to help the rest see, know, and remember. I am Song of the Fallen, after all. My fate is to sing about those I witnessed, not to bear the memory of them in silence. Other words, just like I took the memories of a lifetime spent alone from his mind. I can share them with you. I can help you experience all the things that he experienced, so that you come to know him. The other Mordret remained silent for a long while. Cassie waited for his response in the darkness, faced with only the coldness of the mirror under the fingers of her left hand and the hot, feverish slickness of her skin under the fingers of her right hand. Eventually, he whispered, Why would you do that for me? She inhaled deeply. It's because I cannot see the future anymore, but I can still predict it, and I predict that you might need these memories one day. He lingered for a few seconds, then said quietly, No, that is not true. You're lying. He paused for a moment. Instead, you think that you might need me to have these memories one day? Isn't that right, Lady Cassia? She smiled. Is there a difference? He laughed bitterly. I guess not. Ah, it's peculiar. There was a long stretch of silence, but eventually he said, I feel like I will regret taking you up on your offer, but at the same time, I know that I will regret it forever if I refuse it. In the end, all I will be left with is regret. Cassie lowered her head. Still, it's better to regret something that you did than something that you could have done, but didn't. Believe me, I know that kind of torment well. The part of Mordret imprisoned in the mirror. Sighed heavily and fell silent. After a while, he asked, So, what do I do? Cassie leaned closer to the mirror until her face was almost pressed against it. It's easy. She took a deep breath. Just look me in the eye. Chapter 2905, Before the Siege. Cassie left the part of Mordret trapped inside the mirror in a pitiful state, crumbled on the floor and crying. She would have liked to share parting words, but sadly, he was in no condition to hold a conversation. It was no surprise. After all, the King of Nothing could only endure the weight of his memories because he knew no regret and therefore no remorse, no compassion. His other self, however, empty as he was, knew compassion all too well. To him, the memories of all the gruesome things Mordret had perpetrated, as well as all the ghastly things Mordret had endured, were like poison. Experiencing them as memories was no different from torture. One he had chosen for himself, but torture nonetheless. So, Cassie simply left. She wasn't feeling all too well either. The next day, she tied a piece of fabric around Rain's face, covering her eyes, and helped her push Smile of Heaven's wheelchair to the highest floor of the ebony tower, past the hall where the walls were carved with myriad runes. What is so dangerous about those runes anyway? Rain's voice was subdued. Cassie lingered with the answer. There are things in this world that will destroy you simply by knowing them, or even by being too close to those places where the knowledge of them was transcribed. There is also knowledge that was forbidden by the will of the gods. Actually, the runic hall of the Ebony Tower is not too dangerous, at least not to an ascended like you, but— She hesitated. Most awakened are protected from understanding the forbidden runes, and therefore gaining knowledge that will destroy them by the spell. But you are not a carrier of the spell, so nothing is protecting you. More than that, you are exceptionally sensitive to the names, and by extension, to the runes. Places like this are dangerous to you, Rain, at least until you grow stronger. Smile of Heaven remained still and expressionless, as her wheelchair floated up the stairs, held up in the air by the power of Rain's epithets. Finally, leaving the eerie level behind, they arrived at the highest floor, where the portal archway rested in the darkness. Rain removed the piece of fabric from her eyes and sighed. So what is the plan? If things go south, we open the portal and run away again. Cassie remained silent for a while, then slowly shook her head. No, there's nowhere left to run. You won't be able to open the portal again anyway? Turning slightly, she pointed to the runic circle surrounding the archway. See there, a portion of the enchantment is destroyed. I destroyed it. You should recognize the runes I crossed out. Space, desire, web, connection. I taught you these runes already. Rain did not answer immediately. Why did you destroy the runes? Cassie pushed the wheelchair away from the entrance to the stairwell and turned to face her. Because now that the Ivory Island is back among the Chained Isles, anyone can use it to gain entrance here. I had to make sure that we won't be attacked from inside the Ebony Tower, so I chose to destroy the runes that you can restore one day, just in case I'm not here to help you. She seemed at ease, and her voice was as calm as ever. Rain simply stared at her for a long while, trying to keep her own emotions under control. Eventually, she asked, "What am I supposed to do here, then?" Just wait and listen, wondering what is happening outside. Cassie offered her a reassuring smile. This is the safest place in the tower. Here, nothing will happen to you during the battle. If the battle drags for too long, there is food, blankets, everything you need to spend a few days in relative comfort. Rain raised her chin a little. What about after the battle? What happens if I stay safe and sound while everyone else dies? Cassie seemed to study her for a moment. Well, I don't think anything terrible will happen. The Dreamspawn needs as many people as possible to stay alive and well, especially powerful awakened like you. So, you will probably have to spend a few more months under his mind hex. Then, Sunny will come back and find a way to break it. Rain shook her head. You just called me a powerful awakened. So, you should let me stay with you and help. She gritted her teeth. You said that you needed my help, that you needed me to be your eyes. Who is going to be your eyes if I'm here? Cassie smiled gently. Rain, it will be hard even for me to be of any use in this battle. A master like you won't be able to change anything. Plus, you are already helping. Haven't you given me the epithets? I can feel them. I am much stronger because of you. Her gentle words were in sharp contrast with her pale face and the blood seeping through her blindfold. Rain bit her lip, then turned away and faced the obsidian wall. After a while, she spoke again, her voice tone, "I've been trying out my ascended ability, you know? I've been trying to talk to the Ebony Tower." Cassie tilted her head a little. "Oh, did it say anything?" Rain hesitated for a few moments, then shrugged. "It is not really a conversation, but I can feel something. An impression, like hearing an echo of the thoughts that belong to a sleeping giant." She turned slightly and said, "This tower was flawlessly white once, you know, just like its sister high in the sky. But after myriad years of burning, it turned black, like the darkness around it." Cassie smiled. It must be glad to be here in the sky above, then bathed in the light and caressed by the winds. Rain turned to the wall once again and shook her head slowly. After a while, she said, "It misses the fire." Cassie tilted her head. Eventually, she walked up to Rain and gripped her shoulder softly. Then she turned away and left. Now alone, Cassie slowly descended the steps of an ancient black tower. With each step, a dull pain radiated from beneath her bloodied blindfold. All around her, Mordret's vessels were preparing to face the final siege of the war, even if they had little chance of winning it. She passed the hall where the forbidden runes were inscribed on the walls, the shrine of the goddess of black skies, the workshop of the demon of destiny, the great brazier where the flame that had once destroyed the kingdom of hope still burned, and the living quarters on the ground floor as well. Walking out of the ebony tower, Cassie faced the familiar expanse of the chained island. Out there, separated from the flying island by a vast chasm and the great length of 7 celestial chains. These ones forged by humans, not by the mythical beings of the distant past. The forces of humanity were arrayed against her and Mordret. The great army of the Hunger Domain was positioned on the islands around the Ebony Tower, surrounding it from all sides. Hundreds of thousands of awakened, thousands of masters, more than 100 saints. There were vast swarms of echoes and myriad enthralled nightmare creatures as well. Seishan and her sisters were among them. So were Nightwalker and the Saints of Night, Sky Tide and Roan, even her own firekeepers, and their master, of course, their new master, that was Asterion. All of them were ready to attack the Ebony Tower. Quite a sight, isn't it? She turned her head slightly, acknowledging the man who had spoken to her, the wicked monster with eyes that reflected the world back on itself. Mordret of Nowhere, the king of nothing, her last and only ally. Cassie lingered for a moment, then said evenly, "I wouldn't know." Mordret laughed once the echoes of his laughter were swallowed by the wind. He added in a mocking tone, "It all could have been avoided if you had let me loose, you know. Ah, but alas, you and your senseless morality. If the rulers of the longing domain had been willing to let him cull humanity before Asterion took it, they would not have been driven into a corner. The dream spawn would not have become unstoppable." Mordret paused briefly, looking at the enthralled army that had belonged to the obliterated longing domain once, and asked, "So, what does defeat taste like?" Cassie lingered for a long time. When she finally spoke, her dark voice was full of defiance. "I am not defeated yet." Chapter 2906. Behind enemy lines. At the same time, far away, cold winds were assaulting the world, and a murderous blizzard was raging across a desolate wasteland. Far in the distance, the outskirts of a tall mountain chain were barely visible, rising above the horizon like a thin black line. They were shrouded in clouds of ash that rose from the depths of ancient volcanoes, their boundless heat keeping the blizzard at bay. There were the lands west of Ravenheart, where lethal cold reigned. On the very edge of the frigid wasteland, a chain of outposts had been built from ice, guarding the lands of the humans from the beings that dwelled in the snow. They had been home to transient garrisons of awakened warriors and sheltered the scouts who would dive into the blizzards from time to time. But now, the ice strongholds stood empty and forlorn, dead silence shrouding their battlements. Everyone had answered the call of war and followed their golden-eyed sovereign east, abandoning the defensive line of outposts that used to protect the citadel cities from harm. Now only snow and wind moved inside the abandoned fortresses, and the creatures that they had been supposed to stop moved between them, traveling toward where human souls emanated a maddening scent. A swarm of such creatures had just passed through a desolate army camp, bringing the blizzard with them. The snow flowed with the swift wind, and the abominations moved under its veil. None of them made it in sight of a human settlement, though instead they died unseen and unnoticed, the blizzard hiding their corpses while the winds drowned out their death cries. Soon enough, a scattering of ghastly corpses was being slowly buried by the snow. Eerily enough, the corpses bore no wounds, no visible signs of having been harmed by claw or by a weapon. It was as if their lives had simply ceased, extinguished by the hand of a merciless deity. But no one seemed to be around, unless one looked really closely. The blizzard raged, and in the swirling drifts of snow, a ghostly figure could sometimes be seen, walking east with measured steps. Its contour was drawn, not by the snow, but by its absence apart from that negative presence. Nothing betrayed its existence, not breath, not warmth, not heartbeat, and not the sounds of her steps. The ghostly figure belonged to a woman with blue eyes, who carried a black scythe in her hands. Stopping for a short moment, Jet assumed her human form and inhaled deeply, enjoying the vicious bite of the murderous cold. Her hair was in disarray, and her armor was tattered. Snow and ice clung to her like a frigid cloak, and her porcelain skin was as white as the snow that surrounded her. There was no color to her bloodless face, except for her eyes, which burned like two piercing, ferocious blue flames in the pale inferno. Jet looked like a corpse, or perhaps like death itself. However, she was undoubtedly alive as far as that word could be applied to her, at least. Having entered the frozen wastelands from the forgotten shore, she dove into the blizzard in order to hunt down snow wraiths and survive. The world was enveloped in snow, and since the sky was hidden from sight, she quickly lost track of time. Day and night lost all meaning, and after a while, time lost all meaning as well. All Jet could use to differentiate the past from the present was the number of fierce battles she had fought, and the number of vicious nightmare creatures she killed. But even then, she eventually lost count. The world narrowed to the extent she could see in the blizzard, and the scope of her life narrowed to only two things: hunting down nightmare creatures and being hunted by nightmare creatures in turn. There were moments that broke the murderous monotony, of course. Sometimes the blizzard would die down all of a sudden, and Jet would see the flawlessly white world stretch endlessly in all directions. Sometimes the ground beneath her would crack, and she would realize that she was walking across a frozen ocean. Harrowing things dwelled beneath the titanic layer of ice, and she would flee from the deep cracks, terrified to sense the giant beings watching her from below. There were only two constants in that stark and harrowing white void. One was the suffocating, deadly cold. The other was the hollow mountains. The hollow mountains were to her left, shrouded in white mist. At times, the mist and the blizzard were almost indistinguishable from each other, but in reality there was little in common between the two. The snow was murderous, but the mist far more dangerous, so Jet avoided drawing too close to the hollow mountains as she traveled west. Jet did not have a lot to do except for killing and surviving, so she set a goal for herself. She wanted to find where the hollow mountains ended. And now, gods knew how many weeks or months later, she had arrived at the outer edges of the human territories from the west. She had discovered the termination point of the mountain chain that had seemed endless, crossed to the other side, and made her way back to human civilization. I can't believe I actually made it. Jet had somehow managed to achieve her goal, so now she looked east, where a different mountain chain rested under an ashen sky, where Ravenheart was. Releasing her corporeal form, Jet continued moving east. I've been gone long enough. Now it's time to see what they did to the world in my absence. Somewhere else in a dark cell, Effie opened her eyes. They were slow to focus, but eventually she could see again. It was just that what she saw was the same stone ceiling as before. For however long she had been in the dungeons of the castle. Ah, I'm awake. What a pity. She had been dreaming the sweetest dream. And then she dreamed a terrifying nightmare. But even the nightmare was better than her current circumstances. Effie sighed. At least I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry anymore. She didn't feel hungry indeed. However, That wasn't because she was full, on the contrary. Her body was a gaunt wreck. She looked like an emaciated corpse, so thin and frail that anyone would feel nauseated by looking at her. Effie herself was not that appalled by her current state, though, because it was a familiar one. She had not looked much different for most of her life, bound to a wheelchair and wasting away in a world that was not too kind, even to healthy people, let alone cripples like her. She didn't feel hungry simply because her body had moved past hunger. Instead, she felt apathetic and terribly tired, so weak that even the weight of the chains binding her limbs made it seem like what was I dreaming about? That comfortable state was the body's response to starvation, after subjecting a person to the maddening, irresistible desire to find sustenance and the excruciating pain of extreme hunger. The body chose to conserve what little energy it had left and entered a state of lethargy. Effie was familiar with that lethargy as well. She had seen it happen countless times in the outer settlement of the Bright Castle. Usually its arrival meant that the starving sleeper would die soon. Of course, she wasn't lucky enough to die. The dream spawn was not going to let her die, which meant that someone would come to feed her a few morsels soon. Then the madness and pain would begin anew. She just hoped that Asterion would not send her husband again. No, wait, what was I dreaming about? Slowly the details of her dream surfaced in her foggy mind. It was then that Effie finally moved, making the chains rattle. Straining her emaciated body, she slowly sat up. The weight of the chains felt crushing, but she still forced herself to move, pushing herself into a semblance of a vertical position. The length of her chains was not generous. Effie couldn't really stand up, and she could barely sit. Both of her legs and both of her arms were shackled, each chain connected to one of the four walls of her cell. Because of that, she couldn't exert her strength fully, couldn't find purchase to pull on the chains and tear them out of the ancient stone, destroying what Mirage had once imagined. Why would a demon need a dungeon anyway? What kind of things had that strange girl fantasized about then again? It wasn't Mirage who had fashioned this underground chamber into a cell, most likely. It had probably been someone from the clan Valor. Those guys were great masters of creating ghastly things. Had been great masters, almost all of them were gone. Now Effie drew in a hoarse breath. That dream. She had dreamed of being free. Effie tried to smile, a weak laugh escaping from between her cracked lips. Free? Free. Wouldn't it be nice to be free? Effie had also dreamed of the Ebony Tower being besieged. If the war had really entered the final stage, then the dream spawn must have summoned away most of the awakened in Bastion. She swayed slightly. Ah, damn it. Maybe no one was coming to feed her, after all. Chapter 2907, Hell of Ariel. As the great army of the Hunger Domain moved forward to attack the Ebony Island, somewhere far away, the darkness was torn apart by blinding flashes of stark light. The shadows moved erratically as they danced on the sand walls of a colossal tunnel. The chaos was permeated by an unbearable heat, and countless figures were intertwined in a gruesome battle. The rustling roar of shifting sand and the deafening clangor of the furious melee were like a devastating force, growing more and more violent as they echoed and spread across the tunnel. Sonny could barely hear any of it, though, because all he could hear was the call of nightmare. Ah, stumbling. He leaned on the sand wall of the tunnel. I can't. I just can't. The pull of the call was maddening. It was vast like the sky and deep as an ocean, almost impossible to resist, assaulting his mind like a virulent roar. It was overwhelming, overbearing, unendurable. Sonny could not hear himself think. He could barely think really in his mind. There was only the roaring need to answer the call, a deep and unimpeachable necessity to be embraced by the nightmare. A skeletal hand broke through the sand wall of the tunnel, clawing at his throat, growling. Sonny snatched it in the air and pulled the deathless warrior out of the sand, crushing his skull with an armored fist. Of course, that did not slow down the undead bastard one bit, full of demented frenzy. Sonny tore the skeleton's arms from their sockets, threw him to the ground, and stomped the deathless warrior into a pile of bone fragments. At the same time, he manifested towering pillars out of shadows, using them as support beams to prevent the wall of the tunnel from collapsing. Damn it all! Sonny looked around, trying to evaluate the situation through the maddening haze veiling his mind. The remains of the Shadow Legion and the undead army of Azarax were besieged from all sides as they moved forward through the colossal tunnel. The tunnel itself was located deep underground. Having been dug by Abundance, the godworm itself was currently some distance ahead of them. Moving through the sand as they followed behind, Abundance created the tunnel, while Sonny collapsed it once their dwindling expedition force moved past a section. That way, the endless horde of the Deathless pursuing them could only attack the invaders after pushing their way through the compacted sand. The benefit of that strategy was that only so many undead horrors could attack them at the same time. Its pitfall, though, was that the Deathless attacked from all directions: left, right, above, below. Abundance itself was nearly destroyed by now, as well, which meant that they were not going to be able to hide from the Deathless horde underground for much longer. We need to return to the surface, tormented by the call. Sonny looked up. His eyes were full of both hope and trepidation. He was hopeful because they must have made it terribly close to the tomb of Ariel. By now, perhaps even close enough to enter it and escape the endless battle against the Deathless. He was full of fear for the same reason, since getting even closer to the Great Pyramid meant that the call would grow even more unbearable. "Sonny, we need to ascend." Neff's voice broke through the thunderous cacophony of the battle, sounding distant and strained. He took a step back, avoiding a forest of skeletal hands that burst through the sand to grab his legs, and groaned. Ascend! Ascend! Their army was in a desperate state. Weeks had already passed since the battle against the wandering Archon. That horror was not the only deathless spirit they had faced. There had been others as well. Some had been human once, others had been sacred beasts. All were nearly impossible to defeat, so Sonny and Nephis had to invent ways of escaping them instead. They made it closer and closer to the tomb of Ariel, often surviving by the skin of their teeth or by a miracle, and it was not without a cost. By now, the Shadow Legion was practically eradicated. Most of Sonny's shades had been vanquished and were now being slowly mended in his soul. Only a few of the strongest remained, as well as a handful of those he had never seen a reason to summon. Saint had received so much damage that her tenebrous armor was failing to repair itself in time. So this was the first time Sonny saw her fight without the fearsome onyx carapace, her jade skin shining like precious stone under the blinding sunlight. Slayer was in the shape of an enormous black lioness, covered in ghastly wounds and surrounded by a mantle of gray smoke. She was at the head of the battle formation, rampaging among the deathless, like a berserk beast made of cold, malevolent darkness. Serpent was currently coiled around Sonny's body as an intricate tattoo, augmenting him while remaining safely removed from the possibility of being destroyed. Nephis, meanwhile, was nearing the state of essence exhaustion. She only possessed 3 soul cores now, having burned the other 4 to ash in order to bring them this far. Azarax, the ancient tyrant, had been forgetting more and more of himself on the way to the tomb of Ariel, slowly losing the ability to speak and reason with others. But he had emerged from this ghastly death march relatively unscathed. If anything, his power was far greater now than it had been at the start of their journey. There were thousands of undead warriors following him by now, some of them powerful enough to give even Sonny and Nephis pause. In fact, the slowly growing deathless army was the main reason they had been able to reach the innermost region of Ariel's hell, serving as a moving armor for the remains of the Shadow Legion. No, there were too few shades left to call that a defensive formation. In truth, the deathless army was now the main and only fighting force of their daring expedition, not counting Nephis and Sonny themselves, of course, as well as his shadows. Ascend? Yes, there was no other choice but to ascend. This strategy of moving underground had served them well for a while, but now the disparity in numbers between the invaders and the deathless was far too great. So, this tunnel would soon turn into a death trap instead of making them safer. Okay. Sonny gave Abundance the command to move toward the surface. Soon enough, the dunes of Ariel's hell moved like a swelling sea and collapsed, revealing a titanic maw that rose from beneath the endless expanse of white sand. Colossal worm with hide, as black as the night sky above it, crawled onto the surface of the desert and collapsed heavily, a storm of gray smoke surrounding its enormous mass. Its anthracite hide was cut and torn apart in countless places, ghastly wounds littering the gargantuan expanse of what was left of the godworm's body, at least of the length of it visible above the sands. These wounds were so dire that the sacred shade did not seem capable of sustaining its integrity anymore, collapsing slowly into a tide of darkness. Just a few moments after breaching the surface of hell, the shape of abundance crumbled, dissolving into nothingness, and a few moments later a furious torrent of white flame shot into the sky from the enormous chasm left in its wake, incinerating the deathless rushing toward the entrance to the endless tunnel. The warriors of Azarax followed, advancing across the incandescent expanse of molten sand that was already turning into obsidian glass. They pushed the deathless back, creating a narrow beachhead for the remnants of the Shadow Legion to escape the tunnel. That was when Sunny climbed to the surface and froze, stunned by what he saw. The endless expanse of the tomb of Ariel that loomed above him, obscuring half of the world so close that it almost seemed like he could reach forward and touch it. We made it. No sooner had he said it than the call of nightmare descended upon him like a tidal wave. Sunny let out a groan, staggering, looking at the Great Pyramid, while an unexplainable horror took hold of his heart. Somber and wreathed in darkness, the tomb of Ariel rose from a sea of flawlessly white sand like a towering mountain. Its slopes were like vast plains, and its sharp peak was like a spear that pierced the heavens. Outlined against the backdrop of the starlit sky, the pyramid was like a black rift in the fabric of the world. Its edifice was built from millions of colossal stone blocks. Each block was darker than the darkness itself and perfectly aligned, leaving no gaps between them, and each of them was a seed of nightmare. There were millions of them, some already in bloom, some still waiting for their turn to blossom. At the base of the pyramid, the nightmares were shallow and weak. Higher, they were traumatic and unfathomable. And higher still, the slope of the colossal pyramid was broken and covered in cracks, with many blocks either shattered into dismal dust or missing. 4 vast scars were tainting its immaculate surface, as if some unholy beast had torn through the eternal stone with titanic claws. And higher still, suddenly something cool covered his eyes. It was Neff's hand that reached from behind to prevent him from seeing Sunny. Her whisper was hoarse and full of fear. "Don't look! Don't look, Sunny! You mustn't!" He remained motionless for a few moments, trying to gather his crumbling thoughts. Nephis. Nephis was afraid. What could have? He tensed. Why? What's there? She remained silent for a long while. When she eventually spoke, her quiet voice was trembling. Doom. Chapter 2908. Doom. Sunny lost track of time for a few moments. He just stood there, breathing heavily, drowning in the call and in the peculiar, all-consuming terror that had been born somewhere in the depths of his being and washed over him like a tide. He did not know the source of that terror or why he was overcome by it, which only made him more afraid. What people feared the most was the unknown. After all, Sunny had long grown unaccustomed to the feeling of fear, so experiencing it now was strange and eerie. Eventually, he managed to compose himself a little enough to prevent himself from falling to his knees and crawling toward the Great Pyramid, at least overwhelmed by the desire to come in contact with the nightmare seeds. Sunny drew in a shaky breath. "What do you mean? What is it, Neff?" She was still covering his eyes to preventing him from beholding the top of the tomb of Ariel, she whispered. "It's the end." He had never seen her that afraid. In fact, he did not think that he had ever seen her show fear at all. The end of what? The answer came after a few long, frightening seconds. The end of everything! Raising his own hand, he placed it atop Neff's and gripped it faintly. "You are not making any sense, Neff. Please explain it to me so that I can understand." Behind him, Nephis inhaled deeply, remained silent for a while, and then began talking. At the very top of the pyramid, there is a capstone, just like all the other blocks it was built from. The capstone is a seed of nightmare. Sunny nodded slowly. But there are millions of seeds here. What makes this one so special? Behind him, Nephis shook her head and spoke in a low tone. "No, Sunny, you don't understand. There are no seeds in existence like this one. There can't be." He frowned, trying to decipher her words. All seeds of nightmare were unique, so what made this one so singular? The seeds on the bottom of the tomb of Ariel were of a low rank, while those higher up its immense expanse were more harrowing. The highest one, then, before Sonny could finish the thought, Nephis said quietly. "It's the last one. No, it's the first one, Sonny. It's the seed of the nightmare spell." Her voice turned into a whisper. "It's the seed of the seventh nightmare." Sonny froze, losing the sense of time once again. Seed of the seventh. The deep shock of those words shut down his mind for a few heartbeats, or possibly an eternity. He couldn't tell. No, wait. It was too much, to be ambushed by that knowledge out of nowhere. Sonny was already straining to stay sane in the ocean of the call, standing at the doorstep of the tomb of Ariel, in the heart of an endless hell, waging a war against a cursed legion of ancient warriors whom Shadow God had banished from death. What business did the seed of the seventh nightmare, the source of all other seeds, as well as the root of the nightmare spell, have here as well? They had never expected to find it here. They had not even considered the possibility, let alone set it as their goal. The seventh nightmare was the nightmare of the forgotten god in which he was imprisoned. His consciousness was, at least, Sonny shuddered, but then peculiarly enough he calmed down. Well, it had to be somewhere, I suppose. He had assumed that the seed of the seventh nightmare was in the heart of the Shadow Realm, where the Void Gate stood and where Weaver had died, ushering in the age of the nightmare spell. But in hindsight, there was no indication that it was there. Looking back, there were some other clues that could have helped him realize the truth, but then again, everything seemed clearer in retrospect. Like the fact that his mind had refused to fathom the capstone of the tomb of Ariel when he briefly saw it in the vision at the start of the third nightmare. Come to think of it, that was where the vision had shattered. It had stopped abruptly as soon as his gaze fell on the sharp peak of the Great Pyramid. The very fact that every stone of the tomb of Ariel was a seed of nightmare should have told him something. Why had he never questioned how it was possible for a single structure to give birth to so many nightmares? And the butterflies. The dark butterflies, the nightmare butterflies, an inconceivable swarm of them nesting on the inner walls of the pyramid, millions of great abominations, or possibly more. Why had he not questioned what they were doing there and how they came to be? Now that he knew more, he could offer a theory. These peculiar abominations had to be feeding on the emanations of the innumerable nightmares, using them for sustenance. He was on the precipice of constructing another theory, as well a theory about why Weaver chose the tomb of Ariel as the place where the seed of the nightmare spell would take root. No, now is not the time to go on a tangent, Sonny. The battle was still raging around them. They had reached the tomb of Ariel, but making it inside was a different matter entirely. And they had just discovered the source of all nightmares, by the dead gods. They were standing inside of the closest approximation of a true god left in existence of a seed, where the spirit of the last surviving god, the forgotten god, was trapped. Well, Nephis was inside of it. Sonny currently had his eyes covered. Why was she covering his eyes anyway? Sonny's hand fell down. The answer was pretty obvious. It was because Nephis possessed the longing attribute and was immune to corruption, while he wasn't. Gazing upon the source of the nightmare was not much different from gazing directly into the void. One glance, and his soul could very well bloom with the vile, virulent darkness of the corruption. "I won't look, I promise. Nephis, you can lower your hand." However, she only let him go after tearing a strip of fabric off her tunic and tying it around his eyes. Sonny caught his breath, trying to evaluate the situation. Azarak's saint and slayer seemed to be holding the deathless back for now, and just barely. He could already sense the torrents of will shifting, which was an ill omen here in the nightmare desert. It meant that a deathless spirit was approaching, or possibly even a few of them. Sonny and Nephis had to make it inside the tomb of Ariel quickly. However, that was a problem in and of itself. There was surely a way inside the Great Pyramid. After all, the people led by the Sibyls had reached the Great River somehow at the height of the Doom War. Darren and his champions made it inside as well. And so did Sonny and Nephis, in the future tonight. Even if they had not reached that future just yet, but even if they had, Sonny still had to find an entrance soon. How do we get inside? Neff's shadow shifted as she glanced up, almost taking a step back as a result. After a short stretch of silence, she said, "Up there, close to the top of the pyramid, where it is marked by claw marks. That is where the stone we used to enter the third nightmare had come from. Most likely, the scars left on its surface run deep, so there must be a path inside one of the marks." Sunny hesitated for a moment. "You want us to climb to the top, close to that seed?" He wasn't sure that it was a wise idea. Nephis shook her head. "Pyramid, if we touch the lesser seeds, I will be eventually drawn into a nightmare, while you will be killed or corrupted. So, we will have to fly." Sunny nodded. "Then it's time to summon back the chain breaker." As soon as the words left his mouth, he froze for a brief moment. He realized that the pieces of the puzzle were aligning perfectly to repeat the future they had experienced in the third nightmare. Did it matter, though? At the moment, it did not matter at all. The chain breaker was their best chance of getting into the tomb of Ariel without ever touching its walls. So that was what they were going to use to get there. "I will help Azarax hold the Deathless back, while you draw it from your soul sea and prepare it to take air." "Then Will, Sunny's voice trailed off, and then he fell silent. In fact, everything fell silent. The world was suddenly quiet and peaceful, the clangor of battle entirely gone. That was because there was no battle anymore. Turning away from the tomb of Ariel, Sunny relied on his shadow sense to perceive the world. What he sensed made him shiver. The Deathless were retreating. In fact, if he did not know any better, he would have said that they were running. Why are they? All that remained on the white sands in front of the tomb of Ariel were Nephis, Sunny, and his shadows, the pitiful remains of the Shadow Legion, and Azarax at the head of his undead army. The Deathless were terrifying, but somehow their absence frightened Sunny much more. What are they running from? It was then that he felt it. The shadows, countless shadows, were separating from the boundless form of the Great Pyramid and moving swiftly in their direction. Chapter 2909. Dark clouds, the Deathless were retreating from the tomb of Ariel, leaving a vast swath of the desert around it empty. Now, only the remnants of the invading army were left on the white sand in front of the towering black edifice of the Great Pyramid. Azarax and his undead warriors grew still, a sea of them facing the vast expanse of Ariel's hell. The scattering of battered shades was still slowly moving away from the mouth of the enormous tunnel, led by Saint. In the pale radiance of the distant stars, her eerily gorgeous face was still and emotionless, her flawlessly white stone-like skin smeared with ruby dust. Slayer was apart from everyone, still in the form of a grotesque lioness, her sable fur darker than the night. Her hide was covered in ghastly wounds, and she was breathing heavily, shrouded in a mantle of ghostly fog. Sunny shivered and turned to the tomb of Ariel, sensing a terrifying swarm of shadows escaping from it into the night sky. Nephis! She must have sensed it as well. As she looked up, he could feel her tensing. "What is it?" After a long moment of silence, she said in a distant tone, "There are clouds obscuring the sky." Then, she exhaled slowly and outstretched a hand, summoning the blessing. "No, those aren't clouds. They are butterflies. The nightmare butterflies. Thousands of them, perhaps tens of thousands. Maybe more," Sunny suppressed a groan. "Tens of thousands of great beasts and monsters. At least millions of them had been nestling inside the pyramid in the third nightmare, so the clouds Nephis spoke of could spread to devour the entire hell of Ariel, the entire dream realm even. This night just keeps getting better," he gritted his teeth. The nightmare butterflies were already moving down from the great height of the Black Pyramid, rushing toward them like a dark tide. He couldn't see them since his eyes were still covered, but he could feel the terrifying movement of their shadows. The dreadful swarm had been summoned by the alluring scent of human souls, supreme souls that were burning with the flame of divinity. "We can't defeat them all," he hesitated, and then said quietly, "We need to escape. We need to escape into the tomb of Ariel." That was the only way. There were probably more nightmare butterflies inside the pyramid than there were outside. However, when Sunny and Nephis sailed the great river, only a couple of them had ever descended from the inner walls of the tomb to the endlessly flowing waters below. So if they managed to reach the river, then perhaps they would be safe from the nightmarish swarm. Sunny turned to Nephis briefly and spoke in an even tone. "Summon the chain breaker. The ship will be destroyed if we simply dive into a sea of great monsters, so somebody will have to clear a path through the swarm. Saint will steer it, while the rest of us will defend it. You will have to take point, Nephis. Azarax and I will help however we can." Nephis had been weakened by the loss of the longing domain and was merely a supreme demon now. But she was still the best person for the job. She excelled at aerial combat, as well as at fighting against vast groups of enemies. So, even if Sunny and Azarax were stronger at the moment, she could do to the swarm of nightmare butterflies what they couldn't. The seventh seed or not, they still had to survive. They still had to accomplish their mission. The seed! Sunny was distracted for a moment, almost succumbing to the maddening call. If the seventh seed crowned the tomb of Ariel, the tomb where oblivion had been buried, then the one on the moon had to be the seed of the sixth nightmare. The final nightmare one had to conquer in order to become divine. The path to seed of the fifth nightmare, meanwhile, was hidden in America. So the road to the end of all of this was already revealed. Or at least to the end that Nephis envisioned and wanted to reach. Sunny himself still believed that the last nightmare they had to conquer was the sixth one, and that they had no reason to risk everything for an ambiguous payout. After becoming divine, after all, would allow them to face unholy nightmare creatures in battle. And that was all they needed to ensure the survival of humanity in the dream realm. For thousands of years to come, the gods who had been by their nature void creatures were dead. The last of them was imprisoned by the nightmare spell, so unless a swarm of new void creatures broke through the cage of existence, or the nightmare spell started showing signs of coming undone, he saw no reason to tempt fate. It was pure folly, but still, the nightmare. It called for him. Its call was so sweet. Get a grip. Sunny shook off his reverie. "I'll get Azarax. Go." As the graceful form of the chain breaker slowly revealed itself above the white sand, he turned away from the tomb of Ariel and rushed toward the undead army. "Saint, get the oars!" Abandoning the remnants of the Shadow Legion, Saint crouched slightly and then leaped high into the air. Her garments and hair whipped in the wind as she breached a great distance with that single leap. Landing on the deck of the chain breaker like a jade goddess, Nephis was already soaring into the sky to meet the terrifying swarm of nightmare butterflies, her wings and the blade of the blessing shining blindingly in the darkness of the night. Sunny was summoning somebody to help them as well, the last sacred shade he could summon at the moment. Abundance had just been destroyed, returning into the nurturing darkness of his soul. The wolf had long been mended, and then vanquished again, several times over. So was the Rat King, however. The puppeteer remained. And who better to send into a terrifying aerial battle than the shadow of a sacred moth? Come to think of it, Slayer had some winged beasts in her repertoire of forms as well. "Slayer, help Nephis! Decimate those butterflies!" On the white sands of the desert, an enormous black lioness raised its head and looked up, cold malice slowly igniting in her lightless eyes. Sunny finally reached the deathless army. "Hey, Fossil. Azarax, we need to—" His voice trailed off. Something was off. The ancient tyrant was standing with his back to Sunny, his towering figure still encased in the heavy armor made of glass. His bones were entirely black now, just like those of the rest of the deathless. His soldiers were facing away from the tomb of Ariel as well, as if watching their retreating kin. They were too motionless, too still, and something about the way their tyrant's shoulders were set that gave Sunny a peculiar, unfamiliar feeling. "Hey, Azarax, answer me, damn it!" Sunny pulled the improvised blindfold off his eyes, tied roughly around his wrist, and looked at the deathless sovereign. There were a few moments of silence. Then Azarax turned slowly and gazed at him, a cold and unfeeling kind of darkness nestling in the deep chasm of his empty eye sockets. There was something eerie about that darkness now, something Sunny did not recognize. No. There was a lack of something, rather. Azarax had been slowly losing himself over these endless, dreadful weeks, but now it was as if he was utterly gone, as if his mind had been entirely consumed by the curse, leaving behind only malevolent will. Sunny took a step back. Crap, Azarax the mighty, the plague of steel, the conqueror of 100 thrones, had finally succumbed to the curse of Shadow God. He chose the worst possible moment to do that, as well. As if brought back to life by Sunny's call, the deathless warriors of the cursed tyrant moved. Their rusty blades flashed, slaughtering the few remaining shades. Azarax himself, meanwhile, raised his fearsome battle-axe and walked towards Sunny across the white sand, his steps making the desert shake. Sunny took another step back. Damn it, I knew. His voice was full of indignation. Behind him, the chainbreaker was rising into the air, and an apocalyptic swarm of great abominations was descending upon it. I knew this would happen. Sunny gritted his teeth, knowing that he had to hold Azarax back. Somehow, now that the plague of steel had become an enemy, he was quite terrifying. Sunny was outraged. He was appalled. He was really quite incensed. I really didn't want to do this. Chapter 29:10. Burning Heaven. Having vanquished the battered shades, the deathless stayed back as Azarax marched across the desert towards Sunny. It seemed that even consumed by the curse of Shadow God, the plague of steel remained true to his nature. He didn't want to kill Sunny, he wanted to defeat him, trample upon him, and therefore make him a vassal, to add the Lord of Shadows to his ever-growing army. Sunny took another step back and forced out a smile. You know, there are a myriad of great abominations barreling this way, right this moment. If you're so tough, why don't you try subjugating them instead? Azarax did not respond, was incapable of responding anymore, and simply continued forward with heavy, confident steps, suspended inside the glass carapace. His black skull wore a menacing grin. Sunny cursed. I guess not. He stopped backing away and remained motionless for a moment, his head lowered, glaring at Azarax with angry scorn. I knew this would happen, you know. Well, actually I didn't know, but I had a feeling that it would, so I've been racking my brain thinking how to get rid of you this whole time. Actually, I've been considering how I would destroy you from the very moment Nephis took you off that tree. The sacred tree, Sunny laughed bitterly. But you know what? It is very difficult to get rid of a supreme. So I came up empty. There's no sure way to obliterate the great Azarax, the plague of steel. So I guess an unsure way will have to do. In the next moment, the ancient tyrant was upon him, manifesting the serpent in the form of a black Odachi to block a world-shattering blow. Sunny shouted, "Slayer! What the hell are you waiting for? Do you need a special invitation? Go!" Behind him, Nephis was seconds away from clashing with the first of innumerable nightmare butterflies. Her radiant wings opened, as if trying to embrace the night sky, and then the blessing flashed like a white rift in the dark tapestry of the night sky. Nephis shot past the enormous butterfly without ever slowing down, and behind her, the smoldering corpse of the great monster fell apart, cut cleanly in two. The dark cloud of the harrowing swarm was almost upon her. Neph's eyes blazed with white radiance, and she cried out the names, channeling the annihilating inferno of soul flame to devastate her enemies. A thunderous explosion shattered the sky, and a vast, fierce conflagration of white flame suddenly bloomed in the middle of the boundless swarm of nightmare butterflies. Many of them were immediately turned to ash or torn apart, causing a rain of burning flesh to fall to the ground. That was not the end of it, though. Following the first, another explosion roared almost immediately, and suddenly the darkness of the night was chased away. The vast cloud of great monsters was illuminated from within, as if a star had been born among them. Then the fire spread, carried by the wind as it jumped from one butterfly to another, incinerating their wings. It was as if a tidal wave of fire was spreading across the burning heavens. Finally, Nephis was inside the swarm. The blessing moved, its blade turning into a radiant ray of pure light that spanned thousands of meters in length. It sliced apart a dozen ghastly abominations, their fetid blood evaporating as soon as it touched the radiant blade. This kind of battle was the kind of battle where Nephis could truly shine. She had sacrificed 4 of her 7 corps to get their expedition this far into the desert. But now that scores of great abominations were dying to her flame, a tidal wave of soul fragments flowed into her soul. New soul cores were going to be formed from those fragments soon, and when they did, she would be able to destroy them again by burning her soul cores to ash. Nephis would be able to slay even more nightmare creatures, which in turn would provide her with more soul fragments. As long as she endured the harrowing pain of her flaw and the harrowing agony of another soul core being formed within her soul, and as long as she wasn't killed in one blow by one of the innumerable nightmare butterflies, she would be able to continue in the same way, like a true titan battling a vast swarm of lesser creatures. Sadly, the swarm of nightmare butterflies was too great and too terrifying even for her to handle alone, but she wasn't alone. Nephis moved in the sky ahead and to the left of the slowly rising chainbreaker, ahead and to the right of the graceful vessel. Meanwhile, a titanic moth whose wings spanned several kilometers was moving toward the falling cloud of giant butterflies. Each of the great abominations was at least 100 meters in size, their wings blotting out the stars, but the shadow of the spirit of doubt easily dwarfed them with its sheer mass. The puppeteer was not that outstanding when it came to physical violence and direct combat. However, that was only in comparison to the cursed ones against great nightmare creatures. The gigantic shade was a natural disaster. Seconds before the looming figure of the titanic moth dove into the expanding cloud of nightmare butterflies, innumerable threads of black silk suddenly shot outward from its body, piercing the abominations and shredding their wings. In the next moment, a cataclysmic clash thundered like the roar of an inconceivable storm, raising a hurricane so powerful that it reshaped the sea of dunes below. But even then, it was not enough. With Nephis moving like a storm of flame within the swarm and the puppeteer engaging its expanse in ferocious combat, too many nightmare butterflies were still making it past them. They were already moving toward the chain breaker, where Saint stood alone, holding the steering oars with her alabaster hands. That was when Slayer finally entered the battle. Standing there on the sand, the tenebrous lioness let out a low growl. Then it took a step forward, the billowing mantle of gray smoke moving around her. With each step, the form of the lioness changed, growing vague and uncertain. Then it became obscured by the fog completely. And then something gargantuan and terrifying moved inside the fog. A towering foot that ended with razor-sharp claws descended upon the sand, making the ground quake. Then another, a reptilian body covered in obsidian scales, was slowly revealed, great black wings opening to encompass the heavens. Atop a long neck, bestial head was crowned by twin ridges of twisting horns. Two enormous eyes were narrowed like slits, their vertical pupils burning with chilling malice. A long tail whipped in the air, obliterating a towering dune. It was a dragon, a great obsidian dragon surrounded by the tattered mantle of ghostly smoke, raised its head to the sky and opened its maw, revealing 2 rows of terrifying fangs. Its thunderous, deafening roar made the winds themselves falter and die. Raising a hurricane with a single flap of her wings, Slayer rose into the sky. She rose like a dark tide, rapidly catching up with the chainbreaker. And before the nightmare butterflies reached it, a great torrent of lightless black flame poured out of her maw, engulfing them all and leaving no trace of their profane existence. Chapter 29:11, Mind Killer. While Nephis, Slayer, and the puppeteer engaged the nightmare swarm in the vast darkness of the sky, Sunny faced the deathless sovereign, Azarax, in the heart of hell. The blade of the soul serpent endured the devastating blow of the cursed tyrant's fearsome glass axe, but just barely. The world itself seemed to crumble from the harrowing force of that blow, and the dunes around them collapsed, shattered by the violent shockwave. The hurricane wind raised countless tons of sand into the air, obscuring the sky just like the vast swarm of the nightmare butterflies obscured the cold, distant stars. It was as if a great sandstorm had suddenly descended upon Ariel's hell, veiling the world. Sunny, who had been caught in the epicenter of the cataclysmic impact, was thrown back by the ferocious blow. Damn! He had made himself as heavy as a mountain, but even so, his body shot through the air like a bullet. The moment he hit the sand, another impact thundered, making the desert quake. The pauldron of his jade armor cracked, but his tenacious bones endured. He was still rolling across the sand when Slayer clashed with the terrifying swarm of great monsters. Struggling to stand up, Sonny briefly allowed himself to look up, careful not to let his gaze wander too high, where the seventh seed rested atop the Great Pyramid. Watching the malevolent obsidian dragons slaughter the nightmare butterflies, he felt indignant for a moment. When the hell did she manage to kill a dragon? Slayer's transformation ability allowed her to assume the forms of all beasts she had killed, which meant that once upon a time, she had hunted down and killed a dragon. Kai had competition now. Then again, this was Slayer he was talking about. In hindsight, it would have been stranger if she had not killed a dragon or two. Still, how come I'm the only one who has never slain a dragon? What's up with that? That's not... Before Sonny could finish the thought, he felt a cold. He ducked without even thinking about it, and a split second later, the blade of an axe flashed through the space where his neck had been. Azarax was already looming above him, his vague figure towering like a black cliff in the fierce sandstorm. Having failed to behead Sonny, he struck him in the chest with the butt of the great axe in the same motion. The vicious force of that blow made Sonny groan and stagger back. But a split second later, the blade of the axe was already flying at his head. All he could do was retreat and defend himself, his bones groaning as the impenetrable carapace of the jade mantle cracked and slowly crumbled from the terrifying force of the impacts. What the hell? There was just no way to defeat Azarax in combat. He was simply too strong, having been turned into a walking calamity by a profane combination of his aspect and thousands of years spent waging war. Even augmented by all his shadows, Sonny was weaker than the deathless sovereign. Even empowered by all the shades of his domain, he could not overcome his tyrannical will. Even while using the shadow dance, he could not contend against thousands of years of battle experience that Azarax had accumulated over his long life of unceasing conquest and slaughter. And if Sonny failed to hold him back, the monstrous demigod would easily split the chain breaker in two with one swipe of his terrifying battle axe. No distance would stop him from delivering the blow, and the nightmare butterflies would not stop him either. That was something Sonny knew in his heart, without needing any proof. Luckily, holding the deathless sovereign back was all Sonny had to do. Defeating him would doubtlessly feel great, but alas, there was no time or opportunity for that. Damn bastard. Sonny finally managed to evade a lethal blow swiftly enough to leap back and create a little bit of distance between himself and Azarax. The towering Deathless straightened, turning the eerie gaze of his empty eye sockets to Sonny, and took a step in his direction. At the same time, his will attacked the world around them with vicious intensity, mangling the space to prevent Sonny from escaping and help Azarax reach him in one step. Sonny naturally used his own will to prevent that from happening, or at least slow the ancient tyrant down. He took a step back. Then he took another. Azarax was almost upon him by then, his army of undead warriors following them through the sandstorm. Sonny gritted his teeth and took a third step. At the same time, he began to summon one of the few shades that remained in his soul sea unscathed. A fourth step. One of Sonny's incarnations separated from him and disappeared into the sandstorm. The fifth step, Azarax lunged forward, breaching the remaining distance between them with impossible speed. The sixth step, the fearsome battle axe soared into the air, ready to plunge down and split Sonny from head to toe. The seventh step, Sonny stopped. "Hey, bastard!" He raised his serpentine odachi as if ready to defend himself again. "Look behind you!" And it was then that Azarax stumbled. The deathless sovereign came to a halt, his shoulders trembling faintly. The darkness nestling in his empty eye sockets moved, and he turned to look back slowly, as if overcome by a sudden inescapable fear. And there, half obscured by the raging sandstorm, a colossal tree towered above him, its branches stretching far and wide. Its bark was black as onyx, while its beautiful leaves were even darker than that. Darker than the velvet expanse of the night sky. Dark as the starless void above the forgotten shore. That was the shade of the soul devourer, of course, the shadow of the corrupted sacred tree that Sonny had burned to ash once, and which usually remained in the peaceful darkness of his lightless soul. Its branches swaying lightly above the courtyard of the nameless temple, the soul-devouring tree had been a fallen terror when Sonny destroyed it. Fallen terror, was not something that could seriously threaten a supreme. Of course, especially a supreme like Azarax, the plague of steel. But the memory of spending thousands of years nailed to a sacred tree, powerless, defeated, unable to escape, that was enough to rattle him. That was enough to shake his uncompromising, tyrannical will. To put a crack into it, however, briefly. The Soul Devourer was not just any shade, it was the shadow of what Azarax dreaded most, even if he was not willing to admit it. It was his own personal nightmare. And the deathless sovereign was forced to face that terrifying nightmare in the shadow of the tomb of Ariel, the great pyramid that the demon of dread built in the heart of the hell he had created, where all nightmares were born. If that was not enough to give Azarax pause, Sonny did not know what was. Giving him pause was not the extent of what Sonny wanted to do, of course. What he wanted to do was buy himself time. So, while Azarax was briefly frozen in place by the ominous visage of the soul-devouring tree, Sonny stepped into the shadows and appeared near it, using all 6 of his remaining incarnations to wrap it into his dark embrace. Suddenly, the Soul Devourer was empowered and augmented by 6 supreme avatars of the Lord of Shadows, of the Sovereign of Death. Its branches swayed lightly, a myriad of beautiful black leaves rustling quietly, yet drowning out the deafening howling of the wind, and then myriad chains forged from shadows and infused with supreme essence shot from the colossal figure of the soul-devouring tree. The Death Tree, flying toward Azarax and his deathless warriors. The ancient tyrant finally shook off his paralysis, moving to evade the chains, flying at him. But it was too late. They bound him like hungry snakes and dragged him toward the trunk of the Soul Devourer, just as his deathless warriors were being bound and hung from its vast branches. Soon, thousands of blackened skeletons were hanging from the branches of the death tree like macabre fruit, straining hopelessly to break free. Their jaws were hanging open, as if open in silent screams. The black leaves of the terrifying death tree swayed like an ocean of rustling darkness. Chapter 2112, Next Worst Option. The monarch of the cursed warriors, the deathless sovereign himself, was bound to the death tree's colossal trunk, wrapped in myriad chains. His struggles were the most furious, the chains snapping and shattering as more and more of them were manifested from the deep darkness at the roots of the Soul Devourer to replace them. The eerie shade was already working its vile magic, poisoning the minds of the deathless. However, even augmented by 6 incarnations of its master, it could not handle the boundless will of Azarax, the plague of steel. Unseen, his will crashed into the trunk of the colossal tree, aiming to break and shatter it. Of course, what it collided with instead was Sonny's own will, which protected the Soul Devourer like an invisible aegis. Driven mad by the call of nightmare, straining to contain all the deathless and their ruler with the help of shadow manifestation, and resisting the will of the ancient tyrant, he could not help but let out a silent wail of mental anguish. Just stay still for a bit more. Of course, Azarax was not going to heed his command. The deathless sovereign strained against his chains, gnashing his teeth in boundless fury. More and more of those chains snapped, allowing him to move a little. At first, he could only move his skull. So, Azarax bit into the chains, shattering them with his black teeth. Then, he slammed the back of his head into the trunk of the Soul Devourer, making the entire tree shudder. Deep cracks appeared on the bark of the colossal shade, gray fog flowing out of them like sap. Can't hold much longer. Azarax struck the death tree several more times, cracking its trunk while at the same time shattering his own helmet. Then he managed to free one of his arms. When that happened, Sonny realized that his time had run out. Crap, nevertheless, the Soul Devourer had served its purpose well. It stalled the deathless sovereign, while at the same time binding his undead warriors. Sonny escaped the shade of the death tree just before Azarax called upon his axe. The fearsome weapon flew through the air, spinning, and landed into his hand. A moment later, the glass blade flashed, and the remaining chains that bound him shattered. The ancient tyrant fell, landing on the sand with a resounding boom. As the sand that was thrown into the air by his landing was carried away by the wind, Sonny and Azarax found themselves facing each other, separated by no more than 100 meters. The terrifying conqueror of the ancient past gazed at Sunny with mad, boundless fury boiling in the depths of his empty eye sockets. Sunny, meanwhile, remained expressionless. He inhaled deeply. That should be enough time, I think. And as soon as he spoke it, before Azarax could lunge at him, the empty space behind him was suddenly not empty anymore. Instead, there was a magnificent black temple there, its towering pillars supporting the ancient black edifice. The temple, that was almost as old as existence itself, built at the time the dream god had not yet become the forgotten god. The nameless temple. Not long before, the seventh incarnation of Sunny summoned the shade of the soul devourer behind Azarax. Then, he closed his eyes and delved into his soul sea, walking up the steps of the replica of the nameless temple to enter its great hall. Using the replica to connect to his citadel, Sunny then flooded it with his essence and summoned it to his side, bringing it to the heart of Ariel's hell from the eternal darkness of the forgotten shore. That incarnation was inside the nameless temple now, rushing to its underground part, where two items were contained within expansive runic circles, each emanating a chillingly malevolent aura. His target was one of those items. Azarax finally lunged forward, but he never reached Sunny. Instead, it was as if he struck an invisible wall. The fearsome great axe froze in the air, and the ancient tyrant himself staggered. He glanced up, a hint of wariness finding its way into his empty eyes, and then his towering figure soared into the air as if something enormous had grasped him and raised him up. That was the invisible guardian of the nameless temple, the last of them, and the only one that remained. Sunny still did not know anything about the nature of that being, including the true limits of its power. What he did know, however, was that it had existed from the dawn of time, having served the gods themselves once during Sunny's first nightmare. The guardian allowed him entry into the nameless temple because of the mark of divinity etched into his soul because it recognized the familiar scent of the gods upon him. It was for the same reason that it allowed the Mountain King inside, as well, because the soul of the Holy King who was corrupted by the worm of doubt thousands of years ago, the chrysalis of the puppeteer, had been infused with the flame of divinity too. Once Azarax, however, had nothing to do with the gods despite being a supreme being of immense power. If anything, he had actively antagonized the gods and all that was of them, deeming himself more worthy to sit on the throne of divinity than they. The invisible guardian served Sunny now anyway, so if Sunny wanted it to stall Azarax, it would do so without fail. The figure of Azarax was rising higher and higher, having long soared higher than the roof of the nameless temple. His indestructible glass armor was cracking and crumbling, sharp shards raining down like falling stars. Deep inside the transparent helmet, a thin fracture appeared on the black skull. Then, something flashed in the ancient tyrant's empty eye sockets, and he suddenly brandished his fearsome axe. There was a gust of hurricane wind, and the sandstorm was parted, revealing the ghastly battle between Nephis and the vast swarm of nightmare butterflies high above them. The sky was on fire, having turned into a blinding inferno of white flames. Suddenly free, Azarax fell to the ground and landed on one knee, using the great axe to support himself. Still motionless, Sunny pursed his lips. "You just refuse to give up, do you now?" Azarax glared at him, his killing intent potent enough to extinguish the life of lesser adversaries, and rose to his feet. It did not matter much, though, because at that moment, another avatar of Sunny walked between the pillars of the nameless temple, carrying something in his hands. He descended the black steps, stopped near Sunny, and carefully placed the item on the sand in front of him. Now there was something between Sunny and Azarax, something that could stall the deathless sovereign for a long while, or perhaps even destroy him completely. Something that Sunny was very reluctant to use but could not help but use now. The unsure way to deal with Azarax he had come up with. It was an old, intricately built dollhouse. The dollhouse he had taken from the Jade Palace and sealed in the underground hall of the nameless temple, deeming it too dangerous to be left in a city as populous as Ravenheart, or any city where mundane humans lived, for that matter. Sunny sighed. "Look what you made me do." He had been contemplating a way to deal with Azarax for a long while now. Sadly, the ancient tyrant was both immensely powerful and immortal, so there were not a lot of tricks that could help Sunny get rid of him. Initially, he had hoped to set the Wandering Archon on Azarax, who was better suited to deal with the deathless sovereign than a deathless spirit after all. However, the most likely reason Sunny would have needed to deal with Azarax was the curse of Shadow God. If the ancient tyrant lost himself to the curse, fully becoming one of the deathless, he would cease to be an ally and turn into a terrible threat. But that would also mean that the Archon and Azarax would be united in their impulse to destroy the invaders of the Hell of Ariel. If Sunny summoned the deathless spirit, they would attack him together, instead of turning on each other, which would constitute a suboptimal result. So, this was the next best option, or rather the next worst option. As Azarax lunged at him from a distance, Sunny smiled darkly. "I would tell you to go to hell, but, you know, we are already here. So just go. Screw yourself, bastard. Meet the original Ash Tyrant." With that, he raised the serpent, poured all his will into its blade, and brought it down on the dollhouse, severing it in half. Suddenly his hair stood on end and a cold chill crept up his spine. The cursed tyrant was being set free to fight a cursed tyrant. That was quite ironic, actually. Unwilling to stay and see what would happen next, Sunny did something that he had never attempted before. He strained his soul and pulled the nameless temple into it, replacing the replica of the ancient citadel that stood in his soul sea with the real thing. Then he stepped into the shadows and fled without ever looking back. The last thing he heard before, disappearing from the vast expanse of white dunes, was an eerie, chilling sound that made every bone in his body tremble and every fiber of his being scream. Something told him that not looking back was a very wise and prudent decision on his part. Have fun, Azarax. The next moment, Sunny stepped out of the shadows onto the deck of the Chainbreaker. Chapter 2913, Nightmare Swarm. Somewhere far below, Azarax was engaged in a battle against the Ash Tyrant and two Ash Beasts, the ones Sunny, Kai, and Slayer had once replaced inside Ariel's game, and whom Satian cleverly imprisoned in the dollhouse. Naturally, releasing at least one cursed nightmare creature into the world was nothing to be happy about. That said, there were no human settlements in Ariel's hell or anywhere near it, and even a cursed tyrant would find it difficult to escape the harrowing sea of white dunes. So, Sunny allowed himself to feel a hint of vindictive joy. His body was still in terrible pain after the short clash with the deathless sovereign, so he hoped that the bastard would feel some pain in his bones as well. Still kneeling on the deck of the Chainbreaker, Sunny gritted his teeth and pushed away the maddening litany of the call. Then he tied the strip of white fabric Nephis had given him around his eyes, and only then stood up to evaluate the situation. It was difficult to understand what was happening around him from the chaotic movement of shadows, but Sunny managed to get the general picture. Damnation. The Chainbreaker was like a tiny island of purity in a vast and terrifying ocean of horrors, besieged from all sides and only a small mistake away from being destroyed at any given moment. The flying vessel was within the ghastly swarm of nightmare butterflies by now, ascending slowly. Saint had put its bottom parallel to the dark slope of the tomb of Ariel, no more than a few meters left between the two, so that it was protected at least from one side. It was as if the Chainbreaker was sailing on the endless, perfectly flat surface on black stone. As if it was sailing across a sea of nightmares. The giant nightmare butterflies swarmed all around it but were kept at bay, for now, by the three defenders of the flying vessel. Nephis, the puppeteer, and Slayer were engaged in fierce battle against the swarm of great abominations, each straining to defend 1/3 of the black sky. The sky where Nephis fought was a sea of white flames, the blinding light of the blessing breaking through the dark, swarming mass of horrid abominations from time to time. She was killing enough of them to rebuild her soul cores, but was going all out, burning and detonating the newly formed cores as soon as they were born, to kill more nightmare butterflies and repeat the process. The pain and agony of it all had to be ghastly, and she was struggling against the call at the same time. Sunny's heart was bleeding for her, but at the same time, The unimaginable scale of devastation she had unleashed was both traumatic and radiant. It seemed far beyond what a demigod was meant to be capable of, encroaching upon the authority of the divine. Watching her was like watching a goddess descend into hell to visit heavenly punishment upon the fiends who dwelled there, a stunning and awesome sight to behold. The moment, though, Sonny was more interested in the other two defenders of the chain breaker, for no other reason than that they belonged to him and therefore made him stronger with each great abomination they slayed. In the sky where the puppeteer fought, there was a vast and dreadful hurricane of billowing black silk. The titanic moth moved through the swarm, piercing and slicing the nightmare butterflies apart with its black threads. The puppeteer was also defending itself with the silk, while at the same time using its superior size and strength to rend the abominations apart. Sadly, its colossal size was both an advantage and a disadvantage in this fight. It allowed the great black moth to dominate the sky, yes, but it also made it easier for the nightmare butterflies to attack it gruesome rifts, its titanic silhouette shrouded in vast trails of ghostly fog. The puppeteer would be destroyed soon. It was not destroyed yet, though, and its sheer size prevented most of the abominations from reaching the chain breaker. In the sky where Slayer fought in her draconic form, slaughter and malevolence reigned. The black dragon moved among the nightmare butterflies that lunged at her, tearing at her obsidian scales, ripping them apart with her talons, her terrifying maw, and breaking their wings with her long and powerful tail. From time to time, torrents of lightless black flame escaped her maw with a dreadful roar, annihilating the great abominations. That flame was not really fire, but something else, something different, cold, but just as merciless and devastating. It had an insidious quality to it, biting into the flesh of the abominations, sapping them of life, and seemingly feeding on it, spreading until its prey shriveled and disintegrated into black dust. Slayer had entered this fight, already battered and wounded, and now she was even closer to being destroyed, however. That did not lessen her cold malice and bloodlust, and only made them more intense instead. It was as if the closer to true death she was, the more fearsome and ferocious she became. Just like she had been in the Shadow Realm, when she battled Sonny on the enormous shadow of condemnation. All three of the defenders of the Chainbreaker were astoundingly fearsome. But still, their fearsome strength was not enough, not nearly enough. The nightmare butterflies were already getting past them. Diving toward the Chainbreaker, Saint had managed to evade them, for now, by steering the flying ship with steady precision, but she would not be able to keep it up much longer, because there were more and more abominations around her, and less space for her to maneuver. Luckily, Sonny was here now. Saint. His battered figure separated into 7 identical copies. One replaced Saint at the steering oars, while the other 6 prepared themselves for battle. At the same time, Sonny inhaled deeply and summoned the shades. The shades of the nightmare butterfly slayer and the puppeteer had already slayed. They belonged to him now, after all, just as another abomination dove toward the Chainbreaker. Dozens of them, hundreds, perhaps, escaped from his shadow like a dark tide. They instantly tore the great monster apart and spread around the Chainbreaker, circling it like a tenebrous shield. Not bad for the start. That was the horror of the Shadow Legion. Everything Sonny or his servants killed became a part of it, and therefore, the longer a battle lasted, the stronger his army became. In theory, at least, 100 or even 1,000 nightmare butterfly shades were not going to survive against millions of them, naturally. But they could at least buy the Chainbreaker a chance to make it inside the tomb of Ariel and reach the great river. So, Sonny had to endure the debilitating, harrowing cacophony of the call and concentrate on increasing the number of these eerie shades as quickly as possible. Saint had already crossed the sharply inclined deck and reached the tip of the flying vessel, summoning a bow as her cold gaze turned forward. With her long hair whipping in the wind, she raised her fearsome black bow and drew its string, taking aim at the nearest abomination. A black arrow struck the great monster in the head, and its entire giant body exploded into a cloud of viscera and black haze. Good idea. Steering the Chainbreaker, Sonny sent his 6 incarnations into battle. 2 summoned bows of their own, while 4 manifested wings with black, glistening feathers. Out of those 4, 2 manifested long spears and soared into the air, joining the nightmare butterfly shades that protected the flying ship. 2 more flew toward where Slayer was fighting deep within the swarm, 1 to augment her, 1 to fight by her side. Finally, Sunny commanded Serpent to assume the shape of the King of Swords and take position near the main mast of the chain-breaker, where the sacred tree grew from the wooden deck, to defend it with the dark swords it was able to control in that form. Now, we just need to hold fast. The question was, would they be able to? With each moment, the chain-breaker was traveling higher across the endless black expanse of the tomb of Ariel. And each moment, it was moving deeper into the apocalyptic swarm of the nightmare butterflies. Only a small portion of them had swarmed out of the Great Pyramid, but even that amount was enough to wash over entire realms and obliterate them completely. One great abomination used to be a mythical threat, terrifying enough to eradicate all life on a populous continent. Thousands of them? Millions? The horror hidden inside the tomb of Ariel could wash and destroy not just any realm, but the dream realm itself. The dream realm, the waking world, and all of existence. Sunny and Nephis had been able to protect the chain-breakers so far, not because they were strong enough to contend against the vast cloud of the great abominations. It was simply because, so far, the chain-breaker had been flying through the outer edges of the descending swarm, once the nightmare butterflies were upon them properly. Sunny froze for a moment, and then forced himself to continue fighting, pushing away the chilling feeling of despair that had crawled into his heart. What he was not able to push away, however, was the call, and the utter animalistic horror that was slowly washing away his reason. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Chapter 29:14. Dark Ascent. The horror he felt was not something that could be overcome by courage, bravery, or even by having a depth of experience facing harrowing things. Not even by being one of those things yourself, because its source was not something that had a rational reason or could be overcome to begin with. Instead, it was simply a natural reaction of a lesser being who found itself in the presence of the forgotten god, of Nightmare God, the god of corruption, the dreaming herald of the void. Even if what they were approaching was not the forgotten god himself, but merely the seat of nightmare where he was imprisoned, lulled to slumber by the spell, their spirits simply could not resist being horrified. It was a fear that came not from their minds, bodies, or even souls. Instead, it was a fear that was born from the very essence of their beings, like an instinctual response that could not be controlled consciously. And it was growing more and more devastating, the closer to the 7th seed they came. Sunny's hands trembled, making him miss a shot. Curses. He froze momentarily, overwhelmed by bestial panic. Then, with a groan, he forced himself to draw the bow again. The call. The 7th seed, the nightmare butterflies, come get me, damn it! I'll kill you all! In the depths of his half-broken, dazed state, Sunny fell back on something that had never failed him before. Spite. He was full of spiteful anger. The harder the world hit him, the angrier he was, the more he wanted to strike back. To make the world hurt, just as much as it hurt him, no more. 100 times more. So, that was what Sunny did. His groan turned into a growl. Grinding his teeth, he channeled his animalistic fear into wrath and aggression. Driven into a frenzy by the call, he made the nightmare butterflies a target of his frenzy instead of the seeds. Die, you bastards. Far away, one of his incarnations took Slayer into his dark embrace and joined her in the merciless, malevolent slaughter. Another avatar flew side by side with the abyssal black dragon, defending her from the nightmare butterflies that aimed to tear her apart. On the deck of the chainbreaker, an avatar was deftly steering the ship. His eyes were still covered by the blindfold, but he managed just fine by relying on shadow sense. 4 other incarnations were fighting to protect the ship. 2 of them joined Saint as bowmen, while 2 more led the shades of the nightmare butterflies in the battle against their abominable kin. The higher the flying ship climbed, the more of the great nightmare creatures broke through the barrier of the 3 defenders, Nephis, Slayer, and the puppeteer. And the more those 3 defenders suffered as well. How much longer? Sunny could not see how far they had risen, and was too afraid to extend his shadow sense upward to find the 4 titanic scars left on the surface of the tomb of Ariel by the claws of some unknown unholy creature. But he knew that if they didn't reach those marks soon, they were going to die. The more nightmare butterflies he and those who served him killed, the more shades of those eerie creatures he could summon, and those shades, in turn, could kill more of their terrifying kind and conscript them in the Shadow Legion. That was how it was supposed to work, in theory at least, creating a vicious cycle. And it had worked, indeed, for a short while, but as the chain breaker dove into the depths of the terrifying swarm, things began to change. At first, there were simply more nightmare butterflies reaching Sunny and his shades. Sunny and Saint shot them out of the sky, while his 2 winged incarnations sliced those who survived apart, cutting through the hurricane winds raised by countless enormous wings beating chaotically. His shades tore apart the few that had gotten past him. None reached the chain breaker. However, as the density of the ghastly swarm increased and the 3 vanguards of the flying ship sustained more damage, the situation turned. The arrows Sunny and Saint sent into the swarm were like a drop in the ocean. His winged incarnations were drowning in a torrent of the great abominations, while his shades began to suffer casualties as well, because their kin fought back. He lost a few shades at first, then more. And then, slowly, he began to lose the shadow butterflies faster than new shades were being added to the Shadow Legion. By then, his winged incarnations were not eradicating the nightmare butterflies who had gotten through the 3 defenders. They were trying to survive in the flood of them instead. The first layer of defense around the chain breaker became ineffectual. The second was insufficient, and the third was barely holding on. It was only a matter of time before the first of the nightmare butterflies crashed into the chain breaker, leaving deep grooves on its wooden hull. Damn it! Sunny discarded his bow and jumped overboard, landing on the wing of the eerie creature. It took him no more than a second to slide down to its body and behead the eerie creature. But by then, another abomination was already plummeting onto the deck. That one was severed into 9 equal parts by the 7 black swords controlled by Serpent. But there were already more on the way. From that point forward, the battle against the swarm of nightmare butterflies turned from simply terrifying to desperate. And the call was growing louder. Sunny groaned, covering his ears. That cost him dearly. Far away, an incarnation of him that was fighting side by side with Slayer was a moment too slow to dodge a scythe-like limb of a nightmare butterfly. It struck him in the chest, where the jade-like metal of the mantle had already been damaged by Azarax. The armor held just barely, but the impact was terrifying enough to damage his internal organs. A little they were altered and improved by flesh weave, after all. But he was also tossed into the air and lost control of his flight as a result, failing to protect himself from another abomination. And when that one struck him, the mantle failed to stop the blow. The ghastly proboscis of the nightmare butterfly, a long, hollow, needle-like trunk that served them as mouths, pierced Sunny's chest and exited from his back, impaling him like a pinned insect. The damage was nearly fatal, or at least would have been to someone without a lineage. Even the tenacious nature of the weave, however, could not contend against the ghastly damage Sunny had received. His indestructible ribs were cracked and bent out of position. His lungs were completely destroyed. His heart was torn apart, and his spine was severely damaged. With blood streaming from his mouth, Sunny gritted his teeth and severed the proboscis, falling away from the reeling nightmare butterfly. The pain was manageable. The damage he sustained, however, was not. He had no choice but to push his mangled body towards Slayer and turn into a shadow, wrapping his mutilated incarnation around her. That was all that avatar of him could do now, unless he wanted to lose it. The other defenders of the Chainbreaker were not doing much better. Slayer was just as full of murderous malice as always, but her draconic body was now almost entirely shrouded in ghostly smoke that trailed from countless wounds on it. She had lost one of her eyes, and many fangs in her merciless maw had shattered. One of her mighty legs was viciously broken, black bones protruding from the shredded flesh, her fearsome claws hanging limp. Now that broken limb was nothing but a useless burden that slowed her down. Twisting her body, Slayer bit into the uselessly dangling limb and tore it off in one vicious movement, burning it to ash before continuing the battle. Far away, the puppeteer was riddled with terrifying wounds, several nightmare butterflies crawling on his body, ripping those wounds wide open and delivering new ones. One of its wings was damaged, while the other was on the verge of being torn off. The storm of black silk that used to protect it was tattered and torn as well, the abominations gnawing on the ethereal strings like locusts, and Nephis had eradicated more of the nightmare butterflies than the rest of the defenders of the Chainbreaker combined, serving as the snowpiercer of their small aerial fleet. But it was not because she was overwhelmingly more powerful than the great abominations. She was of the same rank, after all, which meant that just like she could easily wound and destroy them, so could they wound and destroy her. Nephis could heal most of the wounds the butterflies dealt her, but if she was killed in one blow, no amount of white flame was going to save her. So, even if killing her instantly was a difficult task, she was only one mistake away from being destroyed. And when there were countless great abominations around her, each capable of ending her with one lucky strike, making a mistake was far too easy. Worse, she was also being driven mad by the call, just like Sunny. Her spirit was in the throes of primal fear just like his, and on top of that she had to endure the harrowing pain of her soul being burned to cinders and restored from the ash anew, torn apart and mended by flame over and over again without a single moment of respite. All that crushing torment was more than enough to burn away anyone's mind and break them, or change them into something new and unrecognizable, something awesome and unstoppable. Nephis had not been stopped yet, but she was not unstoppable either. Even as she burned a path to the top of the pyramid, her melodious voice thundering the names of flame and destruction from the burning sky, her essence was swiftly dwindling. She had been able to replenish it swiftly at first by destroying her soul cores, but soon enough, even that stopped being enough to make up for the essence she was spending to destroy the nightmare butterflies. Nephis was approaching the state of complete essence exhaustion, and if she did, even her dormant ability would fall into a slumber, prohibiting her from mending the horrible wounds dealt to her by the endless abominations and by her own fiery aspect. That moment was approaching swiftly. Chapter 29:15. Dying of the Light Arg. Sunny staggered, his mind reeling from the profane triumvirate of terror, pain, and the call. The oars of the Chainbreaker almost got away from him, but he managed to grasp them tightly at the last moment and steer the ship away from the falling corpse of a nightmare butterfly. A moment later, something dark and bloody struck one of the masts, shattering it, and was sent crashing into the deck. The thing rolled, leaving a bloody trail behind it, and came to a stop with a pained groan. That thing was Sunny as well, one of his two-winged incarnations that had been protecting the ship in the air. The blood left on the splintered wood moved like a living being, flowing back into his broken body. But it was of little use, since he had been hurt too severely. His wings had been destroyed, and his body was torn and mangled under the crumbling jade armor. He strained to stand up, but then toppled back to the deck with a stifled hiss. At least one of his arms seemed to be viciously broken, splinters of white bone protruding through torn skin. So leaning on it had been a mistake. Raising his bloodied face to give the incarnations piloting the Chainbreaker a grim look, Sunny allowed his battered avatar to collapse into a shadow and moved to wrap Saint into his dark embrace. That's 2 down, 5 to go. Things were not looking good for Sunny and Nephis. The Chainbreaker must have already climbed very far up, the endless flat expanse of the Great Pyramid's slope, far enough for him not to sense the echoes of the ferocious battle between Azarax and the Ash Tyrant, at least. But he could not sense the entrance to the interior of the Tomb of Ariel still, and he was not sure that they would continue fighting their way through the dreadful swarm of nightmare butterflies for much longer. Far away, deep in the dark storm front of great abominations, the puppeteer was on the verge of being vanquished. The great moth's wings were so torn that it could barely keep itself in the air, and its movements were turning sluggish. It tried to keep the nightmare butterflies from coming close, but it was of no use. More and more of them were landing on the puppeteer's titanic body, covering it like a ghastly, undulating carpet. The abominations were sinking their scythe-like legs into the sacred shade, rending it apart bit by bit. Two of its legs had already been torn off, and now one of the nightmare butterflies landed on its enormous compound eye, piercing the glittering onyx surface with a monstrous proboscis. The strings of black silk were dancing chaotically, unable to catch their prey anymore. In the distance, Slayer was in a similar condition. Her missing eye and shattered fangs only made her look more furious. But even if her murderous rage and chillingly cold killing intent had not abated one bit, only growing fiercer as time went by, she was slowly beginning to succumb to her wounds. Even as dozens of nightmare butterflies continued to fall prey to the stunning, malevolent obsidian dragon, the dragon was losing a piece of herself with each adversary she killed. Far above, Neph's blinding radiance was now completely obscured by the rustling mass of winged horrors, as if she had been swallowed by the swarm. Only a rare ray of radiant white light managed to through the impenetrable wall of monstrous butterflies, showing Sunny that she was still alive and fighting to clear. In fact, he felt like he was ready to collapse. Serpent, protect that tree. The golden fruits of the sacred tree were already rolling on the deck. The chain breaker was climbing at a steep incline, so they all ended up near where Sunny was controlling the ship, feeling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. All he could taste on his tongue was blood, though. Not because he was bleeding, but because his vanquished incarnations had been drowning in blood seconds before turning into intangible shadows. The chain breaker had already sustained damage as well. Sunny had been using manifested shadows to operate the mighty siege engines installed on its deck. But most of those were gone now, torn from the deck and tossed overboard, or utterly broken by the very nightmare butterflies they were meant to bring down. The hull was not breached yet, but it was already covered in scars. Several sections of the deck were damaged severely enough to be on the verge of crumbling. One of the masts was broken now, and the rest. Sunny did not know how much longer they would last. He struggled against the overwhelming desire to tear the blindfold off his eyes and look ahead. But he knew that he couldn't. The bestial panic that had usurped his heart was telling him not to. Damn it! They were so close! They were almost there, but also infinitely far away. So far away that there seemed to be no hope of ever making it to their goal. This can't. Before Sunny could finish the thought, an ominous sensation briefly overwhelmed him. It was the familiar sensation of a shade being drawn back into the dark abyss of his soul, of a shade that was not supposed to fall so soon. No, not yet. But there was no point in denying the inevitable. Far away, the puppeteer finally succumbed to its wounds. One of its wings was damaged too severely, so it broke, failing to support the great weight of the sacred shade and the devastating maelstrom of hurricane winds. Then it was torn off completely, disappearing into the mass of nightmare butterflies. Having lost a wing, the puppeteer could not control its flight anymore, so it could not defend itself against the abominations either. In a matter of seconds, its body was riddled with innumerable wounds and torn open, releasing a vast billowing cloud of ghostly gray smoke into the lightless sky. Then, its silhouette grew indistinct, and it burst into a flood of darkness that washed over the heavens, flowing back into the vast and harrowing night. With the fall of the puppeteer, their defenses collapsed. A pillar of roaring white flame broke through the rustling mass of the nightmare swarm, preventing the abominations that the sacred shade had been holding back from descending upon the chainbreaker immediately. Nephis moved closer to the ship, attempting to challenge twice as many enemies as she had been before. But it was of little use. She couldn't contain them all. This is bad. Sunny and his shadow butterflies were suddenly faced with many times more great abominations than they had already been struggling to keep away. The shades were being eviscerated at a frightening pace now, far faster than new shades were flowing into his soul. The two incarnations of Sunny who had been firing arrows from the deck of the flying ship took to the sky as well. But even their presence was not enough to change the outcome. The defensive barrier around the chain breaker was dwindling and growing weaker with each moment. More and more great abominations made it to the flying ship, and even if Saint and Serpent slaughtered them promptly, the damage dealt to the graceful vessel slowly mounted in the distance. Slayer was on the verge of being destroyed. Her obsidian scales were broken, and a torrent of ghostly smoke flowed out of her lethal maw instead of the merciless black flame. That was because her throat was torn wide open. More smoke spilling from the horrid wound. She was still full of bloodlust and malice, ready and willing to continue the slaughter. But Sonny did not want to see her destroyed. So he had no choice but to grit his teeth and dismiss the malevolent shadow, sending her into the nurturing dark flames of his soul to be mended and restored. Rest well, Slayer? That left the avatars who had been augmenting Slayer alone in the depths of the nightmare swarm. Sonny attempted to make it back to the Chainbreaker by fusing the two incarnations into one. But in the end, he was a mangled wreck by the time he fell onto the fractured deck, shattered and broken so thoroughly that it seemed unnatural for him to still be alive. The agony of it all made the other incarnations tremble. These avatars, too, had to return to their natural state, the form of shadows, with both Slayer and Puppeteer gone, and the number of Sonny's incarnations still in the fight reduced to 4, the fate of the Chainbreaker was all but sealed. Even Nephis couldn't contain the harrowing swarm alone, and so it wasn't long before she crashed into the deck and fell to her knees, her radiant wings shrouding her graceful figure like a tattered white cloak. The brilliant radiance of her skin was now weak and dim, and Sonny could see awful wounds that littered her body closing slowly as she drew in a shaking breath and turned her gaze to him, much slower than they usually would. Her essence was all but exhausted. He tried to compose himself for a moment, pushed the pain that consumed his whole being down, and then rolled one of the golden fruits toward her. Sonny forced out a pale smile. Not that satisfying as far as last meals go, but I hear these things are delicious. Nephis studied him for a moment, then nodded, picked up the fruit, and bit into it. By the time she stood up, her wounds were noticeably smaller, and a white tunic had already formed around her body from the sparks of light. Above them, 3 incarnations of Sonny and the remaining shades were making their last stand. Serpent and Saint were still defending the deck, which was now littered with the towering, severed corpses of the nightmare butterflies. The sail that had been connected to the shattered mast was fluttering in the wind, torn and tattered. Nephis turned to the bow of the ship and leaned forward to keep balance on the inclined deck, resting one hand on the slick wood. She remained silent for a short moment, and then said in a hoarse, emotionless voice, "I see the breach." Chapter 29:16 Into the Breach. Sonny barely prevented himself from swaying, a feeble flame of hope igniting in his heart. His mind was screaming at him to let out a sigh of relief, but he knew better than to make that mistake. It was too early to feel relief, to allow himself a moment of respite from the draining burden of being ready for the worst. The treacherous relief people surrendered themselves to just before reaching safety had reaped countless lives. "Did you really find it?" "The breach," Nephis nodded. "Yes, we are close." She finished the golden fruit and reached for another. "I saw where the nightmare butterflies are spilling from. It's the second claw mark from the top. If they can leave the tomb from there, it means that we can enter." Sonny inhaled deeply. "So we found the entrance after all?" His thoughts were interrupted by Neph's even impassive voice. "They are still pouring out of the breach like a flood, and there would be far more of them inside the pyramid than there are outside. Do you understand what that means?" Holding the oars, Sonny nodded. "I do." It meant that the density of the nightmare swarm would be incomparably greater as they neared the breach, and that the last push would be the most perilous. Nephis exhaled slowly through gritted teeth. "Bring us to the breach. I will clear the way." Instead of answering, Sonny shuddered. Somewhere above them, another of his incarnations had become a shapeless mass of bleeding flesh. His right arm was torn off, and his right leg was severed below the knee. His armor was shattered, so the rest of his body was a gruesome sight to behold as well. The pain. He did not even feel that much of the pain anymore, because he had lost most of his mind to the call. Pain was meaningless in the face of the alluring, irresistible pull of the nightmare. And there was terror as well. "You'll need to guide me." Nephis nodded and raised her hand slowly, calling upon the blessing once more. "I will." Sonny raised his head, as if wanting to see himself being torn apart. Now, only 3 of his incarnations remained whole, one steering the Chainbreaker, two leading the dwindling number of shadow butterflies in the defense of the flying ship. He just needed to hold on a little bit longer. But he couldn't. His own power was simply not enough to resist the harrowing, endless sea of great abominations. The most effective tool for dealing with large amounts of enemies at his disposal was the curse. But even if he channeled his killing intent through it to poison the nightmare butterflies with his death will, they would not succumb to it quickly, or even at all. They were of equal rank to him, after all, and possessed their own will. In fact, the collective will of the nightmare swarm, its spirit, was far greater than his Sonny could recall the shadows he had left behind to defend those people who were precious to him. Nightmare, fiend. But even if he made that sacrifice, their powers were ill-suited for this aerial battle, and so they would fail to turn the tide. So, a different kind of sacrifice was needed. Sonny remained silent for a while, following Neff's instruction to steer the chain breaker toward one of the 4 titanic claw marks that marred the surface of the tomb of Ariel, then said quietly, "Serpent?" Saint was powerful, but her strength could not be expressed fully without solid ground beneath her feet. Serpent, meanwhile, excelled at adaptability and versatility. Serpent was versatility itself, really. Granted, Sonny did not command that many powerful shades that were adept at aerial combat. The best of them were the shades of the nightmare butterflies themselves, the obsidian wasps, the corrupted titan, defiled seeker of truth, and the winter beast who commanded winds and could turn an entire realm into a frigid hell, a titan who possessed incredible power, but was weak and fragile behind the terrifying shield of its lethal blizzard. Slow them down, Serpent. As soon as he said those words, a cold wind blew across the deck of the chainbreaker, and snowflakes glistened in the dark. An inconceivable, ghastly, eerily beautiful creature forged from black ice briefly revealed itself above the deck of the flying ship, its vast expanse blooming with myriad azure flowers. A moment later, it was hidden from view by a whirlwind of snow, rising slowly into the dark sky. Sonny bit his lip as he watched Serpent soar into the tenebrous depths of the nightmare swarm. The temperature dropped rapidly, and the howling of the winds changed its tone, turning far more chilling and vicious. The frigid winds assaulted the abominable butterflies, encasing their wings in a thin layer of ice. Near the heart of the unnatural blizzard, the temperature dropped to 0, the absolute 0, not the arbitrary state humans had assigned that number for the sake of convenience. Serpent moved away from Sonny and the shadow butterflies, unleashing the full fury of the winter beast's profane powers upon the terrifying swarm. Almost instantly, the pressure on the defenders of the flying ship diminished back in Antarctica. During the final battle of the siege of Falcon Scott, Sonny had failed to get anywhere near the heart of the blizzard, and therefore to the winter beast. But he had been merely ascended now. The nightmare butterflies were all great nightmare creatures and could wield the will more effectively than the winter beast could. A corrupted titan could be considered a more powerful creature when compared to a great beast, or even a monster, but when there were so many beasts and monsters around, it would inevitably be torn apart. Sonny just hoped that Serpent would remain whole long enough to allow the chainbreaker to enter the breach, and that he would be able to dismiss his loyal shadow before it was entirely destroyed. Hopefully, he would not be late. His heart was cold and heavy, but Sonny forbade himself from thinking about what would happen if he were. He was not afforded the luxury of second-guessing his decisions, and there was no time to look back. We are almost there. In the stark coldness of the frigid winds, Neff's voice rang like clear crystal. "Get ready!" Behind them, Serpent and its murderous blizzard were being assaulted by the nightmare swarm. The abominations there were weakened and debilitated, so only a few of them could still pursue the chainbreaker. In front of them, however, now Sonny could sense the flawlessly flat surface of the tomb of Ariel, torn and ravaged. There were 4 gargantuan deep canyons, marring the vast expanse of black stone. His goal was the depths of the 3rd one, from where the endless tide of nightmare butterflies was pouring into the world. And these butterflies were not only countless, but also untouched by the blizzard, as terrifying and strong as could be. "Hold tight!" Sonny sent a torrent of essence into the runic circle of the chain breaker and grabbed the oars tightly, prepared to make the last push. Above him, his two incarnations readied themselves to dive into the densest, most impenetrable part of the nightmare swarm. When they delved into the obliterating flood of great abominations, it was unlike anything Sonny had experienced before. He had known that it would be bad, but still underestimated the sheer vicious impossibility of the task. The shadow butterflies were wiped out almost in an instant. His incarnations held fast a little longer, but in a matter of moments, they were gruesomely savaged. As well, one barely escaped back to the deck of the chainbreaker. The other was so severely damaged that it could not even retreat. Abandoning her bow, Saint leaped into the air and grabbed the mangled remains of Sonny's avatar. He dismissed his corporeal form and wrapped his tattered shadow around her, dazed and blinded by the pain. Saint was left open in the air, and a moment later she already received a terrifying blow. A cloud of ruby dust spread around her and was instantly carried away by the winds. As Saint's wounded form plummeted back toward the flying ship, Sonny dismissed her and drew all of his shadows to his last remaining avatar, the one holding the oars. Somewhere far behind, a nightmare butterfly finally pierced the lethal blizzard and descended upon the icy figure of Serpent, shattering the black ice with its scythe-like legs. More followed. But by then, the chainbreaker had finally reached the third of the titanic claw marks and careened, plummeting into the depths of the canyon, toward the spot where the nightmare butterflies were the densest, and therefore where the breach that led to the interior of the tomb of Ariel lay. Nephis, now! Throwing away the stem of a golden fruit, she lunged forward and reached the bow of the flying ship in the blink of an eye. There, Nephis placed one foot on the railing to keep herself balanced, inhaled deeply, and then raised the blessing, grasping its hilt with both hands. In the next moment, the world was drowned in blinding light. The world was shattered by the roaring flame. Sonny's eyes were burned even through the blindfold, and his ears were momentarily deafened. The cold air was suddenly scorching hot and searing and smelled faintly of ash, and the path in front of the chainbreaker was suddenly clear. Sensing Nephis sway and toppling to the deck, Sonny threw the flying ship into the breach, into the rough tunnel formed by shattered, glowing, incandescent black stone. That stone had been the flesh of an unholy titan once, so Sonny did not even want to think what could have shattered it. He dismissed the serpent, knowing that his shadow was severely damaged, but hopefully not irrevocably so. Come on, come on. The chainbreaker plummeted into the darkness, the walls of the tunnel growing closer and closer around it, and then in the darkness, Sonny sensed a vast, endless expanse and myriad shadows of the nightmare butterflies rising to tear them apart. No. Gritting his teeth, he called upon the shadows and manifested a dark shield in front of the flying ship, a shield that was really a ram. Just a heartbeat later, the chainbreaker collided with the rising tide of nightmare butterflies, groaning under pressure as its shield fractured and fell apart. The flying ship finally escaped into the vast darkness of the tomb of Ariel, where millions of nightmare butterflies rest on the endless expanse of black stone. A myriad of them rose to destroy the flying ship, but Sonny aimed it down, toward the heart of the vast darkness, where the great river was supposed to flow endlessly, illuminated by 7 radiant suns. It was strange, though. He could not see the suns. He could not see anything, really. Where is it? The chainbreaker rushed away from the breach and from the walls of the tomb of Ariel, pursued by a dreadful trail of nightmare butterflies. It was as if a colossal tentacle of seething darkness separated itself from the interior walls of the Great Pyramid and stretched toward the fleeing ship, aiming to catch and destroy it before it got too far. Now, it all depended on which was faster, the chainbreaker or the pursuing mass of great abominations on the bow of the ship. Nephis moved weakly and rose to her knees, using the blessing to support herself. On its stern, Sonny gripped the oars so tightly that their handles cracked. He was overcome by pain and exhaustion, but magically enough, his mind was at peace. That was because as soon as they entered the interior of the tomb of Ariel, the call had gone silent. The unbearable terror of being close to the 7th seed abated as well. Sonny was full of a blissful, soothing feeling of relief. He could not have even imagined that kind of bliss before. Nephis, He did not get to finish the sentence. Just then, a nightmare butterfly crashed into the side of the chain breaker, and another one rammed its bottom. Another one climbed onto its deck and thrust a scythe-like leg at Sonny. The flying ship spun out of control, throwing him into the air. That was where the terrible blow caught him, assaulting him with horrid pain. His consciousness was briefly extinguished. When Sonny came back to his senses, he was falling through the darkness, spinning, dazed and completely disoriented. He could not sense anything around him, and neither could he see anything, right? That was because he was still wearing the blindfold. I should probably take it off now. It was then that a familiar, ominous feeling suddenly overwhelmed him. Sonny opened his eyes wide. No way. That was when he hit the water, sending a towering geyser of it, rising hundreds of meters into the air, and was pulled into its cold, dark depths. God damned it. Not again. He had finally made it back to the great river. Chapter 2917, The Final Battle of the Last War. The final battle of the last war had begun. It was the final battle because neither side was willing to retreat, and it was the last war because no matter which side won, humanity was doomed to be destroyed by the victor. Most of the soldiers fighting for the hunger domain did not know that, of course, and those who did were incapable of rebelling against their sovereign. Were incapable of feeling rebellious, even. Their minds poisoned and twisted by the insidious power of the dream spawn. The battle began slowly, as if both armies were stretching their titanic bodies before throwing themselves into the fight on the islands surrounding the great chasm of the Tier. The boundless army of the hunger domain was slowly assembling into 7 assault formations. The beautiful silhouette of the Ivory Island loomed in the sky above, and on the opposite side of the chasm, the Night Garden was prowling in the sky below. There were 7 titanic chains that connected the Ebony Tower to the rest of the chain isles, drawn taut as they stretched across the vast expanse of the Tier. If the aerial assault failed, the warriors of humanity would have to stage a 7-pronged attack, advancing toward the enemy's last stronghold across these chains. The chains were truly colossal, each one as wide as a great bridge, but they still offered limited space, especially considering the size of the creatures that would clash atop them. In a battle like this one, 7 powerful combatants could stop an entire army. Of course, the besieging army had powerful combatants of their own, so it would not be stopped. On one of the islands, Saint was preparing to lead her warriors to victory. Somewhere else, Morgan of Valor was looking at the distant silhouette of the Ebony Tower, her scarlet eyes shining with a cold, sharp, killing intent. Wake of Ruin was observing the darkness of the great chasm with a somber expression. On a different island, Old Jest was trying to come up with a joke. He was drawing a blank, though. That had never happened to him before. But after he finally saw the light and accepted the dream spawn as his lord, the world didn't seem that funny anymore. For some reason, there were saints of storied legacy clans, like Whitefeather or Aegis Rose, and those who had risen to fame in recent years as well. There were countless warriors of lesser ranks, too. Among them were the Firekeepers, the Blood Sisters, the Wolves, the Night Singers, and countless other awakened forces, renowned or not. On one of the islands, an ordinary awakened warrior sighed and thrust his sword into the ground, then leaned his shield against it. His name was Utra, and his arms were tired from holding the weapons. He could have dismissed them, of course, but what if there was some kind of ambush? Dying while your memories were manifesting was a very frustrating way to go. When are they going to start? The awakened near him seemed to share his thoughts. Utra glanced over and scrunched his brow. Hey, his eyes suddenly glistened with excitement that he couldn't quite explain. Don't I know you? The awakened stared at him with a scowl. What? Huh? Wait, you do seem familiar? Have we met before? Utra tried to remember where he had seen the man, but before he could, a third voice interrupted his thoughts. Do both of you suffer from dementia, by any chance? The one speaking was a woman with grim eyes, a bit younger than both of them, leaning on a spear a few meters away. That's Tigrot, and I'm Rit. We all met at that quarantine facility. Utra's eyes shone. Right, we were there together. It's just that our memories were wiped, so I couldn't quite remember. Rit scoffed quietly. The last shift wasn't wiped, was it? We all sat near each other when Lady Cassia announced that the facility was closing. Tegrot suddenly grinned. Yeah, you're Utra. You're the one who brought out the synth beer during the farewell party. He shook his head in amazement. What are the chances, huh? All three of them looked to the distant dark silhouette of the ebony tower. After a long stretch of silence, Rit sighed. Kinda hard to believe, right? That we're about to storm the lair of the King of Nothing? Do you think that it's true? What they are saying about Lady Cassia? That she betrayed us and is serving that monster now? Tigrot looked away with a dark expression. If it is, I guess we'll be helping kill her today. Utra studied them for a few moments, then shook his head. What are you talking about? Don't listen to anyone who calls Our Lady a traitor. Those people are all fools. She was obviously kidnapped by that sick bastard and is being held captive by him, forced to help him against her will. So we are not helping kill her. We are going to defeat the King of Nothing and rescue her, okay? Rit seemed to feel better after hearing that. She nodded and then smiled tentatively. Yeah, Lord Asterion won't let anything bad happen to her. I'm sure of it. Tegrot, meanwhile, studied the sky. Look, they're starting high above them, and all around them, the siege of the Ebony Tower was indeed starting. The cannons of the Night Garden thundered in the distance as if a great storm had descended upon the chained isles, and a dark haze of arrows fell down from the heavenly shores of the Ivory Island. On the ground as well, those who could send a projectile flying across the great dark chasm were raising their bows, hoisting their javelins up, spinning their slings, or summoning the awesome powers of their aspects. There were not too many of them, but most were of the transcendent rank. So, when they unleashed the first volley, the sight of it was humbling and terrifying to behold, and that was before the two supremes entered the battle personally at that. A cold wind blew across the world, making Utra sway and hurriedly pick up his weapons. He lowered the visor of his helmet and sighed. Gods, it's like the world is coming to an end. Tegrot nodded slowly. Yeah. He remained silent for a few moments, and then shrugged. But that's what fourth, fifth time we witnessed the world coming to an end. I'm not going to lie, watching the world end gets old pretty quickly. Utra laughed. True. But hey, at least we're in good company this time. You know, I'm really glad to have run into you too, for some reason. On the other side of the tier, Mordret and Cassie watched the cloud of arrows descend upon them, while devastating cannonballs were barreling at them from the other side. The Ebony Island was much larger than the Ivory Island, and its vast and desolate expanse was currently flooded by the vessels of the King of Nothing. Cassie was in front of the great tower, standing in the runic circle she herself had carved into the weathered obsidian. Mordret, his original vessel, was nearby, having donned a suit of intricate black armor and summoned an eerie spear with a long leaf-shaped blade. The somber steel of the blade was polished and reflected the world upon itself, glistening dimly in the golden radiance of dawn. Leaning on the spear, Mordret was observing the great army of humanity with an amused smile playing on his lips. I guess the old man wants to do things properly. He looked at the 7 figures that were arrayed in front of them, each facing him with an absent expression. Those figures were his reflections, each of them a supreme beast, at least. Mordret created the reflections out of his own soul cores, so each of them was born of the same rank as him. In a sense, the process was not that different from his transformation ability, the ability to splinter his soul to possess multiple vessels at the same time. However, the reflections were independent beings. They possessed the unique ability to mirror other creatures, which Mordret himself lacked, but perhaps even more importantly than that, they could grow and evolve over the course of their lives. That meant that even if they were born the same rank as their creator, they could rise in both rank and class. In fact, they had a much easier time attaining higher ranks than Mordret himself, because they were creatures, not humans. All they had to do was absorb the essence of other beings. The slower, much more difficult way to do so was to thoroughly reflect and embody the being they were mirroring, slowly assimilating its essence. The easier and faster way was simply to kill living beings and absorb their spark, not too different from how humans absorb soul fragments by shattering the souls of nightmare creatures or received them directly by killing other humans. Or how the nightmare creatures absorbed souls by slaughtering all living things. That quality of the reflections had often served Mordret in the past, allowing him to command servants more powerful than he was. However, it had become quite difficult to nurture his reflections after he became a supreme. That was for one simple reason. There had been great amounts of dormant, awakened, ascended, or fallen, and even transcendent or corrupted beings for his servants to slaughter before. However, there were very few supreme or great beings in the world, not enough of them to fuel the growth of the reflections, at least, especially because the more entrenched in existence a being was, the more they benefited from destroying it. Much like humans benefited more when killing humans with fully saturated soul cores, as opposed to recently awakened greenhorns. Godgrave had few of such ancient beings left, most of them concentrated in the spine ocean, where even the reflections could be easily destroyed at any moment. That was the reason why he had failed to make any of his reflections sacred, and that was the reason why they were of relatively lower classes as well. Even if the sum of the soul cores between them had far outgrown the initial 7 he had sacrificed to create them. But even as supreme, the reflections were an immensely powerful force, especially so because of how versatile they were. Just before the cannonballs reached the Ebony Island, they exploded in the air as if having collided with an invisible wall. The same happened to the arrows sent from the Ivory Island and to the storm of projectiles sent from the neighboring islands. That was because, at the moment, most of the reflections assumed the shape of a person Cassie knew quite well of Rivalin, the noble saint of the Aegis Rose clan, whose power allowed him to create a wall of ethereal shields around a target or around a place he wanted to protect. Saint Rivalin was powerful, but not powerful enough to surround the entire Ebony Island with his aegis. The reflections working in tandem while channeling his aspect, however. That was an entirely different conversation, especially because one of the reflections, the one that existed longer than the rest, was of a higher class than the rest, and therefore had the greatest claim at personhood than they had, was not mirroring Saint Rivalin of Aegis Rose. Instead, it was mirroring a different saint, a far more dangerous saint. It was mirroring Cassie. Chapter 29:18, Siege of the Ebony Tower. A perfect version of Cassie stood opposite her, looking at her with one remaining eye. It possessed the same powers as her, and even if the reflection was not quite as adept as her at manipulating human memories, how could it be, when the very concept of humanity was alien to it? It did wield the power to see a few seconds into the future. Also possessed the power to communicate what it sensed to other reflections in Mordred himself, which allowed them to apply the power of Rivalin with a level of foresight and precision that made it many times more efficient, and therefore far more effective. The cataclysmic barrage of the Hunger Domain continued for some time, unleashing such terrifying forces that a hurricane wind rose around the Ebony Island, tearing apart the clouds far in the sky and drowning the world in a suffocating, sweltering heat. The dream spawn seemed willing to take things slowly and probe the defenses of his enemy at a leisurely pace. The man was as arrogant as he was terrifying. After all, Cassie had no doubt that he already felt like victory was in his hands. She couldn't blame him, really. From where she stood, Asterian's victory seemed all but inevitable as well. I wonder what he'll try next. Mordred's voice sounded almost lazy. They received the answer soon. The cannonade slowly died down, and the sky cleared from the dark veil of raining arrows. Instead, an eerie sensation permeated the air, as if the world itself was under assault. Cassie inhaled deeply and poured her essence into the runic circle, activating the defensive enchantments she had put in place. At the same time, the reflections, all except the one mirroring her own delicate figure, seemed to ripple and transform, turning into a handsome man with dark skin and beautiful silver eyes. They had assumed the shape of Nightwalker, somewhere far away, aboard the Night Garden. He was attempting to bend space to deliver the great army of humanity on Mordred's doorstep. However, Cassie's runic array had reinforced space around the Ebony Tower, making it more static and far less malleable. The legendary founder of the House of Night might have been able to overcome her sorcery eventually, but the reflections were acting against him as well. They used the same aspect to counteract his power. In fact, They went one step further and used it to launch a counteroffensive twisting space to rip the Night Garden apart. In a matter of seconds, it was the Nightwalker who was on the defensive, not the other way around. The fabric of the world rippled and groaned, torn between two merciless forces. Cassie felt her hair stand on end, while Mordret sighed deeply. "This is a little tedious. Is he trying to make me die of sheer boredom?" Cassie, who was straining to feed essence to the runic circle she had carved, turned to him briefly. "Why don't you make it more exciting, then?" Mordret grinned. "You're reading my thoughts." Of course, she wasn't. If anyone was reading Mordret's mind, it was Asterion. That was the very reason why this battle felt so unwinnable. How were they supposed to defeat an opponent who knew their every move in advance? Then again, Cassie could roughly predict what Asterion would do. As well, get ready. He has simply been testing the waters before. The next attack will be the true opening blow. It would probably be the crushing Asterion. Could not obliterate the Ebony Island with the crushing. Its power was proportional to how near one was to the Ivory Tower, after all, so he would have to bring the Heavenly Citadel quite close to the enemy's stronghold in order to deal substantial damage. And at that distance, Mordret would have all kinds of ways to enter the Tower of Hope and make it his, turning the crushing upon the army of the Hunger Domain. Asterion could still unleash the crushing to make his enemies fight under a tremendous burden, though even if they were not going to be instantly destroyed. Mordret seemed to share Cassie's opinion of what the Dreamspawn would do next: subject the Ebony Island to the crushing, then send his soldiers into a direct assault. So instead of waiting for the attack, Mordret made a move of his own. Instead of concentrating on defending his stronghold, he attacked before the enemy could. The mirror realm hidden in his soul was connected to all reflections he could reach, and he could reach any reflection on the Chained Isles. So, it wasn't difficult for him to open pathways to several of those reflections and unleash the horde of his vessels into the world. Suddenly, violence descended onto the emerald grass of the Ivory Island, onto the deck of the Night Garden, and on several of the islands surrounding the Ebony Tower. A tide of nightmare creatures escaped from the reflections, lunging at the warriors of the human domain. Of course, the result of that sudden attack was not entirely devastating, because Asterion had known that it was coming in advance, but simply because he had known about it did not mean that he could easily squash it. One needed power to act on foreknowledge, after all. And while the Hunger Domain granted its master unparalleled power, far greater power than any other domain in existence could grant a supreme, it was not that superior to the Mirror Domain as far as pure combat strength of its subjects went. In fact, it could even be considered inferior in that regard. All the human saints, masters, and awakened were technically incapable of resisting the tide of great abominations Mordret had subjugated in Godgrave, let alone his 7 supreme reflections. But the devil hid in the details. In this case, it hid in the power of the Dreamspawn. Asterion was not only capable of controlling his thralls in a way that granted them an eerie degree of coherence and unity, he was also capable of imbuing them with his thoughts and emotions, and therefore with his will, making all of them its conduits, which meant that each subject of his domain was capable of far more than their rank usually allowed. A chain of vicious, bloody skirmishes exploded in the vicinity of where Mordret had opened the doors to his mirror realm. Those skirmishes were fierce, temporarily preventing Asterion from using the Night Garden and the Ivory Island effectively in the battle. But even as Mordret's forces struggled for control of the 2 great citadels, the rest of the vast army of the Hunger Domain remained unperturbed, and so Asterion gave it the command to attack. Before the 7 great assault forces stepped onto the celestial chains, dark clouds rose from the islands neighboring the rifts. They were the winged echoes the nightmare creatures Beastmaster had enthralled, and those Asterion had mesmerized as well. A great swarm of them, terrifying enough to blot out the sun and cast a deep shadow over the Chained Isles. Standing in front of the gates of the Ebony Tower, Mordret smiled, the darkness of the approaching swarm reflecting in his eyes. Well, well, now things are getting interesting. Ah, what a day to be alive. He paused for a moment and then added with a subtle hint of vicious glee in his pleasant voice, "And to die as well? Somewhere far away, Sunny found himself lost in a vast, cold darkness. He was deep underwater, with no idea which direction the surface was, and close to no air in his burning lungs. Well, to be fair, this was the great river. At least he thought that it was so. The surface was in every direction. It just depended on how long he would have to swim to reach it. The last time Sunny had plunged into the depths of the great river, he had been ready, summoning the essence pearl almost immediately to prevent himself from suffocating. This time, even if he had the quintessence pearl in his soul arsenal, there was no real need to summon it. He was a supreme, after all, so he simply burned a little essence to satiate his body, relaxing as he drifted in the boundless darkness. Everything hurt. He had not been hurt this badly in a long, long while. No, actually, he had not been hurt this badly since a few weeks ago. The wandering Archon had done a good number on him as well. My life has been quite eventful as of late, huh? Was being a king always this painful? Having spent a few moments drifting aimlessly in the dark water, Sunny let out a mental sigh and pushed out what little air was left in his lungs. Noting in which direction the air bubbles moved, he closed his eyes for a moment and then chased after them. That was where the nearest surface was, it seemed. Chapter 29:19. The Last Realm. Breaching the surface, Sunny relaxed his body and drifted in the cold water for a long while, doing nothing but breathing deeply. His mind was empty, and a languid, comfortable stillness overcame his entire being. The utter darkness that surrounded him, the cold water that soothed his bruised body, the weightlessness, all of it was so peaceful, as if he were drifting in an endless, tranquil void. Sunny allowed himself to remain in that pleasantly numb state for some time, knowing from the movement of shadows, or rather, from the lack of it, that there were no threats around him. Now that the danger was gone, both his body and mind needed to rest. It was no surprise, really. He had been under tremendous pressure for a long while now, and that pressure culminated when he returned to the hell of Ariel. Those past weeks were unlike anything he had ever experienced. Sunny had visited some truly terrifying places over the course of his eventful life, places that no human was ever meant to endure. The Death Game, the bottom of the Storm Sea, the Eternal City. But nothing had tested him quite like the Nightmare Desert. Not on that scale, at least. It had taken 3 powerful Supremes to make it to the heart of hell. And even then, they had only survived by the skin of their teeth. There had not been a single night that failed to leave them with deep scars, and not a single battle in which their lives had not been at stake. How the hell did Daron make it inside? Sunny's voice sounded quiet in the vast silence. He knew that the Serpent King had been the only Supreme of the Storm Realm. He also knew that Daron had been both powerful and ingenious. Still, he couldn't quite imagine how the ancient Supreme could have made it inside the tomb of Ariel alive. He would have been far away from his natural element, after all, since there was no water anywhere in the boundless desert. Then again, the desert had been the bottom of an ocean once, so perhaps Daron was quite comfortable here, after drifting in the comfortable darkness. For a while, Sunny came to the conclusion that there was little point in contemplating the Serpent King's power in relation to himself or Nephis, because the very nature of power had changed since the days of the Twilight Sea. The 3 of them simply existed in different realities. It was not even about who was stronger, but more about the source and foundation of their strength. Sunny did not know the order in which the nightmare, and therefore the nightmare spell, had consumed the divine realms. What he did know, however, was that the war realm was unique. It was unique because its laws rejected the existence of all things that went against the mundane. It was a sanctuary for humans, and a place where humans could freely express their intellect and ingenuity, safe from the tyranny of transcendent wills. A world of immutable reason. Beautiful world where no one, not even the gods, could dictate how mortals lived, and people were free to choose for themselves what path to take. Even if those paths often led them to bloodshed and strife, they had achieved so much, invented so much, built and created so much more than any other realm had. But their isolation also made them different from those who had inhabited the Twilight Sea once. Unlike people of Earth, who had to discover the vast and dreadful world that lay beyond the boundaries of their cradle from the position of utter ignorance. Daron the Serpent King had been born into it. He had been born into the legacy of knowledge they were still trying to learn or had no idea about. Awakened, soul essence, corruption, the void, shaping, sorcery. Daron had possessed an innate understanding of all these matters and many more, while Sunny and Nephis were merely novices to them. He had inherited the knowledge, disciplines, and skills developed by countless generations of awakened over the course of thousands of years, from the dawn of time till the end of the world, and past it. No matter how much Sunny and Nephis learned, fathomed, and invented themselves, the accumulation of their knowledge could not compare to such a fundamental, civilizational legacy, even if the spell was there to help breach the gap. Not yet, at least, and not for a long while. That was their disadvantage when compared to the great giants of the ancient past. But it was an advantage as well, because they lacked a foundation in all things, having to do with the sublime. They were left no choice but to do with what they had. Theirs was a much harsher world, a world where the stakes were much more stark, much more absolute. It was always all or nothing, do or die. Nothing stood behind the people of their world, so they could only rely on themselves. As a result, they had been forged into much sharper blades. So it was not that Daron had been far stronger than they were, or that they were far stronger than he had been. It was just that the ingredients of their strength were different, and so its nature was different as well. Daron had probably been capable of doing many things that Sunny and Nephis couldn't do, and they, in turn, were capable of many things he would have never been able to accomplish. That said, I still killed him, though. So who's the meanest bastard of them all in the end? Sunny chuckled. Granted, he had killed the nightmare version of Daron, while the poor man was already corrupted, completely insane, and almost dead. But then again, Sunny himself had only been a master at the time, so that had to count for something. Having finished contemplating the astonishing fate of Daron, the Serpent King, Sunny sighed and finally emerged from the state of pleasant relaxation, deciding that it was time to start thinking about the present again. First, he assessed his condition. His condition wasn't great. It was terrible, really. 6 of his 7 incarnations had suffered such catastrophic damage that he could not manifest them at the moment. His soul was in shambles, barely held together by soul weave. The Shadow Legion was completely eradicated, and at least a week would have to pass before it was mended to full strength. Saint, Slayer, and even Serpent were wounded so grievously that he could not call upon them either. Thankfully, all 7 links of the curse were augmenting the dark flames of his soul, so the rate at which his shades and shadow recovered was greatly enhanced. Saint especially would be back on her feet soon due to her own powers. So, all things considered, he had escaped hell in good shape. Despite how hurt and battered Sunny and everyone he commanded were, nothing was irrevocably lost. Everything could be repaired and brought back eventually, which brought him to the next point on the agenda: assessing the world around him. Right? Something was seriously wrong with the world. Chapter 2920, Expectations versus Reality. Sunny had not known what to expect from the tomb of Ariel, the real tomb of Ariel, not the phantom of it conjured by the nightmare spell. But he at least knew what not to expect, which allowed him to make some predictions. First and foremost, the difference between the real Great River and the Great River he encountered in the third nightmare was the role Daron, the Serpent King, had played in the fate of the river people. Daron had made it across the white sands of the hell of Ariel, and entered Ariel's tomb in the company of his strongest champions, those like his daughter Windflower. By doing so, they left an imprint of themselves on the Great River, which meant that a version of them would exist in all nightmares that took place there. His people. Meanwhile, the entire population of the Twilight Sea that still remained made their way to the giant block of black stone that lay among the dunes, containing a seed of nightmare, and challenged it. It was the same seed Sunny and the members of his cohort had challenged after the Battle of the Black Skull. The survivors of the Twilight Sea could do so because, unlike their supreme, they did not have to reach the tomb of Ariel itself. So they did not need to traverse the Nightmare Desert at night, when the Deathless rose from beneath the sand to engage in the eternal battle. That must have been a terrifying pilgrimage still, and one that could not have been completed without countless people accomplishing countless astounding feats. But they did succeed in the end, and a legion of challengers entered the nightmare of the great river, where the phantoms of King Daron and his saints were already waiting for them. That was how Twilight was founded, becoming the core of resistance against the defilement in the nightmare. There was no Twilight in the real tomb of Ariel, though they couldn't be. Daron and his saints were still here. Had been here, at least, but there was no vast army of outsiders to battle the defilement. There was no Nephis either, and as far as Sunny knew, she was the only one capable of destroying the first Seeker Aletheia of the Nine without succumbing to corruption. There were only the river people. The cities that were ruled by the Sibyls who were destined to succumb to the whispers of the estuary themselves, and Weave the city where the cultists of the nightmare spell lived. So, even if there were no plagues in the real tomb of Ariel, no Dreadlord, no torment, no soul stealer, no undying slaughter, no devouring beast, and no mad prince either, Sunny did not count the chances of the river civilization high. It was most likely already gone, having been consumed by the forces of the defilement. The whole great river would be a seething mass of nightmare creatures by now. And since there was no mad prince here, there would be no piece of flotsam for him to clutch onto either, no field of demented runes carved into it, and no warning to be careful of what he wished for. It was too late for Sunny to heed that warning anyway. Right. And then there was the most important difference, one that Sunny was wary of the most. The vile thieving bird. The phantom of it had made a nest in the estuary of the illusory great river. But now, that phantom was in the real world, having escaped the nightmare. There was no telling what the loathsome creature had done, how it had changed the great river, and what it was doing at the moment. The only thing Sunny was sure of was that the thieving bird was still in the tomb of Ariel. There was a very simple reason why he believed that. If a cursed terror that even the gods had despised escaped into the dream realm, humanity would have felt the consequences of its freedom very soon. What would the odious thieving bird have stolen first? Would it have taken all the pretty eyes in existence as its prize, or just absconded after rending the entire mirror lake from the fabric of the world? Would it have stolen the radiant strings of fate from which the nightmare spell was woven, perhaps? That sounded quite fantastical, but Sunny was not going to put anything past that damn bird. It had already stolen his fate after all. So who was to say that it couldn't rend apart the nightmare spell? Just for the fun of it. If anything, since the thieving bird seemed to be obsessed with all things Weaver, and the nightmare spell had been born from Weaver's soul, it was under the greatest threat should that loathsome thing escape into the world. I didn't think about that. Sunny sighed, then finally acknowledged two facts that he had been aware of from the very moment he plunged into the great river, but was reluctant to think about until now. The first one was pretty obvious. The comfortable darkness he was enjoying was not supposed to exist inside the tomb of Ariel. In the nightmare, the great river had been illuminated by the light of 7 suns, each forged by Ariel from the soul cores or at least soul shards left behind by the stone titan, the unholy horror he had killed. Those suns were nowhere in sight right now. Of course they could have moved under the great river, plunging this stretch of it into a deep and lightless night. But then, the water itself would have been emanating a beautiful radiance, illuminated from beneath. There was no radiance, the waters of the great river were lightless, and the world was shrouded in absolute darkness. Perhaps the damn bird really did steal the suns. They were the shiniest thing in the tomb of Ariel, after all. It was bitterly cold, so cold, in fact, that Sunny could not explain why the still and dark waters around him had not turned to ice yet. And that was the second thing he had to acknowledge. The second way in which the world was wrong. The endlessly flowing waters of the great river were not flowing anymore. The water stood still, utterly unmoving, stretching in every direction like an endless flat plain. If there was a current, it was so weak that Sunny could not feel it at all. He could explain the absence of the suns somehow. But this, he couldn't even fathom, let alone explain. The great river was not meant to stand still. That was entirely against its nature, against Ariel's design. No force was supposed to be able of making its waters stop flowing, and nobody was supposed to be capable of breaking the fundamental laws that governed this singular, strange realm. drifting in the cold water. Surrounded by utter darkness, Sunny let out a heavy sigh. I can't believe it. He had spent so much time. How long had it been now? 6, 7 years? He had spent all those years imagining the day he would return to the tomb of Ariel. He had imagined all kinds of possible scenarios, but he still failed to predict what would really happen. Reality was utterly different from even his wildest theories, which meant that he had no idea what to expect here. Inside the tomb of Ariel, whatever he encountered would be a complete and utter and most likely terrifying surprise. The only choice he had was to delve into the unknown and hope for the best. Somewhat rested, Sunny took a deep breath and finally forced himself to move. First things first. Let's find Nephis. Judging by the third nightmare, she had to be close. Chapter 29:21. Only the present. Sunny had begun the third nightmare in the mists of the estuary. However, that was only because the Mad Prince had ended his last cycle there in truth. Sunny was always meant to begin the nightmare in the same place where his future, supreme version fell into the great river after entering the tomb of Ariel. He was that supreme version now. The point where he had fallen into the great river roughly corresponded to the current era, which meant that Nephis had to be somewhere close by. They were contemporaries, after all. The two of them had just been separated when the chainbreaker overturned, throwing them both overboard. That was why he had been able to find Nephis relatively quickly in the nightmare. That was also why they had to sail past Weave and brave the time storm before finding the chainbreaker further downstream, where it must have crash-landed after losing its helmsman. Of course, Sunny wasn't sure that any of his knowledge about the Great River applied anymore. Was not in a normal state, so there was really no telling what would happen and what he would encounter. Let's see. First, there was the great beast who had been Daron of the Twilight Sea once. Then there was the black turtle. That was where Sunny had found Nephis in the nightmare. Then there was the nightmare butterfly, the swarm of abominable krill, and countless more nightmare creatures they had to escape from. Sunny did not know what fate had befallen the Serpent King in the real tomb of Ariel, but he prepared himself for battle just in case. He hesitated for a few moments, then placed a tether on the dark waters of the great river around him. He was not sure that he could come back to the waking world from the tomb of Ariel. He wasn't sure of a lot of things, actually, but at least that way, he would know where exactly now was. Turning into a shadow and building the onyx serpent shell around himself, Sunny sent his colossal body downstream, cutting the still water with the palisade of adamantine spikes that served as his dorsal fin. That was the problem, though. The water was still, or at least flowed so slowly that he couldn't feel its current, so he had no idea where downstream was, where the future was, and where the past was. It was as if only the present remained in the tomb of Ariel. Troublesome. For all Sunny knew, he could be moving in the opposite direction from where Nephis was. He could also be barreling toward the edges of the great river, about to be swept up by the powerful currents of the unceasing waterfall, and thrown into the dark abyss of Ariel's tomb. That wasn't too dangerous, of course, since he could simply change his shape and fly back up. However, it did add time to how long he would have to keep searching before finding Nephis. And at any point, the powerful abominations of the great river could attack his battered, broken form. I wonder, do I look as bad as Daron had looked back there at the end? Sunny suppressed his frustration and kept swimming. Remembering the distance he had traveled in the third nightmare, he evaluated his current speed, which was incomparable to the endlessly slow crawl he had been capable of as a master, and set the time limit to how long he would continue moving in the same direction. If there was no sign of Nephis by then, he would turn back and swim for twice the amount of time. If that did not work either, he would return to the point where he had first surfaced and explore the great river slowly, moving in a widening spiral. That could take some time. In the end, however, it did not, because Nephis gave him a sign. Sunny rushed through the boundless darkness at tremendous speed. A pillar of light suddenly shot into the dark sky in the distance, momentarily illuminating the dark expanse of the great river. Enthralled by the reflections of the beautiful white radiance on the dark water, Sunny allowed himself to drift aimlessly for several seconds, and then changed direction, moving toward the vanishing light. It's strange, though. He had been ready to battle the nightmare creatures of the great river, but there seemed to be none around. Nothing had attacked him, and he had not even sensed terrifying shadows moving in the distance. It was as if there was nothing living left here, as if there were nobody alive left in the tomb of Ariel, except for Sunny and Nephis, well, and millions of loathsome butterflies that fed on the nectar of nightmares, of course. Nephis started the nightmare on the shell of the black turtle. Daron killed it. He doesn't seem to be here this time around, so is the black turtle still alive. Would Sunny have to slay it? No. Nephis would have killed it herself already. That was an odd feeling as well. Just a few years ago, during the third nightmare, the great abominations who dwelled in the endlessly flowing waters of the river had seemed insurmountable. They had been like mythical giants, far too powerful and immense to be challenged, let alone defeated. But now both Sunny and Nephis could easily take them on. In fact, the black turtle stood no chance against either of them. No matter what sorry state they were in, naturally a great monster like that was still a threat, but only if Sunny and Nephis allowed it to be. If they were on top of their game, the black turtle would inevitably fall, just like myriad other great nightmare creatures had fallen to their blades. In fact, great nightmare creatures have been nothing but a disappointment. Sunny bared his fangs, feeling amused. It was true that abominations of the great rank had not offered him the same kind of dreadful challenge as those of lesser ranks. Very few of them had been truly memorable, and only a handful managed to leave him with mental scars. There were two reasons for that. The first one was that Sunny himself had become exponentially more powerful as he climbed the ranks. At the time he became a saint, the boundless potential of his divine aspect was letting itself be known. He was also already a terror by then, soon to become a titan. The second reason was far simpler. Was the fact that Sunny had been lucky not to run into more than a handful of truly sinister great ones. Most of the great ones he faced were from Godgrave after all. They had been born and bred by the Scarlet Jungle long after the end of the world, and were therefore different from the true horrors of the ancient past, from the creatures like the Flesh of Connacht, the Ember Queen, the Skinwalker, and the other Gate Guardians, whom the sovereigns had battled in Antarctica. So, quite ironically, the most terrifying foes of that rank Sunny had faced were supreme beings, not great ones. They were Aster, Song, and Vale. And now the great nightmare creatures had more or less lost their chance to take a bite out of him, because Sunny was a supreme titan now, and creatures like the black turtle did not worry him that much anymore. They were the ones who had to worry about him instead. Why do I feel like thinking that thought aloud just cemented the fact that I'll have to really worry about some damn great abomination soon? He cursed inwardly. Sunny felt it then. The taste of the water around him changed. It tasted of blood now. He pushed a little further and finally sensed the shadow of the black turtle in the distance. He sensed Nephis on its carapace as well. Only things were very different from how they had been in the third nightmare. Back then, Daron had killed the great monster after a fierce battle, rending a ghastly gash in its neck and tunneling inside its gargantuan body to kill the enormous abomination from within. Now, however, there was no black turtle anymore. Instead, two islands of bleeding flesh were drifting in the dark water. The impregnable shell of the colossal great monster was breached, and it was cleanly severed in two. Each half of the slain abomination spanned more than 500 meters, unleashing a deluge of blood into the great river. Nephis was near the head of the dead monster, sitting on an obsidian ridge with a small flame dancing on her hand. She's safe. Releasing the onyx serpent shell, Sunny assumed his human form and climbed onto the carapace of the black turtle, what used to be the black turtle, rather, as well. He walked over to Nephs and planted himself on the ground near her, letting out a relieved sigh. That was quite intense, wasn't it? Sunny couldn't help but smile. Some would say that his smile was unwarranted. After all, he was stuck in a tomb that stood in the middle of hell, sitting atop the bleeding corpse of a dead monster, surrounded by boundless darkness, with millions of great nightmare creatures resting on the stone walls somewhere above his head, on his way to fight a cursed terror. But what could Sunny do? He was simply too glad to find Nephis. Seeing her was enough reason to smile. He felt at peace. Nephis turned to look at him, the feeble white flame reflecting in her eyes. There was no emotion in them, just a hint of recognition. The battle must have taken a lot out of her, and it would be some time before her humanity returned. She nodded slowly. Quite intense, yes. Nephis put on a faint smile, then looked around. Some things are different. Some things never seem to change. Looking down, she stomped on the obsidian surface of the black turtle's shell lightly. I found myself atop this great monster at the start of the nightmare as well. In fact, I seem to recall that I spent a long time here. Granted, the abomination was in one piece back then. I think it was, at least, my memory of those days is vague. I do remember being more comfortable, though. The black turtle had been cut in half, and the halves weren't quite as good at staying afloat as the entire great monster had been. So, the one they were sitting on was skewed, drowning slowly in the still water. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, hurt by the fact that she did not remember that it had been the two of them. Not just her spending time on the carapace of the black turtle back then. Sunny and Nephis had always been drawn to each other. But life had other plans, so that attraction remained sealed deep in their hearts for a long time. They were more often apart than together, and when they were side by side, there was always some dire peril either around or on the horizon, preventing them from exploring and addressing their mutual feelings. Strangely enough, Sunny felt like the days the two of them had spent on the corpse of the black turtle were where it all really started. Perhaps because it was the first moment of peace they found together in the endless sea of calamities. It was here that they tentatively allowed themselves to acknowledge how they felt, even if they weren't quite willing to admit it, even to themselves. So, even if he was used to it by now, knowing that she didn't remember any of it, yet suddenly seemed unbearable. He warned you, the Mad Prince, to be careful of what we wished for. Eventually, Sunny pushed down the unexpected bout of bitterness and looked away with a chuckle. Well, you shouldn't have cut it in half then. Splitting an enormous great monster down the middle with one blow, huh? Show off. Nephis gave him an odd look. Sunny raised an eyebrow. What? She lingered for a moment, then said in an even tone, Why do you think that it was me? Nephis shook her head. It wasn't. The black turtle was already dead when I landed, so I have no idea what killed it, or what could have cleaved it in half. Chapter 29-22. Searching for weave, Sunny spent some time studying the severed halves of the black turtle, a grim expression slowly finding its way onto his face. I don't like it. There was nothing strange in the fact that someone or something had killed a great monster. The black turtle had perished in the nightmare as well, after all. Even if it was colossal and heavily armored, more so than most abominations of that rank, Sunny would not have been surprised even by the fact that something had ripped the giant creature apart. The problem, however, was that the black turtle had not been ripped apart. It had been cut in two. The cut was so clean, and even that it almost seemed flawless. The impregnable obsidian shell had been cut like paper, and even the heavy plates of silver armor adorning it failed to stall the severing blade. What kind of being could have cleaved the black turtle in two? Even Daron had not been able to break its obsidian shell. Sunny frowned. Eventually, having failed to discover any clues, he returned to Nephis. I guess the tomb of Ariel is not empty. After all, she nodded. Makes sense. Nephis fell silent for a few moments, then asked in an indifferent tone, That cursed terror we have to kill. The thieving bird, what do you know about it? Sunny gave her a bitter smile. Not that much, actually. It has existed from the dawn of time, or perhaps even from before that. I know that it was hated both by the gods and by the void creatures. It also stole a demon's eye once and went mad as a result. Oh, and it made a nest in the heart of the estuary. The real thieving bird is long dead, but it managed to come back to life by escaping into the real world from a nightmare. He sighed and shrugged his shoulders. I guess its powers have to do with stealing things, or concepts, or pieces of universal laws, basically anything it likes, and it likes shiny things the most. Nephis stared at him silently for a few moments. That doesn't really sound like a cursed terror. That bird seems more mischievous than sinister, let alone evil. Sunny scoffed. Speak for yourself. To me it seems more odious and loathsome than any other nightmare creature. Or just any creature, really. He paused for a moment and then added reluctantly, "Well, considering that the vile thieving bird was hated by void creatures, I doubt that it cares about being corrupted that much. It had to have hung around those horrors to earn their loathing, after all. So that bird is indeed not your usual nightmare creature. That doesn't make it any less hazardous, though if anything, it only made the thieving bird more of a disaster. Nightmare creatures in all their demented frenzy were at least predictable. That damn bird, however, who knew what it was going to do? Not even Weaver had known, losing an eye as a result." Nephis hesitated for a little while, then asked, "But you think that I have some kind of special power over it?" Sonny took a long time to answer. In the end, he sighed. "Maybe, I don't know, it has a certain something in its possession that might respond to you. If that happens, you'll be able to weaken the vile thieving bird. If not, well, we'll just have to kill it the old-fashioned way." He really did not know. The thieving bird was in possession of his fate, and while Sonny maintained the ownership of his aspect, including its innate ability Shadow Bond being bonded to Nephis was also a part of his fate. So the cursed terror waiting for them in the estuary of the great river could be susceptible to her orders. Sonny looked in the direction where downstream would have been if the great river were still flowing. "So what's our plan?" Nephis shrugged. "We'll rest here for a short while, then we will try to retrace my steps and repeat the journey I completed in the nightmare. Weave, fallen grace. Twilight cannot exist here, so there's no point going there. I'll guess we'll sail directly to Verge from Fallen Grace, making a stop at Windflower in the process, and sail for the estuary from Verge." Sonny remembered all those places. The forlorn desolation of Weave, the lively canals of Fallen Grace, the damn horrors of Althea's Island. He nodded. "Sounds like a plan. I do need some rest." He smiled. "So what are we going to sleep in turns? Take shifts keeping watch?" Nephis looked at him impassively. "Why, do you have other ideas?" Sonny grinned. "Why, as a matter of fact, She was already rising to find a place to sleep, though. "Sure you do. How about you take the first watch instead, if you don't mind?" Sonny suppressed a bitter sigh. "What if I do mind, though?" Nephis had spent most of her essence fighting the nightmare butterflies, so even if she had saved herself from complete essence exhaustion, her reserves were nearly dry, and since there was almost no one left in her domain now, she had to replenish them like an ordinary awakened would, relying on nothing but the innate capacity of her soul. Luckily, her soul was aflame with the fire, so her rate of replenishment was abnormally high. Next morning, or whatever, passed for morning in the boundless darkness that surrounded them. Nephis used most of the essence she had recovered to heal Sonny. Healing a supreme titan was not an easy task, and it took a vast ocean of essence to mend each of his wounds, so she only managed to fix him up a little in the end. Still, it was a huge relief. Feeling less like he was about to die, Sonny assumed the shape of the onyx serpent once again and plunged into the water. Nephis had to conserve her essence, so she did not summon her radiant wings to fly high in the sky above him. Instead, she jumped onto his wide back, taking a position just behind the ridge of horns that crowned his giant head. Sonny rushed downstream, cutting the great river with his fins. A great wave rose from his passing, towering above the dark surface of the river, like a fortress wall. It's funny, really, how much this resembles the past. Back then, he had swum downstream in the form of the onyx serpent as well. He was wounded and battered. As well, Nephis stood on his onyx scales, holding onto his horns. The great river was different now, and Sonny and Nephis were different too, but so many things were the same. He wondered what else would be the same, and what would be different. Soon they reached the point where Sonny had run out of essence in the past. That was where Ananke had met them back then. But now the great river was dark and still. A wooden ketch was nowhere to be found, and nobody waited for them, ready to welcome them into this odd, bizarre world. Sonny circled the waters for a while, hoping against all hope to find something, someone, but found nothing but regret and old pain. In the end, he gritted his fangs and turned away, swimming in the direction where Weave was supposed to be. Surely, it will be there. Surely. In the nightmare, the people of Weave had been slaughtered by the Mad Prince. There was no mad prince in the real tomb of Ariel, so they could still be alive. No matter how improbable that was, Sunny still wanted to believe that they were, that someone was alive, having survived thousands of years of isolation and defilement. Even with his speed, it took them a long while to reach Weave, especially because there was no current now, and the river itself was not pushing him forward. In the process, Nephis poured her purifying flames into his massive form a few more times, soothing his pain and mending his wounds. The Shadow Legion was slowly being repaired within his soul. Saint was already almost healed, and would be able to respond to his summons soon. One of his incarnations had recovered enough to be summoned, as well. The rest were still undone, so he enjoyed the company of his shadows instead. The shadows seemed to be having a blast in the world of darkness that the great river had become, but at the same time, they seemed cautious and wary after coming very close to being destroyed twice in a short span of time. Damn, they're such cowards. Sunny was proud. There was nothing wrong with being a coward. In fact, cowards lived longer, come to think of it. Most of his problems started after he stopped being afraid all the time. Eventually, they reached the span of the great river, where the House of Parting should have been floating on the water. However, there was nothing. The small island where they had shared a meal with Ananke once was gone without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. Sunny felt a painful wistfulness grip his heart. He continued downstream in silence, and eventually, they did find something in the water. For the first time since they left the severed corpse of the black turtle, something was drifting on the still black surface of the great river. It was a piece of flotsam, chapter 29-23. A dead world Sunny almost shuddered when he sensed the flotsam, but it was not the familiar piece of wood, a piece of the chain breaker's broken hull, covered by a mad weave of runes. Instead, it was a small fragment of a thick bone plate, fractured and covered in soot. Sunny slowed down to observe the flotsam closely, then swam past it and moved further downstream. As they advanced forward slowly, there was more and more debris in the water around them, and then they saw it. The corpses. There were dead nightmare creatures drifting in the water, cold and unmoving. Some seemed to have been crushed. The rest bore no visible wounds. One thing that united them all was that they were dead, and had been dead for a long, long time. It was just that their flesh did not rot, because the waters of the great river stood still, and therefore time had no power over them. Sunny manifested his second incarnation on the back of the first one, standing close to Nephis. What happened here? His quiet voice echoed above the dark water, spreading far and wide. Nephis remained silent for a while, then raised her hand to illuminate the dark waters around them. The feeble flame that had been burning on her palm had grown strong and blindingly radiant by then, shining like a little star. In the stark white light of the dancing flame, they could see the ghastly carcass in every gruesome detail. Eventually she said, "It was killed by a shockwave." Sunny raised an eyebrow, while Nephis looked around with a somber expression. The nightmare creatures did not die in these waters. All of it, the debris, the corpses, rained down from the sky after being flung outward by a monstrous explosion, or at least a monstrous impact that created a devastating shockwave, followed by an actual wave. A tsunami, really? Sunny studied their surroundings once more, forced to admit that her theory sounded correct. Few people knew more about explosions, impacts, and shockwaves than the Star of Ruin, after all. But what had caused that shockwave, and where had the impact happened? What had been caught in its epicenter? Sunny's heart felt heavy, because he had an idea about what the answer to his last question was. Please, let me be wrong. But he wasn't wrong. Soon enough, they saw something towering above the surface of the water. It was one of the island ships that comprised Weave, or rather a fragment of it, shattered and half drowned. The buildings that had littered its surface once were now piles of rubble. The orderly streets were fractured and covered in dried blood. The trees that grew in tenderly nurtured gardens had been burned, with nothing but charred stumps left in their place. There were more dead nightmare creatures floating in the water now, as well. Nephis pointed to one of them. Look, Sunny had already noticed it. Most of the corpses were the same as the ones they had seen before, but some bore more familiar wounds. Wounds that had been left by harpoons, arrows, and sharp blades. There was a battle here. Nephis nodded quietly, her face turning distant and still. Yes, the city was besieged, and then it was destroyed. Sunny's heart fell. They continued forward, encountering more and more of the same, the shattered remains of Weave, the corpses of the nightmare creatures, and an echoing emptiness left in the wake of people that weren't here anymore. It must have been a bitter battle for the people of Weave, because it was a battle from which they could never retreat. The river people could not move freely across the great river after all, defend their city to the last drop of blood, even if they had no hope of winning. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. He still remembered the day Ananke brought them to Weave, the pride and care the priestess of the nightmare spell felt when looking at her empty dead city. The stories about it she had told him, hoping that he would bring them away with him and tell those who lived outside the tomb of Ariel about her people, about Weave. The city was gone now, and only its ruins remained. Eventually, even they would be swallowed by the great river, erasing the last traces of the mortals who lived and died here. He sighed. Eventually, they reached the heart of the city, what had been its heart at least. Strangely enough, there was no debris here. No corpses were floating on the water. Instead, a vast circle of dark water stretched toward the horizon, perfectly empty and still. This was the epicenter. Neff's voice sounded dull. Sunny could see it as well. The inconceivable shockwave that tore apart the city, killed countless nightmare creatures, and sent their giant carcasses flying across dozens of kilometers, had started here in the heart of Weave. Sunny swam to the middle of the circle of empty water and stopped there for a while, looking around in silence. Nephis was silent as well, staring at the drowned ruins that surrounded them with an inscrutable expression. Eventually, she sighed. There was a woman who helped me in the nightmare, you know? A priestess of the nightmare spell. I wanted to save her, but failed. She vanished without a trace, having sacrificed herself to pave the way for me. Turning her head, she looked at Sunny and smiled bitterly. I've watched countless people die, but her death dealt me a truly painful blow. Maybe it was because she reminded me of my grandmother, or perhaps because she looked like a child, back there at the end. Turning away, Nephis let out a quiet sigh. That was why I hoped to meet her again in the real tomb of Ariel. But I guess it wasn't meant to be. Sunny did not answer, because he was incapable of answering sincerely. Whatever he said would be forgotten, just like he had been, leaving Nephis to carry the burden of all these scars and losses alone, thinking that she had been carrying them alone all along. His gaze turned downstream, where, somewhere far away, the estuary lay hidden in the mist. What do you think destroyed the city? Nephis remained silent for a long while, then said in an even tone, There is no way to tell. However, I did notice something strange. Sunny looked at her. What exactly? Studying the ruins of Weave with a slight frown, Nephis pointed to the pulverized corpses of myriad abominations drifting in the still water. All these dead nightmare creatures. She paused for a moment and then asked, But where are the humans? Sunny frowned. Nephis continued in her usual calm tone. Where are the corpses of the humans who fought these abominations? From the moment we neared Weave until now, I haven't seen a single dead human drifting in the water. So where did all the bodies go? Sunny shivered. He did not like the sound of that, one bit, hearing about missing corpses. He couldn't help but think about a procession of terrifying horrors. The terror of LO-49, who had been Dusk, the Sibyl of Fallen Grace once, the Soul Stealer, the Skinwalker. He remained silent for a short while, and then said quietly, Maybe they are gone, just like that priestess you spoke about was gone. Perhaps the ruins of Weave drifted too far downstream, and they all vanished. Nephis frowned. But there is no downstream now. The great river is not flowing anymore. Sunny sighed. Then, I don't know. She looked at the forlorn, broken ruins of Weave once more, and then turned away. There is nothing here for us to find. Let us leave. Let's try to find Fallen Grace. Maybe we will find an answer there." Sunny nodded. At the same time, he lowered his giant head down to the water and moved his enormous body, cutting across the still water. They left the ruins of Weave the same way they found them, empty and forlorn. The suns were gone, and the great river stood still. The only things they had encountered here were dead and broken, and nothing challenged the boundless silence but the sound of their own voices. Swimming away from Weave, Sunny could not help but feel that he had found himself in a place that no mortal should ever have seen, that he had entered a dead world, the frozen fragment of a ruined world that remained still and unchanging after the end of time. Like a dark image on a length of film, left to collect dust in the reel, never to see the light of the projector and come to life once again. And once that thought entered his mind, he couldn't help but think about something else as well. Would the whole world look like that one day if they failed to stop the nightmare? Sunny gritted his fangs. We'd better not fail then. He had been telling himself that quite often lately. Chapter 29-24. Change of Perspective. A huge onyx serpent swam across an endless expanse of still water, surrounded by boundless darkness. The heavy shroud of it was broken only by the radiant white light that spilled from the hand of a woman who rested between the serpent's horns, looking ahead with an impassive expression, her pure radiance reflected on the rippling water, and it seemed as if they were traveling on a path of dying stars. Sunny had cast his shadow sense far and wide, hoping and dreading to find something living in the quiet, dead world of the tomb of Ariel. However, there was no movement in the lightless void around them, no warmth, no sound, only darkness, stillness, and terrifying cold. The more time passed, the more wary he felt. It should befall us soon. There were numerous perils on the great river, or had been at least. One of the more deadly ones was the time storms that wandered its vast expanse, carrying with them fragments of the distant past. That was where Sunny had witnessed the reflection of Nether, the demon of destiny, once, and barely survived the pale echo of his calamitous killing intent. The waters downstream of Weave were especially wrought with time storms, so Sunny expected to meet one soon. That was how it had happened in the nightmare, at least. That was where they had lost Ananke. But no matter how far he swam, there was no sign of an approaching storm. The great river remained still and quiet. It seemed like the time storms had been quelled, just like its eternal current. On the head of the onyx serpent, Nephis sighed. We should be near the chainbreaker by now. Sunny changed direction, circling the endless expanse of dark water in a spiral. Soon he heard a sound that seemed alien in the grave silence of the tomb of Ariel. It was the sound of rustling leaves, carried from afar by the wind. Sunny chased the wind to its source, and before too long he sensed the shadow of the chainbreaker resting on the dark water. The battered ship was floating listlessly in the vast darkness. There were ugly burn marks and horrible scars littering its wooden hull. The deck was splintered and covered in soot, with deep grooves cutting into its surface. The railings were shattered and broken in numerous places. The mighty siege engines lay broken and destroyed. Several gargantuan holes had been punched through the deck, as well revealing the devastated interior of the ancient vessel. It looked like a ghost ship abandoned by its crew. Sunny came to a halt, looking at the battered ship as an eerie sense of déjà vu took hold of his mind. This was exactly how they had found it in the nightmare. He remembered thinking that the chainbreaker looked like it had escaped from the depths of hell after a long and terrifying battle. The scale of the destruction, the marks left on its ancient hull by some unknown and terrifying beings. It had been enough to make that young, inexperienced version of Sunny shudder. Who knew that he had not been that far from the truth? Chuckling quietly, Sunny raised his colossal head above the water and rested it on the broken deck of the chainbreaker. Let's go, the flying ship had indeed escaped the depths of hell, of Ariel's hell. The battle they had waged to reach those depths had indeed been long and terrifying, far more terrifying than the young Sunny could ever imagine, even after surviving Antarctica. It was just that it was Sunny himself who had fought that terrifying battle, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake on the path to the tomb of Ariel. Life was funny that way once upon a time. He had not been capable of even imagining such power. And now, he was the being wielding it. Most amusing, however, was the fact that the vast and terrible power he could not have imagined was insufficient to achieve his goals. It was woefully not enough. The summit of what the young Sonny could imagine was the bare minimum his current self could accept. I used to be such a fool. Then again, he was probably still a fool. Who knew? Perhaps one day in the future, an older and wiser version of him would think back to this day and shake his head in frustration. If he were to survive and see the future, naturally. Nephis jumped down to the deck of the chainbreaker, followed by Sonny's second incarnation, dismissing the onyx serpent shell. Sonny turned into a shadow and wrapped himself around that avatar. Together they made their way across the ruined deck, looking around to ascertain the damage. Could have been worse, considering that the chainbreaker had engaged in an aerial battle against a myriad of great abominations. It was already a miracle that the ship was in one piece. Sonny looked at the wide, jagged hole in the deck and grimaced. He vaguely remembered making that hole personally when one of his mangled bodies crashed into the deck at terrible speed. Nephis nodded slowly. Yes, I remember it being in the same state in the nightmare. The ship is not taking in water, and although its runic contour is broken, it can still sail, as long as we repair the sails. She reached the runic circle at the stern of the ship, which was lifeless now, and studied it for a moment. Eventually, it was Cassie who repaired the enchantments and made it fly again. Cassie is not with us this time, so... Her expression turned wistful. Sonny shook his head. You're caught up in the past, Neph. Remember, you are not a master anymore. Cassie was the only one who could mend a chainbreaker back then. But now, you are the most powerful shaper in existence, and I am the one and only weaver that exists. We are both supreme as well. So surely we'll manage somehow. He put a hand on her shoulder. But is there really a need to repair the chainbreaker? The two of us can travel just as fast, if not faster. We can carry more cargo in our souls, and destroying us is more difficult than destroying this ship. Nephis stared at the broken deck of the flying ship, then at her own hand. That is true. Sonny and Nephis might have been able to travel across the great river without a ship, but it was still more comfortable to have one around. Of course, Sonny could have created such comfort himself. He could have manifested a small island out of shadows, built a dark mansion on it, and even planted a garden of black flowers, or even summoned the nameless temple from the dark depths of his soul. But the chainbreaker felt like home. Sonny had found it on the Chained Isles a long time ago, encountering the mordant mimic there and almost losing an arm to it. Cassie repaired the ancient ship, and later Noctis invited him aboard as a guest. The cohort had taken a vacation aboard the flying ship, and later Sonny and Nephis lived in one of the cabins together during the third nightmare. Sonny knew every nook and cranny of the ancient vessel, and even now that it was in a sorry state, he felt comfortable here, and a little comfort went a long way when one was traversing the dark depths of the tomb of Ariel. Chapter 29-25 Outside Time. Soon enough, there was a fire burning in a brazier, and Sonny was preparing a meal for himself and Nephis. They were in the same cabin as they had used in the nightmare, while the shades were cleaning and repairing the ship beyond its door. Nephis was watching the flames, a distant look on her face. It's so strange. Sonny raised an eyebrow. What is? She lingered for a moment, then said hesitantly. The time being separated from time by the walls of the tomb of Ariel. Nephis frowned slightly. Back then, I spent a long time in the nightmare. But when the nightmare was over, not even a second had passed in the real world. We emerged from it as soon as we entered. That is because time in the tomb of Ariel works differently than anywhere else, and its connection to the world beyond is unique. She shook her head. Now that the greater river stands still, I thought that things would be different, but they're not. From our perspective, time in the world outside is frozen and only flows here. Sonny had gathered that much, but he still wanted to ask. How do you know? Nephis pointed to the flame. I'm still connected to the few people who are left in my domain. I can feel the flames of their longing. However, those flames don't dance anymore. They are static, unmoving, like beautiful statues made from radiant ice. She looked at Sonny, You have a similar connection to the subjects of your domain, don't you? Sunny remained silent for a few moments. There is a kind of connection, yes. They serve as conduits of my perception, just like the shades, but it's a conscious action on my part to look at the world through them. I was holding myself back from doing just that on account of not making them a target for the dream spawn, or being attacked by the dream spawn through them. He sighed. I can also travel to their soul seas through the mark of shadow. I had not done that since entering the Nightmare Desert, though, for the same reason. I wonder if I'm in the same situation as you. Nephis looked at him and said in a calm tone, I would assume that you are nothing is stopping us from checking, does it? We were forced to isolate ourselves from the rest of the world before to prevent the dream spawn from spoiling our plans. What can he do now, though? We are already inside the tomb of Ariel. He would have to brave the Nightmare Desert to do anything to us, and that should be quite difficult even for him. Impossible, perhaps. Sunny contemplated her words for a short while, then nodded. You are right. Nothing is stopping me from trying. First, he dove into his soul sea, and then used the Mark of Shadows to enter the soul sea of one of the Shadow Clan members, specifically Rain. A few moments later, Sunny spoke in a tone of amazement. Yes, it's the same. I can enter her soul sea, but it's just all frozen, as if existing outside time. Wait, Rain is already a master? By the dead gods, that was fast. He grinned. That's my disciple, by the way. Nephis just stared at him silently, prompting him to continue. Next, Sunny tried to perceive the shadows around Rain. Well, that is strange. Rain is on the upper level of the Ebony Tower, frozen in time. Oh, and your mother is with her. Nephis let out a quiet sigh. She had not shown it, but he knew that she was worried about Smile of Heaven. The Ivory Island had fallen after all, and neither of them had known what happened to its inhabitants. As Nephis allowed herself a few moments to enjoy the feeling of relief, Sunny briefly attempted to sense the shadows around Revel. He blinked a few times. What the hell? Out there, frozen in time, the marvelous mimic seemed to be besieged by vaguely familiar abominations, stomping them with its feet as the warriors of the Shadow Legion and Nightmare, and little Ling were defending the walking castle from the swift figures climbing its walls. Revel herself was in the thick of the battle, raising one of the creatures into the air by the neck as her dark wings opened to push the others away. Barrow wraiths? Where the hell did she find those? He covered his face with a palm. Well, it did not matter that much. Revel seemed to have things under control, and with Nightmare there, she had more than enough power to defend the mimic from most enemies one could find in the vicinity of the Forgotten Shore. Least he knew now that the Shadow Clan had escaped the clutches of Asterion. Mostly, he did notice that more than a few of his agents were missing, having most likely succumbed to the plague. Sunny remained silent for a while, then asked, Do you think we can leave the Tomb of Ariel by crossing the realm boundary and returning to the waking world, I mean? Nephis did not answer immediately. When she did, her voice sounded somber. We probably can. Is just that I don't think that we will be able to come back the same way, and we must not leave regardless. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Even if there is a good reason? She nodded. Yes, because this place, it is the source of all nightmares. I am afraid that if we cross the realm boundary from here, we will bring more nightmares with us. Perhaps there will be another chain of them, starting from the point where we open the boundary to come through. Or maybe the entire area around the point of our arrival will be swallowed by the dream realm. In any case, I am not willing to risk it. Sunny studied her for a few moments, then looked away with a sigh. I guess I should be happy that we don't hear the call anymore. He shivered. The seventh seed. It was really here, somewhere above their heads. Dinner is ready. He plated the food and stared at it for a while. The forgotten god was trapped in a nightmare above them. And here they were, trying to enjoy a warm meal. Who could eat when the god of corruption was nearby? Well, Effie probably could. I wonder how Effie is doing. He was distracted from his thoughts by a satisfied sigh. Looking up, Sunny saw Nephis enjoying her food as if nothing was the matter. Right, corrupted gods or what have you. People still had to eat. Well, Supremes did not really have to eat. But food was delicious. So why wouldn't they? People really can adapt to anything. Forgetting about the forgotten god, Sunny smiled faintly and picked up his chopsticks. Enjoy your meal. Chapter 2926. Broken star in the end. The time storm never appeared. Sunny and Nephis spent a night on the chainbreaker, resting and recovering. By the time they woke up, Nephis had replenished enough essence to heal most of his wounds, restoring a few more incarnations to a functional state. She also had enough essence to assume her transcendent form, so if they wanted to, they could fly across the dark expanse of still water without the need for the chain breaker. However, that would cause her untold agony, so Sunny assumed the form of the onyx serpent once more. Nephis placed the chain breaker in her soul sea, and they swam downstream, heading for the waters where fallen Grace, the city of dusk. The journey took them a considerable time to complete. By the time they reached their destination, all of Sunny's incarnations could be manifested again. Saint had recovered from her wounds as well, and Slayer was mostly healed. Only Serpent was still being mended in the nurturing darkness of his soul, having been wounded too terribly. The Shadow Legion, too, was steadily regaining its strength. Sunny judged that he would be back to the peak of his power by the time they reached Verge, or perhaps even sooner than that. All the time they had been moving downstream, they had not met a single nightmare creature. They had not met anyone at all, really, and had not seen anything rising above the dark water. The great river was still and dead, and fallen Grace was nowhere to be found. Sunny and Nephis spent a long time, no less than an entire day, searching the waters for signs of the last human city. However, they did not discover anything. It was as if fallen Grace had been caught by the currents and fell over the edge of the great river, shattering into a million pieces after the impact against the distant floor of the tomb of Ariel. Perhaps it had the same thing that had happened to Weave, might have happened to fallen Grace. Only fallen Grace was situated much closer to the edge, so its ruins could have easily fallen into the dark abyss of the Great Pyramid. In the end, Sunny and Nephis had to abandon the search. He rested his enormous onyx body on the dark water, a different incarnation looking from its head on the vast expanse of the great river. Sunny sighed. You know, I hope to find someone alive here, not even Daron and his saints. I wanted to find the river people. He looked down, a deeper darkness obscuring his eyes. Because they are different from us. We come from the divine realms, but the river people. They were descendants of people from a mortal realm whom the Sibyls had brought here to save them from the end of the world, from the Doom War. So even if a single city remained, it would have meant that someone survived, that someone avoided the damn calamity that the gods and the daemons brought upon existence. That someone had avoided doom. Sunny grimaced and looked into the distance. But I guess it was too much to hope for, wasn't it? Weave was gone and fallen Grace was gone as well. Twilight had only existed in the nightmare, so only Verge remained. Verge was not a city of humans, though it had been, once, but by now it had long turned into a city of abominations. Sunny was tired of only finding death and destruction in the dream realm. He had seen so much of it that the spirit of exploration that had once burned in his chest was almost extinguished. Leaving the empty waters where fallen Grace, the beautiful city of eternal dusk, had thrived once, they turned away from the edge and plotted a course to their next stop to Alethia's island. Sunny and Nephis had been on the way to their destination when he slowed down gradually, and then came to a halt. The colossal onyx serpent raised its long neck above the water, looking into the distance with a fierce glint in its black eyes. "What is it?" Nephis looked at his human incarnation, frowning slightly. But Sunny could not answer immediately, because he himself was not sure. "I don't know. Something is wrong. Something is wrong with the river." Neff's frown deepened, and she looked in the same direction he was looking. Sunny cautiously swam forward. Soon enough, they saw the first signs of the anomaly he had sensed. The great river was growing shallow. It was almost impossible to believe, but the endless depths below them were not so endless anymore. Sunny could already sense the vast emptiness somewhere far below, and as they moved further, the mass of water only grew thinner. Eventually, inexplicably, it was only barely deep enough for him to move in the massive shell of the onyx serpent. Even then, the plane of the great river had grown uneven. It was deeper in some places and feebler in others. In some places, The water was entirely gone, and circular chasms appeared on its surface, full of empty darkness. There were more and more of these holes, until the great river simply ceased, and the still water in front of them opened into a vast, echoing emptiness. It was like the edge of the world, of this world, an edge that was not meant to be here, in the very middle of the great river. How is this possible? The great abyss in front of them was not empty either. Something was hovering in the heart of it, something massive and cold, utterly devoid of life. Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other, then, without having to say anything, they both took to the sky. Nephis had summoned her radiant wings, while Sunny manifested a pair of raven black ones. He also dismissed the onyx serpent shell, taking that incarnation with him in the form of a shadow. Took them no more than a few minutes to reach the center of the vast chasm and see what was floating there, suspended in nothingness. It was a strange, irregularly shaped mass of solid matter, full of jagged edges and sharp lines. The mass was enormous, easily dwarfing the largest island Sunny had seen on the great river, and utterly devoid of life. There were no people, naturally, but there were also no trees, no grass, no water, no flowers, not even moss. Sunny and Nephis landed on the strange island, feeling uneasy. What is this place? Sunny frowned, studying the chaotic shape of the great island. It inclined downward on one end, while the other was raised sharply, as if a mountain rose there from the hard ground. And speaking of the ground, kneeling, Sunny studied it intently for a short while. There was no soil, and the ground itself was jagged and uneven. It was also slightly translucent and crystalline, resembling nothing Sunny had even seen before. But even without having seen anything like it, Sunny could still tell what they were standing on. Do you recognize its nature? Nephis remained silent for a few moments, then shook her head. No, what is it? Letting out a sigh, Sunny straightened and looked up. It's a soul shard. What is left of it? A fragment of a soul shard, really. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then pointed up. It's a fragment of the sun. Of a sun, really. Someone must have destroyed one of the 7 suns of the great river, and so its fragments fell down. So they were standing on a fragment of a dead sun. Chapter 29-27, Broken Promises. The 7 suns that illuminated the great river were fashioned from the soul cores of the stone Titan, an unholy Titan, the demon of dread had once slain. The suns were gone now, and Sunny was standing on the fragment of one of them. The crystalline island was dead and lightless, utterly devoid of the luminous radiance that had illuminated this world. Once Sunny glanced around, mildly stunned. It was not every day that one walked on the surface of a sun, even if this one had been artificial. It's empty. He meant that there was no essence left in the shard of the sun, which itself had been a soul shard once. Either the light that had been contained within it dissipated when the sun was destroyed, or someone had absorbed it like humans absorbed soul fragments by crushing shards in their fists. Was the thieving bird very hungry? Imagining that the odious bird had consumed the suns instead of simply stealing them made Sunny shiver. What if the damn thing was an unholy terror now? Not a cursed one? If that was the case, there was no point in trying to fight it. Sunny had defeated numerous creatures of a higher rank than his in the past, but he was not arrogant enough to believe that he had a chance in a battle against an unholy abomination. He was not ready to face those horrors yet. Not by a long shot. Nephis glanced around. The small flame dancing above her palm suddenly turned into a roaring plume of white fire chasing away the darkness. In the dead silence that surrounded them, her even voice sounded almost unbearably loud. Let's explore. They meticulously searched the entire island, hoping to find something, anything, to help them understand what had happened in the tomb of Ariel. However, after an entire hour of fruitless exploration, they found nothing. No clues, no traces, no great mysteries hidden under the indestructible surface of divine crystal. All in all, the fragment of a broken sun was utterly dull. There was nothing exciting about it, only the vast expanse of jagged edges and uneven slopes. Do you think the river had gone shallow because the fragments of the sun fell into it? Nephis hesitated before responding. I'm not sure. We do not know what sorcery Ariel had used to suspend the great river in the air and make it flow endlessly, so we can't know what broke it." She sighed and added in an uncertain tone, "Maybe it happened because of this fragment, or perhaps the river is simply dying because something stopped its current. In any case, we might encounter more of such shallows. It is good that both of us can fly." Sunny nodded. They rested on the fragment of a shattered sun for a while, then left it behind and continued on their way to Alethea's island. Nephis had been right. As they traveled across the great river, they encountered more of the shallows. None had shards of the broken sun floating in their center, though there was just emptiness, a vast and quiet emptiness permeated by eternal darkness. Sunny carried them forward as the onyx serpent. When the waters were deep, when the waters turned shallow and collapsed into pools of emptiness, they flew. Just like that, a few days passed. Sunny was in a much better shape by now, and the Shadow Legion was almost entirely restored. However, he felt worse than he had before. It was the silence. The silence was getting to him. Sunny and Nephis were not made for this kind of quiet. They had been born into a world at war, and spent most of their adult lives under the crushing pressure of conflict and strife. They were used to combat and battle, always fighting against impossible odds. So, peculiarly enough, the deathly tranquility of the tomb of Ariel was more tiresome than the harrowing peril of the war-torn hell. "I almost want something to happen." Sunny knew better than to think such thoughts aloud, but could not help himself. He would gladly take a battle against some kind of horrible abomination over this dark, peaceful stillness. But no abomination appeared, and so they made it to Alethea's island undeterred. The thick mist that had surrounded it once was gone. The colossal whirlpool was gone as well, and instead of floating in the air above it, the island was simply resting on the water. The enormous sea serpent with scales as black as onyx slithered onto the shore of Alethea's island and turned into a man with porcelain skin and onyx eyes, his gaze dark and somber. A moment later, a malevolent obsidian dragon landed heavily on the sand, turning into a slender woman who seemed to be woven from darkness, shrouded in a mantle of ghostly smoke. Graceful knight wearing a suit of fearsome black armor walked out of the shadows, two ruby flames burning behind the visor of her helmet. Finally, a woman who was like a radiant goddess landed softly on the shore, her silver hair dancing in the wind. Sunny glanced around the familiar landscape, feeling deeply uncomfortable. His stay on Alethea's island had been up there with the worst experiences of his life, so being here again did not feel great. Nephis was her usual self, though as if returning to this harrowing place did not bother her at all. "This was where we killed undying slaughter." Nephis lingered for a moment, then added in a wistful tone, "I only ever spent a single day here, but it felt like eternity." She was recovering as well, and her emotions were slowly returning. "Heading toward the towering cliffs, where treacherous steps were carved into the stone," she said in a neutral tone. "In any case, the loop seems to have been broken, so we do not need to worry about spending an eternity here, I think." Sunny smiled weakly. Well, as long as you're sure. There was no sin of solace whispering into his ear anymore, so he would probably not even remember being in a loop again, or perhaps his will would pierce the revolutions of time. Sunny did not know, and was determined not to find out. "We'd better be careful. There were a lot of powerful nightmare creatures on this island in the past." He nodded to acknowledge Neff's warning, even if he knew about the abominations of Alethea's island far more than she did. He had been killed by most of them at least once, after all. "Let's go!" They ascended the stone steps and entered the forest. Neff's flame drowned a wide circle around them in bright light, but beyond it, darkness reigned. Naturally, Sunny's eyes could pierce through it, and his shadow sense had already enveloped the entire island. Because of that, he could already tell that there were no nightmare creatures here anymore. The soulless nightmare butterfly was gone. The harvester, a nebulous horror that had dwelled in the sky above the island, was gone as well. So was the grotesque leopard that had stalked the forest, and all the rest of them. Only old bones remained. The forest itself was ravaged and largely destroyed, innumerable trees shattered or toppled by some awful force. The bone graveyard had been washed away by the waves. The carnivorous lake stood empty, and the tunnels dug deep under the surface had collapsed. As for Alethea's tower itself, as Sunny and Nephis crested the hill, he froze for a moment. The tower was there, right in front of them. What was left of it, at least. It had been almost entirely destroyed, turning into a forlorn ruin. All the upper floors were gone, and the lower ones were buried under the rubble. The very top of the tower seemed to have been thrown into the air and rolled to the base of the hill, then far into the forest, shattering in the process. From the look of how the stone debris fell, someone had dealt the tower a terrible blow, obliterating it completely. Sunny exhaled slowly. What the hell happened here? He did not mean Alethea's island. He meant the tomb of Ariel. The great river. Sunny did not know what the first loop of his third nightmare had looked like. But even if there were millions of challengers and the phantom of the Serpent King there, it had still been a nightmare meant for masters to conquer. Granted, the odds of overcoming that particular trial had been infernally low. Unless, naturally, you were Nephis of the immortal Flame clan. And even Nephis had died back then in the first loop of the nightmare and during countless loops after that. But this level of destruction, the things they had seen in Weave, in the empty waters where Fallen Grace had been in the shallows on the way to Alethea's island, on the island itself, were far beyond what he had expected. Was not something that any master was meant to face, let alone conquer. Nephis shrugged. The most obvious answer is that a cursed terror escaped from a nightmare and descended upon the great river, like a calamity that its rank and class entail. She lingered for a moment, then added, "Naturally, just because an answer is obvious doesn't mean that it's correct." Turning away from the ruins of Alethea's tower, she sighed. "In any case, we won't find anything of use here, just like we failed to find it in Weave and Fallen Grace. There's no point in searching anymore. Our next stop will be Verge, and from there the estuary." Nephis smiled faintly. "Who knows, the first seeker might still be alive. If so, I might be able to kill it again." They went about making camp. Soon, Nephis closed her eyes to sleep while Sunny kept watch in front of a fire. The small island of warmth and light was surrounded by boundless darkness. Sunny glanced into the darkness and listened to the silence that reigned over the still expanse of the great river, shadows dancing on his somber face. At the same time, another incarnation of him was making its way to the ruins of Alethea's tower. Climbing carefully over the rubble, he reached the side of the hill that was relatively free of debris. That was because the blow that destroyed the tower had come from that direction, sending the debris flying the other way. There, in the darkness, he found what he had sensed hours before, but kept to himself. It was not that he wanted to hide something from Nephis. It was just that he couldn't explain it to her without speaking about his past, which she could never remember. What Sunny had found was a humble grave. There was no inscription on the tombstone, and no way of knowing if someone was actually buried under the raised soil. However, a scattering of lovely flowers was growing on the grave and around it, creating a gorgeous meadow in the middle of the ruin. Sunny could not see their color in the darkness, but knew that the petals were of a vibrant azure hue, just like the flower Windflower had given him once in a dream, the last dream she ever saw. Sitting down in front of the grave, Sunny pulled a bottle of wine from the folds of his nebulous mantle, uncorked it, and poured some onto the ground. "Is that you, Windflower?" He remained silent for a long while, then glanced down. "If so, I'm sorry I broke the promise I gave you, like all the other promises I gave and then broke. You wanted to die by the hand of a person who would conquer the nightmare, but in the end I abandoned my cohort to pursue selfish goals. I wasn't even there when they destroyed the first seeker." He glanced away, smiling bitterly, and took a sip of the wine. "I really hope to meet you again, you know." Sunny took a deep breath, staring into the darkness with a distant expression. "Your phantom asked me to relay a message should I ever meet the real you. She wanted me to tell you that she had done her best. That they all had. But I guess that's not an option now, is it?" Sunny pursed his lips. "Because you are gone, and their best was not enough." He remained silent for a long time, and then drank the wine once more. "But I just wanted you to know that I used your gift well. It helped me a lot to get to where I am. Thank you for that. You were the first person to ever give me flowers, so please accept this gift from me as well." Raising a hand, he called upon the shadows and manifested a black flower out of them, the most gorgeous flower he could think of and create. Planting it gently on the nameless grave, Sunny sighed heavily and stood up. "Nobody remembers me anymore, and because I was the only one who met you, no one remembers you either. Seems unfair, doesn't it? But don't worry, even though I broke my promise, I have come back now to set things right. Just wait a little longer. Soon, everyone will tell the tales about you, about Windflower of the Twilight Sea." He watched the grave silently for a while longer, then took a step back and dissolved into the shadows, leaving only the black flower behind. Far away on the shore of Alethia's island, Sunny was staring into the dancing flames. A shadow crept across the sand and wrapped itself around him, careful not to disturb Neff's sleep. Sunny remained silent for a long time, then sighed lightly. To Verge, then, and to the estuary from there. The goal of their harrowing journey was drawing near. Chapter 2928, Confession. Whenever Sunny slept, some part of him always remained awake. There were 7 of him, after all, so it was rare for all of his incarnations to be asleep at the same time. After finding the nameless grave on the hill where Alethia's tower had once stood, however, he chose to surrender himself to sleep completely. Even though nothing had happened since they entered the tomb of Ariel, he needed a break. The nothingness of it all was exhausting. Eventually, though, Sunny woke up. He remained still for a while, looking at Neff's profile. She was sitting by the fire, looking at the dancing flames just like he had been doing during his watch. Her usually stoic expression seemed reserved and pensive in the warm light of the fire. It is strange, you know. Even though she did not turn to look, she must have noticed that he was awake. Sunny did not move either. "What is?" Nephis lingered for a short while, then shrugged. Sitting by the fire in the tomb of Ariel, utterly ruined, acting like nothing is the matter. Finally turning, she smiled faintly. Her smile was a little bit bitter and a little bit dark. "I had spent so much time building my kingdom, all my life really, and now, in the span of a few short months, all of it is gone. My citadels, my armies, my comrades, my people, all I have left now are the things I can carry with me. I must be the first homeless sovereign in history." Sunny remained silent for a moment, then smiled as well. "To be fair, you can carry quite a lot with you, an entire flying ship, for example, and that is just the tip of the iceberg." Nephis chuckled. "That's true." She turned back to the flame, and to the darkness beyond it. "You went somewhere while I slept, didn't you?" Sunny lingered for a few seconds, then sighed. "I did. How did you know? I tried not to wake you." She shook her head lightly. "Was because you were different when I woke up. So, I figured that something must have happened." Nephis reached forward and cupped her hands, thrusting them into the fire. She scooped some of it, as one would scoop water, and then washed her face in the brilliant white flame. A moment later, she let out a satisfied sigh and turned to Sunny again, looking refreshed. "Do you still have coffee?" Sunny sat up, summoned an enchanted thermos he had once created, and poured the fragrant drink into 2 cups. As they enjoyed their morning coffee in utter darkness, he considered his words for a long while. Eventually, though, he still said, "You never ask me any questions." It was true. When the 2 of them were together, Sunny rarely had to say something because of his flaw. As a result, there were few situations when he said something to Nephis, only for her to forget it seconds later. It was very convenient of Sunny, and made his life much easier, but at the same time, he often felt conflicted about the whole situation. At times, he felt insecure, thinking that Nephis simply did not care enough to ask. Other times, he felt that it was not fair to her, since no matter what she did, she would never receive an answer, would never be able to truly know the man with whom she shared her life. But Sunny never brought it up, because doing so would not solve anything. And she would not be able to remember having talked about it either. Nephis shrugged. "That is strange as well, looking into the fire." She sighed. "You and Cassie are closer to me than anyone else, and both of you keep a million secrets, so It is a bit ironic that I know very little about the people I trust the most. She lingered for a few moments and then added, "But that was our deal, wasn't it? You said that you had secrets you would never reveal to me, and I promised that I would never value you more than my goal." Nephis chuckled, looking back. We were acting quite mature when having that conversation, but also quite stupid. She shook her head at the beginning. I thought that it would be simple to allow someone into my life without inviting them into my heart. I never had any experience with the affairs of the heart after all, so it was easy to be arrogant. But as time went on and we grew closer, nothing was simple. Everything was complicated. She looked at Sunny and smiled. I never ask you any questions, but I used to ask myself all the time. Where does he come from? Who were his parents? What was his childhood like? Who was his first love? Why does he love me? Things like that. There were so many questions, and not a single answer, as if you were keeping yourself under lock and key, as if you didn't care about me enough to share yourself with me. Nephis shook her head. I'm not a fool, though. Even if we never spoke about it, it did not take me long to figure out that you were keeping quiet because you were unable to speak, not because you did not want to. I also noticed that at times my memory failed me. It happens when I think about you, or in the middle of a conversation one moment. We are talking about something, but the next moment we are talking about something else. And I don't quite remember how we got there, as if I got distracted. She looked at the dancing flames, then at the darkness beyond them. And I also know that all of it has something to do with this, with the tomb of Ariel. This is where it all started. Nephis turned to Sunny and shrugged. But it doesn't matter, really. I used to drive myself mad with these questions. But at some point I realized that it did not matter. I do not need to know who your parents were, what your childhood was like, or where you come from. Because I know you, I might not know about you, but I know who you are. You are my person. I trust you. She looked away and sighed. I used to want to have everything under my control. I even deluded myself into thinking that it was at times because the world was too frightening otherwise. But a part of growing up is realizing that you cannot control everything. Once you let go, life gets easier, and you can hold on to the important things, instead of helplessly grasping at all of them. Nephis lingered for a moment, and then looked at Sunny with a smile. Now that I think about it, I feel like I've been cheated in that deal of ours, he chuckled. Are you saying that I made my way into your heart, uninvited? Is that a confession, Lady Changing Star? They were on Alethea's island of all places. What was it about this terrifying pit of nightmares that made people prone to admitting their feelings? Was certainly not a romantic spot. It was the opposite of a romantic spot. Really. Nephis shrugged. I'm just saying that I know you well enough not to ask questions, Lord Shadow. I know who you are, and who you are is enough. It's plenty. Sunny lingered for a while, then looked away to hide his smile. It's nice to hear. Nephis finished her coffee and stood up. Maybe it's why I do not feel crushed despite having lost the human domain to the dream spawn. I feel that I will get it all back because I'm not alone. Looking into the darkness, she remained silent for a few moments, and then said quietly, No one survives in the dream realm alone, so I was lucky to find you. Sunny studied her profile for a while. Eventually he nodded. You certainly were. Men of my caliber don't grow on trees, you know. There's only a handful in the whole wide world. 7, to be precise, and all of them are Nephis' side. Don't I know it well? Chapter 29:29. On the Verge, they left Alethea's island soon after. The journey to Verge was long but uneventful. The waters of the great river grew more and more shallow the closer to the defiled city they got, and they had to fly for long stretches of time. Wanting to save Nephis from having to use her aspect all the time, Sunny politely suggested that Slayer should carry them on her broad, draconic back. That was the closest he came to losing his head for the second time. This time to a dragon's fangs instead of a sharp blade. Luckily, most of his shades had already been mended, so in the end, the two of them rode on the backs of 2 obsidian wasps, flying above the great river at an astonishing speed. Nephis lighted their way, and from afar they must have looked like a shooting star that rushed across the endless expanse of the great river, its brilliant radiance reflecting in the still, dark water. As they neared Verge, however, Sunny dismissed the wasps and manifested shadows into a thin layer of solid matter atop the river, creating a perfectly flat island that stretched several kilometers in all directions. Prepared for battle, they continued forward on foot. As they did, Nephis remembered the final battle of the third nightmare, the battle Sunny had missed. Verge was a city of the Seekers of Truth once, one they built as close to the estuary as they could. But when we found it, only the very edges of the city remained. The rest was buried under the first Seeker. Sunny had heard the story before, but never in much detail. What was it like, the first Seeker? Neff's expression turned grim. It was. Vast, formless mass of red flesh that covered the world like a spreading tumor. The entire city was overgrown by it, and the flesh was spilling into the great river, infecting it. The first Seeker was continuing to grow as well. When we beheld it for the first time, it was easy to imagine that this abominable flesh would cover all of the great river one day, consuming the entire tomb of Ariel. She lingered for a while, and then added, "Much worse was the fact that the first Seeker was not merely an abomination. It was the source of the defilement, the origin of the horrid curse that had befallen the great river. Touching its flesh meant becoming instantly infected by the corruption. So how were we supposed to destroy it?" Nephis shook her head, and there were the defiled themselves. Even if all the plagues were gone by then, the ruins of Verge still teemed with abominations. They were powerful and ancient as well. Many of them were corrupted. Some were fallen. The first Seeker itself, and countless nightmare creatures guarding it. It all seemed like an impossible task for a handful of masters to complete. Sunny raised an eyebrow. "And you just blew it all up?" Nephis smiled. "No, not really. Not immediately, at least. That thing was too vast to be destroyed even by my flames." She looked ahead and sighed. "We concluded that the first Seeker had to have a heart, or a core at least. Somewhere in the depths of that sea of flesh, the remains of Aletheia of the Nine were buried deep. So, we wanted to reach them and destroy the source of the first Seeker." Neff's expression became grim. I was the only one who could walk across the flesh of the first Seeker uncorrupted, so that was a task I had to accomplish alone. Before that, however, we had to get as close to it as we could. Past the great legion of the defiled Mordret was instrumental there, in fact. Without him, we would have never made it to the first Seeker alive. She paused for a moment, then continued in a disdainful tone. "He led us past the defiled through the reflections. So, we made it inside Verge, as close to the flesh of the first Seeker as we could. The defiled still sensed us, of course. Kai and Effie stayed back to hold them off. Mordret and Cassie lured some away, acting as bait, while I climbed the mountain of flesh and attempted to reach the heart of the city." She grimaced. "When I did, I tried to carve a path into the heart of the first Seeker. I tried to burn it as well, but the flesh was growing faster than I could destroy it. Somewhere behind me, my cohort was buying me time, drowning in a devastating flood of the defiled. They were being pushed back toward the first Seeker, toward becoming defiled themselves." Nephis shook her head and smiled weakly. "Well, you know the rest. I detonated 6 of my 7 cores in the end, unleashing 6 times the devastation I had visited upon Twilight. That did it." Ever so succinct, they had reached the end of the island of shadows Sunny had created by then. She looked ahead, remained silent for a moment, and said in a disgruntled tone, "Now that I am supreme, I think just a couple of cores will do. Maybe even 1. Walking to the edge, Sunny took a step over it. The black layer laying atop the water extended, supporting his foot. At the same time, somewhere far away, the island of shadows began to collapse. I am here this time, and while I am not immune to the corruption, I know how to destroy things from afar, so hopefully you won't need to sacrifice even a single soul core. The walk across the water, a dark path appearing under their feet." Soon enough, Verge came into sight. Sunny and Nephis stopped, looking ahead in somber silence. Weave had been destroyed and Fallen Grace was missing. Even Aletheia's island had not escaped the devastation. Verge was still here, though, even if it was changed. The one thing distinguishing it from the phantom copy that had existed in the depths of the nightmare was that the first Seeker was gone. The abominable sea of flesh that had once drowned the city of the Seekers of Truth was no more, gone without a trace. Chapter 2930, City of Bones. Out on the edges of verge, the dilapidated buildings still stood, ancient darkness nestling in their empty doors and windows. Further away, though, the city was flattened, having turned into a stone valley. That was where the mountains of flesh that belonged to the first seeker once lay, but they were there no more. Nothing was moving in Verge. Nothing was alive. Instead, the entire city was littered with bones. Countless bones lay scattered among the ruins. Some seemed like they had belonged to humans once. Some were gruesomely deformed and twisted. Some were small, while some were giant. Some lay alone, stuck between the rubble. Some lay in towering piles. There were hollowed-out carapaces of enormous, monstrous creatures as well. There were skeletal remains of abominable leviathans. One thing that lacked in the City of Bones, however, was the defilement. Its source had disappeared, and the defilement itself vanished as well. What do you see? Nephis could not see in the darkness, and the light of her flame did not reach that far. She could sense it, though. The absence of the terrifying enemy she had been prepared to destroy for the second time. Sunny sighed. It's gone. The first seeker, the defiled. They are all gone. At that moment he felt like he understood what kind of calamity had befallen the great river. What kind of unstoppable, merciless monster had visited such final devastation upon it, leaving only silence and desolation in its wake. It was time, Shadow. God might have created death, but time was the ultimate killer. It destroyed everything. In the end, even the great river had eventually fallen to its ruthless cruelty, despite being the river of time. Sunny remained silent for a while longer, then shook his head. Let's go. Together, they entered Verge and traversed its empty streets, stepping over the ancient bones. Then they climbed the flattened ruins and walked across them as well. Having crossed the Sea of Bones, they reached the other edge of the fallen city and saw the dark, still water again. Nephis stared at it for a long while, then closed her eyes for a moment. Everything is different from how I imagined. She exhaled slowly. I really thought that at least the first seeker would be here. Sunny nodded. Me too. Then he looked into the darkness, where the estuary and the vile thieving bird awaited. There is nothing for us here. Let's go. It shouldn't be far now. They left the City of Bones behind. Once a long time ago, Sunny had sailed the last stretch of the great river on a small ketch. He had encountered many terrifying nightmare creatures back then. The most terrifying abominations of the great river dwelled in the furthest reaches of the past, and in the most distant future, after all. But even those horrors were nowhere to be found. So Sunny and Nephis traveled in relative peace. It was just that the waters of the great river were growing thinner and thinner, the closer to the estuary they came. In the end, the great river simply ceased. There was not even a great waterfall where its water ended, just a gradual termination. The shallows grew vast, and then they became ubiquitous, instead of islands of empty darkness interrupting the surface of the still water like pustules. It was the small islands of water that broke the vast expanse of empty darkness, separated by a great distance. And finally, Sunny and Nephis reached a patch of shallow water that seemed to be the last. There was none that could be seen from it, at least. All that remained was an endless and dark vastness, a great abyss of dark nothingness. And somewhere far away, too distant to be seen, a hint of something hidden in the darkness. Manifesting a thin layer of shadows atop the water, Sunny walked to the very edge and looked down, a pensive expression on his face. He lingered for a few moments and then asked somberly, Now what? Instead of answering, Nephis raised a hand and pointed into the distance. Sunny, look. She could not see through the darkness, so it was doubtful that she noticed something that he had not. However, that was exactly what happened, because when Sunny looked where she was pointing, he immediately realized what she meant. There was light in the darkness. Far away, a scattering of tiny sparks was moving slowly, growing a little brighter, as if coming their way. The two of them remained motionless, watching the distant lights approach. Soon enough, they saw it. There was a ship sailing across the emptiness. It had a strange and archaic silhouette different from how the ships were built, both in the waking world and in the dream realm, but quite similar to how they had been built by the river people. The hull was entirely covered in intricate engravings, and the black sails were beautifully embroidered with silver thread. The sparks were the lanterns that shone on the ship's masts. To Sunny, it looked like the ferry meant to carry the souls of the dead to the underworld. Stay alert. Soon enough, the ship approached the island of water they were standing upon and came to a halt, resting on it. Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other, then jumped up to land on its deck. There, both of them froze. It can't be how? Sunny's breath caught in his chest, because someone was waiting for them aboard the mysterious ship. It was an exquisitely beautiful young woman, wearing a black mantle. With her small stature and glistening ebony hair, dusky skin, and piercing blue eyes, she looked like an enchanting river spirit. Her lovely face was lively and captivating, and her eyes glistened, reflecting Neph's flame. The young woman studied them for a few moments, and then bowed deeply. Her voice was bright and melodious. "Hail, Weaver, demon of fate, firstborn of the unknown." The young woman straightened, looked at them, and then smiled warmly. Her disarming smile was bright enough to illuminate the world. Ananke greets the children of Weaver. Sunny simply stood there. Frozen Nephis, meanwhile, took a step forward as if mesmerized. "Ananke, you're alive?" The young woman looked at them with a hint of confusion. "Why, it would seem so. Don't I look alive, my lady?" "It is." Before she could finish the sentence, Nephis reached forward and pulled her into a tight embrace. Sunny was finally able to move as well. He hesitated for a moment, then said in a raspy voice, "The children of Weaver greet Ananke of Weave." Chapter 2931, Swaying Chains. Drowning in the shadow of the ebony tower, pouring her essence into the runic array meant to protect it from the great army of humanity. Cassie, the witch who had betrayed her kind to help the wicked butcher, Mordret of Nowhere, inhaled deeply and then called upon her aspect. She was resorting to something that she had forbidden herself from doing in the wake of Astarion's resounding victory over the longing domain. She was reaching into the hearts of those witnessed by her dormant ability, and leaving her mark on them, blind and maimed. She was opening myriad eyes to look upon the final battle of the bitter war from countless perspectives. It used to be that Cassie could only mark those with whom she had shared physical contact, but she had been learning how to use her aspect better, as well. She had been reaching new levels of mastery over her powers, slowly perfecting her craft. And now, she could finally see. Of course, she was also making herself vulnerable to Astarion and his wicked authority, but now that everyone had already become enthralled by the monstrous supreme, it did not matter that much, especially because the battle was going to be long over by the time her mind could become irrevocably infected by his insidious power. And so, Cassie saw. She witnessed. A great swarm of echoes and winged abominations rose from the islands surrounding the ebony tower, rushing across the chasm like a vast cloud of darkness. Their advance seemed unstoppable, and yet Mordret did not look bothered. He watched them fly across the lilac sky silently, his mirror-like eyes reflecting the approaching calamity with a hint of disinterest. If a swarm like that had been summoned to defend Antarctica, the chain of nightmares would have been drowned in the blood of nightmare creatures. If it had been summoned in America, humanity would not have lost the western hemisphere of its own home planet. Just a small fraction of the swarm would have washed over the forgotten shore, saving all the sleepers of the Dark City. But today it was merely an opening act of a far more terrifying battle. It was a diversion meant to shield the true attack. By the time the aerial combatants of the Hunger Domain reached halfway to the Ebony Island, Mordret finally responded. His vessels moved, rending the sky apart with a world-ending barrage of ranged attacks. Those of them who had been human once took aim, calling upon their aspects and activating a sea of enchantments woven into their memories. Most of them had been nightmare creatures, though so the attacks they unleashed were eerie and hideous. On one side of the Ebony Island, a long black arm extended from the towering hill of dark hair. An eerily human-like hand grasped a giant slab of obsidian and squeezed it, sending cracks running through the surface of the indestructible stone. Then, the creature rose to its feet, revealing its gargantuan, monstrous visage. The ape-like abomination, hurled the enormous boulder into the approaching storm, raising a hurricane and causing a deafening sonic boom to roar as it shook the sky. On the other side of the island, an abominable vessel that looked like a giant tick rose its swollen belly to the sky, myriad shapes moving under the gray skin in a ghastly pattern. Then tens of thousands of bleeding holes opened on its surface, and something shot from it at tremendous speed, filling the air with a chilling buzzing. Those were millions of hideous wasps leaving their nest and flashing across the sky like sentient bullets. Their wings were razor-sharp, and their mandibles were covered in deadly venom. They shredded everything that appeared in their path, and soon the sky was washed by blood, a storm of ethereal sparks swirling in the hurricane winds. As blood and light filled the sky, above like a terrifying storm, the blood that was being spilled in the sky below remained unseen. There, a different kind of wasp had clashed with the hidden forces approaching the ebony island under the cover of darkness. These were enormous and utterly lethal, their translucent bodies almost invisible in the lightless void that rested under the chained isles. There were countless other vessels of the King of Nowhere eradicating the great swarm as well. Many of them were winged themselves, rising into the sky to meet the enemy. And above it all, below it all, beneath it all, his will was clashing against the will of the dream spawn, sending ripples through the fabric of existence. Cassie drew a shaky breath, controlling the defensive array to do what little she could in this cataclysmic battle of two inhuman giants. As the great swarm of echoes and enthralled abominations rushed toward the ebony island, distracting its defenders, the true assault began far away across the vast chasm of the tier. The armies of humanity moved forward. As they did, stepping on the desolate soil of the nearest islands, clouds of scarlet spores escaped from beneath it, spreading swiftly in the wind. Harrowing screams filled the air, and Cassie could not help but shudder when she felt one of her marks dying in unbearable agony. Soldiers fell to the ground, convulsing, blood spilling from their mouths, their noses, their eyes. But the army of the hunger domain was simply too vast and too powerful to be deterred, while the hearts and minds of its soldiers were too consumed by Asterion for fear or reluctance to take hold. Controlled by him, the soldiers simply stepped over the dead, ignoring the pleas of their companions and comrades, to continue the unstoppable advance. Asterion's army split into 7 legions, each flowing onto one of the celestial chains to cross the dark void of the sky below and conquer the ebony island. Mordret finally showed a reaction. Looking at the 7 colossal chains, he inhaled deeply and then glanced at Cassie with interest. "What do you think will happen if I sever the chains?" She remained silent for a few moments, then said in an even tone, "I suppose they will all fall down. They would fall endlessly into the darkness until their lifeless corpses were finally swallowed by the divine flames, except for those who would plummet through the rift. Those unfortunate souls would probably continue falling for all eternity, since no one had ever been able to discover the bottom of the sky below." Cassie pursed her lips slightly. "The dream spawn will send winged thralls to rescue saints and masters, those who do not possess memories that can help them fly out of the darkness, at least. But the awakened soldiers will die." She turned her head slightly, facing Mordret. "Still, it will decrease the pressure on you, and it is not like the ebony island will fall after all. It is holding up the chained isles in the skies, not the other way around. So why haven't you severed the chains yet?" Mordret studied her for a moment, then smiled and glanced away. So heartless, with that, he sent his reflections forth. They dashed toward the great celestial chains, and the monstrous vessels of the King of Nothing followed, assembling into 7 ghastly columns, in the deafening roar of the heavenly battle. Under a blood rain they poured onto the chains like loathsome rivers, hurrying forward to meet the armies of humanity. The great chains swayed and groaned loudly, their rattling sounding like the death wails of the world. A dreadful battle above, a terrifying battle below. The forces of the King of Nothing clashed with the legions of the Dreamspawn between 2 skies, causing a ghastly clamor to drown out the groans of the great heavenly chains. Chapter 290-32. Under heaven, Cassie swayed faintly, overwhelmed by the dreadful scale of the battle. It looked as if the world was ending. The world was really ending, no matter which side won. so that a new, ghastly world could be born from its corpse. What is my endgame here? Suddenly, Cassie felt lost. She had resolved herself to stand by Mordret till the bitter end, but she did not want him to win. His victory today would mean that humanity had been wiped out, all its awakened warriors, at least, which meant the same in the world of the nightmare spell. So Cassie did not know what she was doing here. No, she did. She had made a choice to fight with Mordred for a reason, so these frightened thoughts did not belong to her. They were the dream spawn's poison seeping into her mind, now that she had opened it once more. Gritting her teeth, Cassie focused on the battle. Far away, the vessels of Mordred and the forces of humanity collided on the surface of the seven great chains. The two sovereigns had chosen different tactics in this harrowing clash. Mordred sent his most fearsome champions, his reflections, to lead the armies of detestable vessels. Asterion, meanwhile, kept his strongest champions back. First, sending weaker thralls forward to exhaust the reflections. It was a chilling massacre. The massacre was especially chilling because one of the reflections was wearing Cassie's own face, slaughtering humans with utter lack of mercy or hesitation. So it was like watching herself murdering them. For a brief moment, Cassie wondered if Mordred was doing that to torment her. But no. He was simply commanding one of the reflections to mirror Cassie, because her powers were simply too lethal in combination with his own. Not only did they allow the reflection to sense its adversary's movements in advance, but they also made it so that reflection could warn the other six as well. As a result, all seven were far more unassailable and lethal than they would have been otherwise. If the dream spawn had any qualms about burying them under a tide of human bodies, he did not show it. Instead, he allowed ascended and awakened warriors to die by their hands, claws, and maws in scores. He really did not want to sacrifice the lives of the saints, it seemed, because the saints were meant to become his main course when he eventually devoured humanity. Asterion was forced to change his strategy soon, though. It was because the human waves he sent to bury the reflections not only failed to weaken them, but were actually making them stronger. It was as if they were offered an impossibly generous feast of human souls, and as torrents of soul fragments poured into their depths, the reflections absorbed them like a dry riverbed. As Cassie watched, one of them actually evolved in class, gaining newfound strength. That was why Asterion reacted, having judged that the necessity of sending forward his strongest champions far outweighed the risk. Now, the cadence of the fierce battle on the heavenly chains changed. The human soldiers retreated in eerie unity, and instead their commanders moved forward to lead the charge on one of the chains. Saitian appeared like a walking nightmare, her grotesque figure obscured by a bloody haze. On another chain, a swarm of crows descended to form a figure of a tall, gaunt man. Somewhere else, a river of liquid metal flowed across the links of the great chain, rushing forward like an unstoppable silver flood. When the advancing saints crashed into the reflections, the ebony island quaked. Mordret clicked his tongue. Does he really think that these pathetic, however, before he could finish the sentence, his expression changed. 6 of the 7 reflections managed to repel the fierce assault of the human saints, entangling them in a ferocious melee. However, on the chain where Morgan had appeared, the reflections was almost instantly overwhelmed and pushed back, the surface of its mirrored body covered by cracks and on the verge of shattering. Mordred gritted his teeth. It seems that I am spread too thin. His tone sounded relaxed and amused, but his expression was dark. A moment later, the wounded reflection retreated into the darkness of the sky below, escaping the lethal river of steel. The flood of metal, meanwhile, coalesced into the figure of a woman with black hair and cold-cutting vermilion eyes, facing a sea of Mordred's vessels that stretched into the distance, covering the length of the heavenly chain. She smiled chillingly and lunged forward. Blood spilled on cold alloy. Morgan's breakthrough forced Mordred to change his tactic as well. The reflections retreated one by one, allowing the saints to advance toward the vessels of the King of Nothing himself. 7 bloody battles unfolded on the groaning chains that swayed above an endless void, 2 vast swarms of abominations ripping each other apart above them. Mordred was also fighting a battle on the Ivory Island, on the Night Garden, and on the islands that surrounded the tier, preventing the assault forces from being endlessly reinforced. The whole world seemed to have dissolved into chaos and slaughter. He managed to hold most of the chains, but on a few, his forces were being pushed back. Morgan especially seemed almost unstoppable, reaching closer and closer to the Ebony Island. Cassie did not know what kind of purpose she seemed to have found, or what kind of reason had been instilled in her by the Dreamspawn, but the former Princess of War was proving to be a force to be reckoned with, a force far more frightening and lethal than any other saint on the battlefield, and all Asterion needed was for one chain to be conquered, not all 7 of them. Watching his sister slaughter his vessels, Mordret sighed. "Dear sister, I really should have killed her all those years ago." When I first returned to Bastion, shaking his head regretfully, he glanced to where the silhouette of the Ivory Island loomed high in the sky, obscured by the battling abominations. Somewhere on its shores, Asterion was probably looking down and smiling at them. Mordret raised a hand and rubbed his temple, grimacing briefly. "Get out of my head, damn it!" Uttering a quiet curse, he inhaled deeply and smiled. "Let's take it up a notch, shall we?" Somewhere far away, at the base of the heavenly chains, connected to the flying islands, the 7 reflections appeared from the darkness of the sky below, landing among the soldiers of the Hunger Domain, and cutting off the assault forces from the main mass of the army. At the same time, innumerable vessels poured from the reflections on every island where the human soldiers were assembled, widening the frightening scope of the battle even further. Mordred was throwing all of himself into the fight now, not leaving himself a way out, not holding anything back, holding nothing back. Somewhere above, Asterion prepared to descend onto the battlefield personally. Cassie glanced down and closed her one remaining eye, overwhelmed by the bloodshed. One of the chains snapped. The children of Weaver greet Ananke of Weave. Sunny stared at the gorgeous young woman whom Nephis was hugging tightly. Ananke wore a surprised expression. His own must have been just as stunned. It was really her. Ananke, the last priestess of the nightmare spell, was still alive. She was alive, and not beholden to the currents of the great river anymore. It seemed like all river people were meant to be. Well, it made sense. The currents of the great river were no more after all. Chapter 2933, King of the River People, before Sunny could come to terms with meeting Ananke, the real Ananke, who had never met the Mad Prince, and therefore never got to travel with Sunny and Nephis. He found himself in the lounge cabin of the mysterious ship, being treated to tea, wine, and delicious food. Ananke even used the same enchanted lacquered box and dinnerware as she had in the nightmare. The similarity to how they had met for the first time was simply too peculiar. Made Sunny want to ponder the mechanics of how the spell brought its phantoms to life, and whether its knowledge of all things having to do with the past was founded on its ability to fathom the strings of fate. However, at the moment, he was not really in the mood for philosophical ponderings. Barely remembering to touch his food, he simply stared at Ananke, feeling both stunned and full of joy, ecstatic, almost. Was just like Nephis said they had not spent a lot of time with the Ananke in the nightmare, but the old priestess occupied a special place in Sunny's heart. Her loss had hit him especially hard, just like it had Nephis. So seeing her once again filled him with happiness, enough of it to suppress his curiosity for a short while even, and dissuade him from asking any questions. Ananke watched them with a hint of reverence and amazement and curiosity as well. Sunny and Nephis couldn't look away from her either. Eventually she chuckled. Ananke of Weave? No one has called me that in a long, long time. Weave was destroyed centuries ago after all. Thousands of years? I'm surprised that you know that ancient name, my lord and lady. Her voice was still warm and bright, but betrayed a hint of wistful melancholy for a brief moment, as if she was remembering a deep wound that had long scarred over. Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other. In the end, it was Sunny who spoke. "Am Sunless? And this is Nephis. There is no need to use honorifics when talking to us. We are of the same rank after all." Indeed, it was true. He could see it as clear as day when he gazed into the soul of Ananke. There, a radiant soul core was shining like a summer sun. She was supreme now, just like the two of them, Ananke lingered for a few moments, then smiled. "Oh, I couldn't. You are the chosen of Weaver, after all. Lord Sunless, Lady Nephis." He sighed. "How does that even work? You were already a carrier of the nightmare spell when it was in its infancy. Its caretaker even, or at least a descendant of its caretakers. Now that it has fully matured, you should be no different from Nephis. As much a child of Weaver as she is, really." Ananke glanced at him with a hint of confusion in her azure eyes, then shrugged lightly. "I wouldn't know, Lord Sunless. We knew nothing about what happened outside the tomb of Ariel after entering it. We could only hope that the promise Weaver had given us would be fulfilled, and the children of Weaver would save everyone from the doom. Weaver's promise was the nightmare spell, and the doom she mentioned was the spreading corruption, the nightmare of the forgotten god." Ananke hesitated for a few moments, then asked tentatively, "So how is it going, my lord and lady? Saving everyone from the doom and the like?" She had to be very curious about them. In fact, Nephis and Sunny must have seemed like mythical creatures to her. They were people from outside the tomb of Ariel, after all, which was a mythical place for the river people. Sunny coughed. Well, he considered his words for a bit, then shrugged. "It's the age of the nightmare spell out there. All the realms are consumed by the corruption, and only the war realm still stands. There are several billion humans left alive. Most of them are mundane people. Some are awakened warriors. Among those warriors, Nephis and I are two of the strongest, but our strength is woefully not enough to deal with what is coming. So that is the reason why we came to the tomb of Ariel, to have a chance of becoming stronger." Sunny paused for a second, but the great river is not how we expected to find it. Nephis finally spoke then, her voice reserved. "You did not seem surprised to see us, Ananke. How did you know to come and welcome us? Did Dusk send you a message in a dream? In the nightmare, Ananke had received a dream message. That was how she had been able to meet Sunny and Nephis in her catch. They assumed that it was Dusk of Fallen Grace, the last Sibyl of the river people, who had sent the message. But actually, they did not know for sure. It could have been Torment instead. Could have even been the Mad Prince himself. Torment and the Mad Prince did not exist anymore, so Ananke glanced at them in surprise. Dusk of Fallen Grace? No, she had been long dead by the time Weave was destroyed. Dusk was the last Sibyl to succumb to the defilement, so her grand burial was meant to signify the end of the river people, but instead it paved the way for a new beginning. She glanced around the lounge cabin as if taking in the sight. The cabin was spacious and cozy, set and decorated in a way that only spaces where somebody lived could be. It was clear that Ananke had made the mysterious ship into her home, having spent numerous years living aboard it. She smiled. "No, it was that scoundrel, King Kronos, who promised me that you would come one day, if I only endured long enough." Ananke glanced into the distance, her smile turning wistful. Kronos was the one who built this ship as well, the Time Slayer. She remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. "The Sibyls guided and protected the river people, you see. So when the last of them fell, the river people lost their way. They could have remained lost, or forged a new path. Kronos was a young man when Dusk of Fallen Grace perished, and because of that he could see more than those who were older and wiser than him. His mind was sharp and flexible, and his aspect granted him powers over the essence of the great river over time. So he envisioned a path to salvation." Sunny blinked a few times. "Kronos? The brat from Fallen Grace Kronos? Was she talking about the youth who used to follow Sunny around, endlessly asking silly questions and acting comically stunned every time he heard an answer?" Ananke nodded. "Yes, that brat eventually became King Kronos, the first supreme born of the river people. Arguably, though, he never stopped being a brat. So the description fits," she chuckled. "Before that, however, he built this ship, a ship capable of sailing the great river, free of the tyranny of time. The ship that allowed the river people to travel the currents as if they were outsiders." She shook her head with a smile. "Kronos assembled a motley crew of powerful champions from the last human settlements on the great river. Some of them were from Fallen Grace and other cities built by the Sibyls. Some were descendants of the outsiders the Serpent King had brought into the tomb of Ariel. Some were even from the last remaining tribes of the river nomads. Ananke's wistful smile widened a little. L sailed on the Timeslayer as well, for a time even if I was not a member of its crew. It was just that Kronos needed a shaper, and so he came to Weave in search of me. She fell silent, and her smile slowly disappeared, replaced by a dark expression. But all the while the defilement was spreading like a plague, encroaching upon the great river from the distant reaches of the ancient past, from Verge. The first seeker was becoming stronger, and the defiled were growing more numerous. The river nomads were soon to be eradicated. The human cities were going to fall, as well. Even Weave was slowly collapsing under the onslaught of the harrowing horrors of the far future of your time, possibly. Ananke sighed and glanced away. Eventually, Kronos of fallen grace attained supremacy and became King Kronos. The humans of the tomb of Ariel rallied under the banners of two supremes then, him and the Serpent King. However, even if the two of them were allies, they did not see eye to eye on all matters. The Serpent King wanted to destroy the first seeker, while Kronos thought that if the first seeker could be destroyed, the Sibyls would have destroyed it a long time ago. Sunny raised an eyebrow. What was his plan, then? Ananke chuckled. Kronos? Why? He wanted to outlast it. She remained silent for a moment, then said in a distant tone, "The greatest obstacle Daron and Kronos faced was that the river people could not be assembled into an army. Their cities were too far apart by then, after all, and it would have taken innumerable generations to bring them together. The number of outsiders had dwindled as well, and even the great power of the transcendent wanderers from the Twilight Sea was not enough to help Daron besiege Verge. And even if the Timeslayer was there to sail the great river, it could only carry so many warriors on its deck." Nephis frowned. "So what did Kronos do?" Ananke glanced at them and smiled faintly. She remained silent for a bit and then said in a neutral tone, "What else? He broke the great river." Chapter 2934, Fortress of Time. Sunny and Nephis forgot about the food, the wine, and the tea. The eerie stillness, the silence, the dead emptiness of it all was the doing of a human, of a supreme born from the river people. How? It was only recently that Nephis said that they did not understand the divine sorcery of Ariel, the demon of dread, and therefore could not know how the great river had been brought to a halt. And yet Kronos seemed to have figured it out. Ananke chuckled. "That I cannot answer. I knew Kronos better than most, but even I did not know what was going on in his head. At times it seemed like no one did, not even Kronos himself. His brilliant mind was full of the past, the present, and the future. Things that had already happened to the rest of us were a mystery to him at times, and things that were yet to happen were like a distant memory. His ideas were always outrageous, and things that everyone considered impossible were often nothing but a fascinating puzzle to him." Her smile dimmed a little. It often felt like he was lost in his own mind out there at the end. But I'm getting ahead of myself. First, Kronos had a problem, and he found a way to solve it. He took his shipmates and sailed past Verge into the estuary, and there he did something to break the cycle of the great river. He made it stop. She looked at Sunny and Nephis with a wry expression, and just like that the river people weren't divided anymore. We were not chained to our cities anymore, and when the defiled attacked, we had a choice of retreating from the battle, or launching an attack of our own. There was some hesitation, of course, but eventually we all decided to abandon the waters where we had been born, although we, people of Weave, had hesitated the longest. Ananke sighed. By then, I had long left the Timeslayer and returned home to take my place as the priestess. Weave was constantly under attack, and every battle we won came at a terrible price. But still, we were reluctant to abandon the city. Our elders were exiled too, and joined the people who had driven them away. In the end, however, the war against the horrors of the future became too untenable, and we prepared to sail into the past. What used to be past, at least, before the river died. Sunny shifted slightly. Nephis and I sailed past the ruins of Weave on our way here. We saw the signs of the battle. What destroyed it in the end? Ananke looked into the distance, a somber expression appearing on her lovely face. She remained silent for a while, then took a deep breath. That We do not know either. On the last day we spent in Weave before abandoning it forever, a swarm of the corrupted, far more terrifying than any before it, descended upon us like a curse. The battle was desperate. I led our warriors to hold the enemy back while those who could not fight fled. We were planning to sever the anchors of the houses of youth and use them as ships to sail downstream, but people needed time to reach them. Her expression turned distant as she recollected the desperate battle from the ancient past. We were successful in the end. We stalled the enemy long enough for the houses of youth to sail. My warriors retreated, as well, or at least tried to. We were on the outskirts of the city, besieged from all sides and only a few minutes away from being eradicated when it happened. The sky seemed to ripple, and a vast darkness escaped from the rifts torn in its azure expanse like a flood. Then something dark and formless plummeted into the river, piercing the heart of the city, the island where the Temple of the Nightmare spells stood. She paled a little, then shook her head with a heavy sigh. The destruction caused by the impact was so devastating that most of the city was instantly shattered and drowned. It was heartbreaking to see Weave drown right before my eyes, but at the same time, the corrupted had already overrun it by then. So, they suffered from the calamity the most. In fact, most of them were torn apart and killed by the shockwave. That was why my remaining warriors and I managed to escape in the end. Sunny frowned. Was it another abomination from upstream? What was its rank? What was its class? Ananke shook her head. I couldn't tell you. That thing had always existed in the tomb of Ariel, arriving once in a few generations, moving across the sky like a comet made out of pure terror, although it began to appear more often after the great river died. But no one was ever able to see what was hidden under the churning darkness that surrounded it. People called it the Dark Wanderer, and believed it to be an omen of great destruction. Perhaps it was indeed a corrupted being of immense power, or perhaps it was simply a manifestation of the river dying, a symptom of the walls of the realm Ariel had created slowly coming undone. She shrugged. Perhaps it is moving across the sky above us right at this moment. Only with the sun's gone we cannot see it pass. She looked away, as if reminiscing about the past. The Dark Wanderer appeared before the final siege of Verge as well. And that siege ended in great and irrevocable devastation. Indeed. So perhaps it really was an evil omen. Ananke sighed and looked back at Sunny and Nephis. After King Kronos stopped the river, all the humans who remained alive in the tomb of Ariel eventually came to dwell in a single city, in Fallen Grace. Fallen Grace was the last bastion of the river people, poised against Verge like a mortal enemy. Only, as I mentioned, its two rulers disagreed on what to do. Darren wanted to lay siege to Verge, while Kronos wanted to create an impregnable fortress that the defiled would never be able to breach. A fortress of time, a safe haven, an ark to weather the endless storm. She let out a sigh. In the end, most of the river people chose to follow an outsider instead of their own king. They chose to follow Darren and the Paragons of the Twilight Sea into battle, and they lost. Ananke's distant expression betrayed a hint of sorrow. Kronos was right, in the end. The first Seeker could not be destroyed. Instead, everything that touched it was destroyed, was defiled. Countless people lost their lives, and countless more succumbed to the corruption. The best of us perished during the first siege of Verge. The war continued for a long while after that, of course. The Serpent King besieged the cursed city several more times, but he simply could not kill the first Seeker. His glory, his cunning, his bravery, all ended in despair. She looked down. Too many of us died, and not enough were being born. We were only ever growing weaker and fewer, while the defiled kept getting stronger and more numerous. In the span of a single generation, the river people came to the threshold of being destroyed. This was the dusk of our civilization, and finally it all ended when the Serpent King himself was infected by a seed of corruption during his last battle with the first Seeker. Her eyes were wistful. He did not succumb to it immediately, but by then his end was inevitable. That was when Daron and Kronos finally joined hands again, and together they finally achieved their goal. She exhaled slowly and then said in a mournful tone, "They destroyed the first Seeker. They erased the defilement from existence and laid ruin to verge. Sonny was utterly stunned for a moment. He even forgot to breathe. What? How? Ananke smiled sadly. We starved them. She looked at the delicious food arrayed on the table and sighed. Kronos had never been able to build his ark, but in the end, he did. He built it from the Serpent King's bones, from his soul sea as well. Daron helped Kronos devise the sorcery and sacrificed himself to form its walls. While Kronos sacrificed his remaining time. They built a miniature realm inside the realm of Ariel, one that could exist outside time for a while. And so, we hid inside of it and waited. The river people abandoned the great river, leaving it to their enemy, to the defiled, and without humans to devour, the defiled starved. Ananke chuckled. Nothing could touch the first seeker without becoming corrupted. So what could destroy the first seeker? She sighed. The corrupted? The corrupted could. Left without anything to feed upon, they eventually turned to the greatest source of sustenance left on the great river, to the vast, abominable sea of flesh that had created them. The defiled devoured the first seeker, and in the end, they devoured each other as well. All that was left of them were bones. Ananke looked at Sonny and Nephis and smiled wistfully. That was how the defilement was destroyed. Chapter 2935, Outside Time. The first seeker was dead, devoured by the same abominations it had created. The abominations were dead, too. Daron of the Twilight Sea was gone. So was Kronos, the king of the river people. Even the great river was dead, its dwindling waters standing still. Silence and desolation ruled the tomb of Ariel, now suffused with darkness. The Time Slayer sailed across the empty, dark void of the tomb of Ariel, drawing closer and closer to the estuary. In fact, Sonny judged that they should have already reached it, but there was nothing but silent darkness around them. No water, no mist, no treacherous currents. He had been wondering how to find the heart of the estuary without the guiding light, but it seemed like that would not pose a problem. Ananke was at the helm of the ancient ship, its sails full of wind. Unlike the Chainbreaker, the Time Slayer did not possess an inherent ability to fly. There was no sacred tree growing around its main mast and no runic array to keep it in the vast expanse of the skies. Instead, it was able to fly because Ananke was channeling a verse that allowed it to. She had already been an experienced shaper when they met in the nightmare, and her skill as a sorceress seemed to have greatly developed since then. She could wield her will now, too. So it was not that surprising to see her masterfully keep the ancient ship afloat in the air. It was still an amazing sight, though. We should reach the Ark soon. Sonny looked at her and finally asked the question that had been on his mind from the moment they met. How many people are left in that time fortress? Ananke remained silent for a moment, looking into the distance with a hint of melancholy in her beautiful eyes. Eventually, she said simply, "None." She studied the bronze navigation tools arrayed in front of her on the deck of the Time Slayer and sighed. The Ark outlasted Verge, but in the end, it collapsed as well. Time doesn't spare anyone, after all. Everything falls to its tyranny. Even the gods could not escape their fate. So how could something created by mortals exist forever? Ananke shook her head. Felt like only a few years had passed to us. But thousands of years must have flown past the Ark before its sorcery finally ran out. When we emerged, the great river was entirely different. The tomb of Ariel had become alien to us, and we needed to explore it like pioneers. Her expression dimmed. Of course, what we discovered was that it was not a place suited for human life anymore. It couldn't sustain us. We were going to starve, just like the defiled had starved. And worse than that, we weren't the only ones who still dwelled in the tomb of Ariel. Ananke grimaced. Everything has consequences, you see. Kronos broke the great river to save the river people, but in doing so he set in motion the events that would destroy the Ark one day, and doom the people he wanted to protect. She glanced at the vast emptiness that surrounded them. This used to be the estuary, a place where the past flowed into the future, a timeless place. So, that was where Kronos and Daron built the Ark. They used the nature of the estuary to strengthen the sorcery that kept it hidden outside time, and tethered it to the waters of the estuary. It was a brilliant design, truly, but her expression turned wistful. But the river was dead. Its waters were growing shallow, the distance between the future and the past was diminishing, and soon enough, the river began to dry up. Began from the estuary, and once the estuary dwindled, the ark became unmoored. The sorcery that sustained it was left without a source, and we were left without a safe harbor. Ananke glanced at Sunny and Nephis. There were a lot of things we had to discover. The fate of the first seeker and Verge, the shallow areas of the river, the desolation that left us without a source of sustenance. But most important of all, we discovered that the defiled used to play an important role as well. She shook her head. They held back the horrors that dwelled at the dawn of time in the furthest reaches of the great river. With the first seeker gone, nothing deterred them from swimming upstream anymore. At the same, the length of the river greatly diminished, and the distance between what used to be the past and what used to be the future was not as vast as it had been before. So, the horrors of the distant future traveled downstream as well. Her smile turned a little dark. Even though the defilement was gone, the river teemed with harrowing abominations. There was no shelter for us anywhere and nothing for us to sustain ourselves with. Not the entire population of the Ark, at least. Every day, we fought desperately for survival, and every day salvation seemed more distant than before. We faced extinction. We were going to die, just like the rest of this dead world. Nepis spoke in a quiet tone. But obviously you did not die, Ananke chuckled. Yes, that is true, and for a very simple reason at that. She looked into the distance and sighed. It was because of Kronos, of what he told me before we parted for the last time. He said that if I endure long enough, if I stay alive long enough, then one day the children of Weaver will come and bring salvation with them, and so I endeavored to stay alive. I waited. Sunny and Nephis both remained silent, not knowing what to say. Ananke meanwhile glanced ahead and smiled. Ah, here it is, the Ark! They glanced forward as well. There the bones of a colossal serpent floated in the emptiness. From afar the great skeleton seemed like a flawlessly white ring that was contoured sharply against the boundless darkness, devouring its own tail. Chapter 2936, Serpent's Ark. It was only when the Time Slayer drew closer to the remains of the Serpent King that they were able to appreciate the enormous size of the ancient skeleton. Each vertebra was large enough to dwarf the ancient ship, and its skull was like a cavernous harbor. Darren of the Nightmare had been enormous in his bestial form, but he had not been nearly as colossal as the real Serpent King seemed to have been just before his death. Sunny stared at the ancient bones, feeling a powerful mixture of reverence and wistfulness. He had found many traces of Darren over the years, both in the dream realm and in the nightmare. And perhaps because Sunny had met and spoken with his daughter, Windflower, it almost felt like he and the Serpent King knew each other. There had been their battle as well, so seeing the final resting place of the ancient Supreme, the only Supreme of the Twilight Sea, he could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. So this was where your nightmare ended. Sunny sighed heavily. Darren had been so powerful, so cunning, so determined. He had strived to resist the nightmare and save his people so earnestly. But his journey had ended here, in the darkness, in bitter defeat. Even if his death paved the way for those who would come after him, Sunny could not help but feel that such an end was unjust. Darren deserved better. But then again, they all did. Ananke guided the Time Slayer to the skull of the great serpent and moored it to a dock built upon it. Soon enough, they were inside. Sunny did not know what he had expected to see, but there were actually several buildings built inside the skull of the Serpent King, as well as 2 crossing streets and a square. It was as if he was looking at a small port. There was not a soul around. Looking around, Sunny judged that people had lived here once. But for the longest time, Ananke remained here alone. She led them to one of the homes and made a fire in the hearth, then sat in front of it to warm her hands. Sunny looked around, noticing the signs of someone having lived in this little home for a long time, and asked, "So this is the Ark?" Ananke shook her head. "Goodness, no. The Ark was hidden inside a pocket dimension, and that dimension was contained within the inner space of this bone ring. We actually had soil, wind, grass, and a semblance of a sun there. This, meanwhile, was merely a forward base of sorts, place for those who guarded and maintained the ark to stay while performing their duties. She sighed, and when the ark began collapsing, this became the shelter for those who ventured outside the estuary to explore the great river, and in the end, it was the final shelter of the river people as well. Ananke remained silent for a short while, then said in a somber tone, "When we understood that the situation was untenable, we attempted to come up with a way to save at least some of our people, but all we could think of in the end was to create lesser versions of the ark and try to postpone our extinction for as long as we could." She shook her head. "The great river could not sustain the remains of the river people anymore. So we chose the 7 strongest transcendent champions among us. Each of the champions was entrusted with an ark amulet, an enchanted locket that contained a small pocket dimension of its own, its inhabitants frozen in time. The remaining river people surrendered themselves to the ark amulets, and then we scattered." Ananke smiled bitterly. "Would have been better to stay together and lean on each other, perhaps. But we figured that if each of us went their own way, then even if most of us perished, at least one would survive in the end. So each of the 7 Ark Guardians left for a remote corner of the great river, determined to find a way to survive." Sunny held his breath for a moment. "And did they survive?" Ananke remained silent for a long while, then slowly shook her head. "No. One after the other, they all died." A sad smile illuminated her lovely face. "Only I remained." Sunny felt sad for her as well, but after a moment of compassion, he finally realized the meaning of her words. "Wait, if you were one of the Ark Guardians, then does that mean that you had been entrusted with one of these Ark amulets too?" Ananke studied him for a few moments, then smiled and pulled a cord that was tied around her neck. A moment later, Sunny saw it. 7 flawlessly white lockets, seemingly carved from the same bone that surrounded them, were hanging on the cord like a heavy necklace. There was a beast that resembled a dog carved on one of them, a fish on another, a beetle on the third, and Ananke let go of the cord, hiding the lockets under her mantle once more. "The other 6 perished, but I did manage to recover their amulets. So they are all with me now, the people whom Daron and Kronos had saved." As Sunny and Nephis looked at her in shock, Ananke said with a smile, "People from the fallen grace, from Weave, from the river nomad tribes. The descendants of the outsiders, from the Twilight Sea as well. Even their royal princess, the granddaughter of the Serpent King. All that remains of the river people is here, with me under my protection and care. Dozens of thousands of people, all in all." She patted her chest, where the 7 lockets hang hidden by the black fabric of her mantle. "So even if I waited for a long time alone, it never felt like it. And now my long wait is over, because of you, my lord and lady. Salvation Kronos had promised me, it has finally arrived." Chapter 2937, 100 Years of Solitude. Sunny and Nephis remained silent, looking at Ananke with intense emotions swirling in their eyes. He did not know what Nephis was thinking about, but in his mind, for a while, there were no thoughts at all. Sunny was frozen still, his heart unable to handle the implications of what Ananke had said. "There are people alive." Slowly, tentatively, a profound emotion rose from the depths of his being and filled his chest, making Sunny draw a shaky breath. "There are people alive." He exhaled slowly and finally allowed himself to feel it, a deep, overwhelming sense of jubilation. It was incredibly sweet, but also indelibly bitter, because it reminded him of how much had been lost, even if he knew now that not everything was. The river people were alive. Ananke had carried them through eternity on her delicate shoulders, never losing herself to the darkness. The others had fallen, but she continued on, braving the long years of peril and solitude to fulfill her solemn duty, and as a result, the descendants of those who had come to the tomb Ariel from the Twilight Sea were saved. That meant that the people of Earth were not the only inhabitants of the divine realms to have survived the descent of the nightmare spell. The river people were saved too, and that meant much more. More than Sunny could describe, because it changed the context of all existence. Before, he believed that no one, not a single soul, had survived the Doom War outside the 6 divine realms. The finality of it all was suffocating. And even if Sunny never admitted it, he felt sometimes that a similar end would inevitably befall the waking world as well. No one had ever survived the nightmare before, after all. There was simply no precedent. In all his endless wanderings, Sunny had only met 3 humans from the ancient past who remained free of the corruption: Yoris, Azarex, and Solvane. Needless to say, none of them could be used as an example. There were merely exceptions that proved the rule. But now, the rule had been broken. The river people were the descendants of those from the mortal realms who had survived the Doom War, and so their existence made it seem like salvation was possible after all, that there was hope. Even though the Sibyls were gone, even though Daron and Kronos were gone, they accomplished what they had set out to accomplish. They ensured the survival of their people. So who was to say that Sunny and Nephis would not? He could not help but smile. You did well, Ananke, she smiled. Why, thank you, Lord Sunless. I do think that I did decently, all things considered. Looking around, she chuckled. Then the smile slowly drained from her face. You have come to the tomb of Ariel at a strange time, my lord and lady. It wasn't like this when we emerged from the Ark. It was quite different, in fact. She stood up and went about boiling water over the fire to make tea. It wasn't so dark, for one. The river teemed with endless horrors and harbored perils of all kinds: tempestuous storms, ferocious whirlpools, treacherous currents that made people turn to dust from old age. In fact, even though its waters stood still, those calamities only grew more frequent and devastating for a time. That was because the length of the river was diminishing, and it was growing shallower. Times, it felt as if the world was coming to an end. She poured boiling water into a kettle and shook her head. Many of the corrupted were destroyed by those calamities as well. I traveled from shelter to shelter, biding my time. Sometimes I fought, sometimes I ran. And then, after being alone for a long while, I somehow ended up becoming supreme. It happened when I was at my worst, full of despair and ready to give up. But I didn't give up. Life became a bit easier after that, even if my domain was quite feeble. I don't have a single follower. After all, my kingdom only stretches from one side of the Time Slayer to the other, and the only person I rule is myself. Ananke smiled. Of all the great supremes in history, I must be the most pitiful. It suits me fine, though. I never wanted to rule anyone, really. Actually, I was quite a famous troublemaker and weave. There has hardly ever been a person less suited to be a supreme. That is what my teachers would say if they were here today, at least. Gods! They'd be horrified! Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other. A few moments later, Nephis said in a neutral tone, It seems to me that it's the opposite. You cared for and protected your people while weathering terrible storms. That is what a ruler must do. That is who a ruler must be. Sunny nodded with a slightly dark expression. Yeah, you think you're not suited to be a supreme? Then you should really never meet the supremes of the War Realm? Honestly, most of the War Realm's problems have been caused by its supremes. Nephis and I are among the better ones, and even then no one has ever called us sane. Well, no one sane has even called us sane, at least. Ananke smiled. You seem very sane to me, my lord. Sunny stared at her for a moment, then coughed and looked away. We'll work on your discernment later. She laughed quietly, then poured the tea into clay cups and put them in front of Sunny and Nephis. He reached for it, even if his hand halted for a moment. It was such a mundane thing to offer one's guests tea. But where would Ananke get tea leaves in the dead darkness of the tomb of Ariel? These leaves, which seemed trifling to Sunny, were most likely precious to her. She must have saved them for a special occasion, waiting patiently for the day she would be able to share tea with someone. He made sure to savor the fragrant drink and smiled. Good tea. Ananke beamed. I'm glad you like it, Lord Sunless. Nephis took a sip from her cup and then said, evenly, Me too. I like it too. Ananke looked at her with a faint hint of confusion in her eyes, then gave Nephis a smile. Thank you as well, my lady. Nephis nodded and took another sip, the corners of her mouth curving up slightly. Ananke tasted the tea too. Sitting down, She remained silent for a short while, and then said, "Things were the same for a long, long time. The storms, the corrupted, trying to survive and barely surviving. I had gotten quite good at it, I think. Nothing managed to kill me, at least." She paused for a moment, but then recently things began to change. I didn't notice it at first, but one day I woke up to discover that there were only 6 suns in the sky. One of them had vanished without a trace, and the nights grew longer. The great river had been dying for a long while, though, so I just figured that the suns were dying too. However, I was wrong. It was because of something else, something new. Ananke's expression hardened, and she said in a dark tone, "It was that loathsome bird, and her odious spawn." Chapter 238, Vile Spawn. Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other. So, Ananke had encountered the thieving bird. That vile creature was indeed here in the tomb of Ariel. It had not left after escaping the nightmare, choosing to make a nest instead. A nest to nurture its fledgling spawn, perhaps. That thing is alive, huh? Actually, he was not sure if calling the vile thieving bird's spawn alive was appropriate. It had been a great devil back on the forgotten shore, having yet to hatch from the egg. Sunny had destroyed the egg, and the shade of the vile spawn spent numerous years in the dark flames of his soul. In the end, the thieving bird stole it back at the same moment it stole his fate, and now the vile spawn was somehow here, in the tomb of Ariel, seemingly hatched and good as new. Is that damn thing a shadow creature? The probability was quite high. It had been a shade after all. Suddenly Sunny froze and stared into the distance with a dumbstruck expression. Wait. If the shade of the being from the egg was in my soul, kept warm by its dark flames, and then hatched after leaving it, did that mean that he had involuntarily brooded the vile spawn like a mother hen? Or had his soul actually been the egg that nourished the vile spawn until it was ready to hatch? What the hell? I'm going insane here. Sunny had heard about a parasitic bird, long extinct now, thank the gods, that would lay its eggs in another bird's nest and abandon them. The owner of the nest would unknowingly brood the alien egg along with the rest, and then feed and nurture the peculiar hatchling like its own. Not only that, but the imposter hatchling would destroy the other eggs and push newborn chicks out of the nest to monopolize the food and attention of the parent bird. Sunny shivered in disgust. He did not know if the vile thieving bird had anything to do with that extinct bird from Earth. Most likely not. But he still could not help but feel used. Hearing that the vile thieving bird's spawn was out and about in the tomb of Ariel, doing gods knew what, made him quite unsettled. Not to mention that there was now also a great devil they had to deal with. However, at least one of the questions that had bothered Sunny seemed to have been answered. He had often wondered why the vile thieving bird remained in the tomb of Ariel after escaping the nightmare. And now he thought he knew. It looked like that damn thing had stayed put for a while to nurture its fledgling. Once the vile spawn was ready to spread its wings and leave the nest, though, the thieving bird would most likely abandon the tomb of Ariel and escape into the dream realm as well. So Sunny and Nephis would have had to deal with it someday anyway. Creature like that was going to wreak all kinds of havoc, if allowed to roam the same realm where humanity was desperately trying to build a new home. They'd have to confront it eventually. He sighed. The vile thieving bird, huh? Remembering the feeling of its talons piercing his body, his soul and his very being made him want to shudder. He remained silent for a few seconds, and then asked, "What do you know about it, Ananke?" Ananke shrugged. "Not much, Lord Sunless. After all, people don't usually survive, for as long as I have by having a habit of getting close to cursed terrors. I've seen it from afar a few times, and every time I turned back and rushed in the opposite direction as fast as I could." Her expression soured still. Despite all that, I found myself missing quite a few items. I had a gorgeous vanity made from gold and ivory right there in that empty corner, complete with a polished bronze mirror no less. It was a relic from the world outside the tomb of Ariel, passed down among the priestesses of fallen grace through generations. One day, though, it was simply gone. Ananke pursed her lips. "I am missing my finest cutlery, too. My best fishing net disappeared, and it was a memory, kept safely in my soul." Her voice sounded indignant. Nephis remained silent for a few seconds, then asked in an even tone, "The cursed terror, Stole your cutlery? Ananke nodded with a pout. You don't understand, Lady Nephis. There is no land in the tomb of Ariel, and therefore there are no ore veins to mine. All metal found here had to either be brought from outside or procured in some kind of unnatural way. So, silverware is quite precious to us. River people, I was quite crestfallen when it went missing. Nephis cleared her throat, remained silent for a while, and then suddenly pointed to Sunny. That guy has around 120 million tons of mystical metals stored in his soul, so don't worry too much. Ananke blinked a few times. Sunny did as well. I do? Then he remembered. Oh yes, I do. He glanced at Ananke and smiled. You see, recently I went on a sea voyage, ended up descending to the bottom of the Twilight Sea, and found a city populated by immortal abominations there. So, I stormed it with my army of dead souls, and summoned a miniature black hole in the void chamber of its towering metal palace. The whole thing was compressed into a metal sphere, about yay big, and I drew it into my soul sea before escaping with all the loot I had plundered on the way to the palace. His smile was a little proud. I never actually weighed that sphere, but by one of our friend's rough calculations, that is how much it should weigh. Ananke was looking at him peculiarly. Did she, perhaps, not know what a black hole was? If she didn't, his explanation would seem quite disjointed. I'm sorry, my lord. Your army of dead souls. Sunny scratched the back of his head. Oh yeah, I am the sovereign of death, so my domain consists of the shadows of every living thing I killed. There's about, actually, I don't know how many. I stopped counting after 100,000 or so. Ananke stared at him for a few seconds, then glanced away and mumbled quietly to herself. The war realm, right? She remained silent for a bit, then asked, So, my lord, you attacked that city, plundered its riches, and absconded with its entire palace. Sunny nodded. Yes, but let's get back to that loathsome, odious, thieving bird. Ah, there really isn't anyone as greedy and shameless as that vile thing, is there? Chapter 2939. Far from the tree. Ananke considered her answer for a while, then shook her head. That ghastly bird is truly terrible, but her spawn just might be worse. Both Sunny and Nephis were surprised to hear that. Noticing their reaction, Ananke explained, the thieving bird is a cursed terror, and while it is unfathomably powerful and can steal the sun out of the sky, it is complete. It is what it is, and it does not aspire to become more. That is how it seems to me, at least. Which is quite unusual for a terror. But then again, that bird is both uniquely vile and unique. So who's to say what is usual when it comes to the thieving bird? She chuckled. For all we know, it could have stolen the mentality of a titan. So in its mind, it already is one. Sunny blinked a few times. That would mean that somewhere out there, a titan was walking around thinking that it was a terror. Ananke continued. The vile thieving bird's spawn, however, is not complete. On the contrary, it is a newborn. Even if it was born supreme, it has the capacity to grow, and growth needs fuel and catalysts. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Supreme devil? Not a great one. Ananke nodded. Indeed, quite surprising, isn't it? Sunny leaned back, a look of confusion on his face. A bit. It made sense in hindsight. The thieving bird had fallen to the corruption before laying its vile spawn's egg. So the vile spawn was meant to be born a great devil. However, Sunny killed it, and death was a weapon Shadow God had created to cleanse the world of the corruption. So, the shade stolen from his soul by the thieving bird was that of a supreme devil, not a great one. Shadows were meant to be immune to the corruption after all, even if that rule did not always hold, as Yuri's had told him. Sunny himself had benefited from being akin to shadows quite a number of times, even if he had not known that at the time. Anyone else, with the exception of Nephis, would have long succumbed to the corruption if they learned and experienced a fraction of the things he had learned and experienced. He pursed his lips. But what exactly makes you say that the spawn is worse than the thieving bird? Ananke shrugged. Well, it's just the fact that while the thieving bird can steal the sun, its vile spawn steals life itself. She shivered. In fact, it wasn't the terror who cleansed the great river of life. It was the devil. It was the vile spawn who hunted down the great horrors of the past, those of them who remained and killed them. Then it hunted down the great horrors of the future and killed them as well. It single-handedly drove the corrupted beings of the great river to extinction. She let out a heavy sigh. I used to find their corpses drifting in the water. No wounds, no marks left on them. They were just dead, as if their very life had been stolen from them. That is the vile spawn's power. It can sap living beings of their life and absorb it. So, needless to say, I stayed away from the devil as well. Granted, hiding from the vile thieving bird's spawn was more difficult than hiding from the thieving bird, because at least the thieving bird was not actively searching for me in order to kill me. Sunny frowned. So it can siphon away one's life force. That was not that surprising either. After all, that was exactly what had happened to Sunny when he approached the vile thieving bird's egg. The damn thing had tried to drain him of his life. However, Sunny had never been truly alive to begin with, at least not in the same way that all other people were, even if his transformation into a shadow creature only concluded when he attained supremacy. He had been akin to one in many ways all the way back on the forgotten shore. His soul was dark and lightless, brimming with shadow essence instead of soul essence. That was why the thieving bird's egg had failed to kill him and was destroyed by him instead. If so, he was going to have an advantage against the vile thieving bird's spawn in a battle, unless the damn thing had learned new tricks, of course. Sunny remained for a long while, then grimaced. Well, that's unfortunate, because that is the reason we came to the tomb of Ariel. We are here to kill the vile thieving bird. Ananke studied him and Nephis silently, then said in a neutral tone, That will be difficult, Lord Sunless. The thieving bird made its nest in the heart of the estuary. Now that the great river is dead, it is easy to find. However, in the past, only the first seeker did, and after reaching the heart of the estuary, she was irrevocably corrupted by the secrets buried there. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then shook his head. You're wrong. He looked down and said somberly, Alethea never made it to the heart of the estuary. She only ever entered the outer edges of the stone titan's heart. That is where the knowledge of the void had been inscribed on the walls of the tunnel by the demon of dread, and that was where she became defiled. Sunny sighed. Past the tunnel lies a vast lake. That is where Ariel had written the most terrifying truth on the water, so that he could forget. Past the lake is a maze of time, although it might be broken. Now that the great river is past, the maze waits the guardian of the estuary, which judges the souls of those who want to enter. And finally, past the guardian lies the heart of the estuary, the burial chamber, where a long-forgotten demon rests under the branches of a sacred tree. He smiled joylessly. That is where the thieving bird has made its nest. Both Ananke and Nephis were looking at him, surprise written on their faces. After a few moments of silence, Ananke asked in a tone of wonder, Lord Sunless, how do you know all this? You speak as if you saw it yourself. Sunny held her gaze for a bit, then grimaced and looked away. Because I did once, a long time ago, in the depths of a nightmare. I made it past the origin of the defilement, past the maze of time, and past the silent guardian who rests beneath the water as well. I entered the tomb of oblivion and was forgotten by the world. I met the thieving bird and lost myself to its talons. He smiled darkly. So now, I'm here to get myself back. Chapter 2940. Final trial. Ananke was able to remember what Sunny had told them. However, Nephis forgot most of what he described soon after he did. After all, she had known that he abandoned her and the cohort to search for the estuary. Eventually, the two of them found themselves alone. Ananke had left to prepare the Time Slayer for the journey to the estuary while leaving them to rest. And yet neither Sunny nor Nephis was in the mood for sleep. They walked around the small, empty port built inside the skull of the Serpent King, studying the things that the river people had left behind. Eventually, Sunny asked, So what do you think? Nephis glanced at him and frowned, strangely hesitant. I am not sure. Having Ananke aid us in the fight against the thieving bird and its vile spawn will undoubtedly be a tremendous boon. She is a supreme of considerable prowess after all, and we are facing a cursed terror. However, she fell silent, as if failing to find the right words to express her feelings. Sunny smiled faintly and looked away. I know, it's strange, isn't it? Both you and I accept the possibility of our deaths as if it were a given. However, the thought of watching her die in front of us for the second time feels unacceptable. Nephis seemed to have gotten distracted, forgetting what he said a few moments later. Sunny sighed. You don't want her to get hurt, do you? You don't even want to allow the possibility of her getting hurt. Nephis nodded slowly. She has suffered enough. It was truly something coming from Nephis, a woman who had to burn alive every time she used her powers. Sunny shook his head bitterly. Nothing is enough in this world. He remained silent for a while, then added in an even tone, But I agree. Ananke must survive. More than anyone, she has to escape this hell in one piece, and she has to bring the Ark amulets out with her. These people she has protected with her life, to the point of defying the laws of existence and becoming supreme in order not to fail her duty, must be saved. Their lives mean far more than I can properly describe. He paused for a moment. They are a symbol. Their existence means that salvation is possible, so I'd love nothing more than to keep Ananke away from the fight against the vile, thieving bird. But, his expression darkened. Regardless of how we feel about her, she is not a decrepit old woman. She is not a child either. She is the greatest warrior of the river people civilization and a supreme, which means that nothing we say will change her mind. We can't force her to stay behind while we risk our lives. We have no right to ask her to do so either. Before Ananke left, Sunny had asked her if she had ever tried to leave the tomb of Ariel on her own. She had, as it turned out, but escaping the Great Pyramid was impossible due to the millions of nightmare butterflies resting on its inner walls. One would have to face them all at once instead of only those who had escaped through the breach, which was no different from suicide. In fact, Daron had not been able to leave either. The Twilight Sea had already been absorbed by the Dream Realm by then, so he couldn't even cross the realm boundary by pulling on his tether. For him, entering the tomb of Ariel had always been a one-way trip. Even if Sunny and Nephis did have a way to get Ananke out before confronting the thieving bird, though, then what? There was no telling if they would be able to return to the tomb of Ariel after leaving it through the realm boundary. There was no telling how much time would pass on the Great River. Should they leave either? It could very well be that the vile thieving bird and its spawn would be long gone by the time Sunny and Nephis returned. Even if they were able to return, most of all, if they brought Ananke out before completing their mission, they would only be leading her to the slaughter. The dream spawn ruled the world now, after all. Delivering Ananke and the survivors of the Great River onto his plate was not something Sunny and Nephis wanted to do, so it seemed inevitable that Ananke would accompany them to the estuary. Sunny sighed. Maybe it's for the best. For her, this is the final trial of her own mission. The vile thieving bird is what stands between her and bringing the river people out of the tomb of Ariel. We certainly need all the help we can get in this battle, and she needs to leave these long years of solitude behind her, once and for all. I wouldn't have wanted to be denied the opportunity to earn my freedom with my own two hands, to have it handed to me by someone else. He fell silent, then chuckled quietly. Actually, scratch that. I'd love to be handed things for free while not moving a finger to earn them. Sounds like a dream, really. For better or for worse, though, Ananke is not me, and she will not abandon us to fight a cursed terror alone, even if we begged her. Nephis remained silent for a while, then sighed. Azarax helped us cross the Nightmare Desert, and now Ananke is here to help us fight the thieving bird. The three of us should be enough to defeat it. It is better than two, at least. Certainly feels like fate to be reunited with her in this desperate moment. Sunny smiled, then looked into the distance. Yes, the three of us. He paused for a moment, then added, You will have to overcome the first trial of the estuary alone, though. Nephis frowned. What do you mean? Sunny simply shrugged. We wouldn't want the second and third seekers to be born, would we? You are the only one who is immune to the corruption. Nephis. It's like this entire place was designed for only you to be able to conquer, so you will have to borrow one of Ananke's amulets and put both her and me inside. Then, after reaching the lake, you will have to draw us out. Nephis studied him silently for a while before nodding. If that is the case, I will. Soon enough, they were on the deck of the Timeslayer, flying through the vast and empty darkness. Ananke was steering the ship, while Sunny and Nephis were preparing themselves for battle. From time to time, though, he would look into the darkness with a somber expression. Because of that, he was the first one to see it. Out there, far away in front of them, a giant sphere made out of rough black stone slowly revealed itself from the void. It loomed in the middle of the world like its dead, unbeating heart. They were surrounded by silence, and yet Sonny felt like the stone sphere was calling him. They had finally arrived at the heart of the estuary. Chapter 209:41. Weak link, Cassie felt every bone in her body break, the sharp splinters piercing her flesh and protruding from the torn skin in a torrent of blood. A few seconds in the past, or rather in the present, she threw her body to the ground, rolling across the broken runic circle. Then, with a roaring howl, an enormous cannonball impacted the ground hundreds of meters away, pulverizing dozens of Mordret's vessels into bloody mist. Sending a cloud of shattered obsidian into the air, it bounced forward and flashed through the space where Cassie had stood a second ago before crashing into the wall of the ebony tower and disintegrating into a fierce conflagration of light, heat, and metal shrapnel. The shockwave washed over her like a phantom of the crushing, making Cassie groan. Throughout all of this, Mordret remained motionless. He did not even blink when the cannonball shot past him, the wind raised by its passing making his hair dance. He ignored the explosion and the shockwave as well, enduring their blows without moving a muscle. The defenses of the Ebony Island were slowly failing, but he seemingly remained unperturbed. His attention was dedicated fully to the great battle raging all around them instead. On the neighboring islands, the great armies of humanity were entangled in a ferocious fight against the vessels pouring out of the reflections. On the Night Garden, Nightwalker and his saints were pushing the incarnations of the King of Nothing back. Their own power might not have been enough to repel his merciless assault, but the Titanic ship was helping them. The vessels of Mordret were being slowly swallowed by the decks of the Night Garden, drowning in the living wood as their flesh dissolved and became sustenance for the ancient hull. The battle in the sky above and the sky below had reached a stalemate, both forces eradicating each other with chillingly ruthless determination. Cassie imagined that it was not easy to be dying 100 deaths every heartbeat. She would know, after all, having experienced a myriad of deaths in the past due to her aspect. The vessels of Mordret were being cut down, torn apart, burned, crushed, digested alive by the living wood of the Night Garden. The pain he silently endured must have felt like an ocean, and yet Mordret did not seem to pay it any attention. He had discarded the mask of a human he usually wore, revealing his true, cold, and unfeeling self. On the Ivory Island, everything was dead, and only Asterion stood on the edge amidst the corpses, looking down with a faint smile. The bloodshed below reflected in his golden eyes, making it seem as if divine blood was flowing like a river. The cataclysmic battle was vast and complex, consisting of numerous moving parts. All of them affected each other, creating an intricate and fragile balance, a harrowing order hidden beneath a deep sea of chaos and carnage. The outcome of the battle could not be determined yet, but if the scales of any of these parts shifted dramatically in favor of one side, the rest of them would come falling down like a house of cards. By now it was already clear that the decisive element of the battle, and of the bloody war between the Mirror Domain and the Hunger Domain, was the furious clashes raging on the 7 heavenly chains. There the forces of humanity were pushing Mordret back, and were then pushed back in turn. The 7 reflections stalled the reinforcements from advancing, rampaging among the soldiers of humanity on the far islands, while on the chains themselves, the strongest champions of humanity were slaughtering the detestable vessels of the King of Nothing in scores, and yet none of them were able to win a decisive advantage and reach the Ebony Island, or even advance far up the swaying, groaning chains. Except for Morgan, who was getting closer and closer to the end of the chain she had been sent to conquer, despite all the powerful vessels Mordret had thrown at her. The vast river of liquid metal had turned into a gargantuan, ever-changing beast, whose body seemed to be made both of flowing steel and innumerable razor-sharp blades. It tore through Mordret's vessels like a walking embodiment of the concept of severance, leaving the vast expanse of the chain behind it slick with blood. When Mordret attacked the blade beast, its body rippled and flowed in an unpredictable way. bypassing the attackers and then turning into a whirlwind of blades once again to massacre them. Morgan's advance seemed unstoppable now that Mordret was spread thin, fighting innumerable other battles at least. She was already on the threshold of reaching the Ebony Island, having carved a bloody path through the mass of vessels. Behind her, those of them who had avoided the blade were entangled in a chaotic melee with the awakened soldiers and saints who followed Morgan. She had forged forward, pushing far ahead of her troops to save them from becoming collateral losses in the fight against the strongest vessels of the King of Nothing. And now, no more than a few dozen meters separated her from the obsidian shores of the Ebony Island. If Morgan gained a foothold there, the scales of the battle would tip irrevocably in favor of the Hunger Domain. Cassie rose from the ground, turning to face the direction where Morgan had assumed her human form, lunging forward to cut down the last vessels of Mordret that stood between her and her goal. It was then that an awful, chilling groan drowned out the cacophonous clamor of battle, and the whole island shuddered, throwing Cassie back down. No, far behind Morgan, a link of the chain she had conquered bent, then gave in and began to come undone. She froze for a moment and then glanced back, where a litany of screams rose above the breaking chain. The heavenly chain snapped. Cassie sensed it, a moment of hesitation that stopped Morgan in her tracks, even though it had only lasted a split second. Morgan glanced at the breaking chain, then at the shore of the Ebony Island, which was so maddeningly close. A vicious bloodlust shone in her vermilion eyes, and a cold smile twisted her lips. Then, with a curse, Morgan turned back and became a river of liquid metal once more. She rushed back across the snapping chain at astonishing speed, circling it like a flood of steel, and then, reaching the broken link, Morgan threw herself in the air. The swirling mass of liquid metal breached the rapidly widening gap between the broken ends of the chain, and then connected them. Having caught both ends, Morgan twisted her vast body into a flowing steel ring, bearing the unfathomable weight of the celestial chain to prevent her soldiers from plummeting into the sky below. "Retreat, retreat, you fools, damn you!" Her voice resounded from the chain itself, carried by the vibrations in its endless metal. It was as if the world itself was speaking, commanding the soldiers to rush back across the great chasm of the tier. And so they did. Standing in the shadow of the ebony tower, Mordret smiled faintly, and then pulled his vessels back as well. Soon, the seventh heavenly chain turned utterly empty. It was then that Asterion sighed lightly, and finally stepped off the edge of the Ivory Island. Chapter 2942, Decisive Element. Asterion stepped onto the empty chain and walked across it, wearing no armor and wielding no weapon. And yet with each step, it felt as if invisible pressure descended on the Ebony Island, making it hard to breathe. Cassie exhaled, then straightened and rubbed her face tiredly. The pieces of shrapnel had left a few cuts on it, so her hand ended up bloody. So he decided to enter the battle personally after all. Mordret, who was standing nearby, looked across the tier and smiled faintly. "Looks like this is my cue." His original vessel was the strongest he possessed. It was the body of a supreme titan, after all. So if anyone could face Asterion in battle, it was him. Mordret glanced at Cassie and hesitated briefly, then sighed. "You know, I was really dissatisfied when you managed to escape from me back then, all those years ago in the Night Temple. I couldn't make you into a vessel, and I failed to kill you. Even though I am incapable of feeling regret, it was quite vexing." He chuckled. "Who knew that I would feel lucky not to have killed you one day? Ah, the world has truly gone mad. See you on the other side, Song of the Fallen?" With that, he grinned and walked toward the chain. Morgan seemed to have managed to reattach the broken link somehow. She assumed her human form once again and breathed heavily, then lowered herself to one knee when Asterion approached. He walked past her without acknowledging her bow, then stopped, facing Mordret. Mordret raised his sword and pointed it at the Dreamspawn. "Get ready, old man. I'm going to kill you today." Asterion sighed. "Isn't it the definition of insanity to keep doing the same thing over and over again while expecting a different result? Boy, you know you can't kill me. How many times have you tried? I cannot be killed. And so, all your efforts are futile. Your defiance is futile. All your accomplishments are meaningless. And no matter how many times you pierce me with that sword, I am not going to be destroyed." Mordret remained silent for a few moments, then smiled crookedly. Maybe. But it will feel very nice to kill you a few times, you know? He took a step back, and his smile widened. I realized something after my father died. It was that his death had left me dissatisfied. It was too quick, too fleeting. Before I could even enjoy it, the moment was already gone. So, to be honest, I am glad that you are immortal. I am giddy with joy, really. It means that I keep killing you over and over again, forever. He laughed. Gods, what will I ever do if you actually die? Life will become so dull and uninteresting. Asterion sighed and then outstretched a hand. Morgan. A moment later, Morgan turned into a torrent of steel and flowed into his hand, turning into a radiant, terrifying, lethal sword, grasping the sword in his hands. Asterion looked at Mordret coldly and said, As for me, I have grown tired of killing you a long time ago. So let's make this the last time. On the other side of the dream realm, a vicious snowstorm had descended on Ravenheart, dressing its streets in a white shroud. There were strangely few people on the great bridge that spanned the abyss between the mountain and the volcano, as if most of the awakened had gone somewhere. There were even fewer people in the Jade Palace, even if there were some left to guard it. Jet had gotten past them with ease. She had no way of telling if they had been enthralled by Asterion or not. But her gut told her to stay away, so she had sneaked past them as a wisp of mist, reaching the opulent corridors of the ancient palace. She assumed the form of a wraith and looked around, a cold gleam igniting in her icy blue eyes. Jet had been gone from the human domain for a while, so she did not know how the situation had changed in her absence. From the look of it, however, it seemed like Ravenheart had completely fallen into the hands of the Dreamspawn. That was not the kind of welcome she had wanted to receive, although it was the kind she had expected. Her worst expectations had come true. The question was, what do I do now? Jet was lingering in the corridor, surrounded by chilling cold and dancing snowflakes, when two menacing flames suddenly ignited in the deep shadows beside her. Then something emerged from the shadows, or rather someone. It was a little abomination that only reached her waist, seemingly forged out of blackened metal and littered in jagged spikes. The infernal gremlin looked up at her, then raised a clawed hand and waved it a couple of times, as if inviting her to follow. Jet frowned. You're Ravenous Fiend, aren't you? The last time she had seen the fearsome Supreme Devil, he had been dozens of meters tall, so it was surprising to see him in such a miniature form. Could that thing change its size at will? Fiend huffed, exhaling a puff of flame, and waved his hand again. Jet blinked a few times. You want me to follow you? The Steel Devil nodded energetically. She lingered for a few moments, then smiled darkly. Lead the way, then. Together, they delved deeper into the Jade Palace. Soon enough, she discovered Kai. Jet's face fell. Gods, what have they done to you? Somewhere far away, Effie sprawled on the floor of her cell, drawing her arms as close to her body as the chains allowed her. Labored breaths escaped her chest, and her expression was grim. Free, free, who was it that said it? That wolves were meant to be. Ah, yes. It was that man, the crimson beast of twilight, Noctis, the wicked warlock of the East only. It wasn't Effie to whom he had said those words. She just couldn't remember who it was, and how she had come to know them. Unlike her, Noctis had not been chained. Instead, he had been a chain that bound Hope, the demon of desire. He had still broken her chains in the end. He had broken himself as well. That was why the flying ship Cassie steered was called the Chainbreaker. Only weirdly enough, Effie could not remember who had given it that name. And sadly, she wasn't strong enough to break her chains. So did that mean that she had to break herself? Effie's cracked lips twisted into a dark smile. Who knew more about being broken than she did? Kneeling on the cold stone floor, she pressed her forehead against it to support her weight. Then, slowly, arduously, she dragged one of her arms to her face. Wolves are meant to be free, she snarled and then sank her teeth into her own flesh. Chapter 2943. Returning to the estuary, the heart of the estuary was out there. In front of them, looming in the boundless darkness like a black monument to the harrowing battle, Ariel had once fought against the stone titan. The first time around, Sunny had simply been drawn here by the currents after following the guiding light through the mist. The sacred relic of the Sibyls could guide its owner anywhere, or rather, to anyone. As long as one knew their true name, the true name that allowed Sunny to reach the heart of the estuary had been placed in Cassie's memories by torment, and then erased from Cassie's mind as soon as she channeled it into the guiding light. Had to be erased because Cassie could not have withstood knowing it for more than a few seconds. Not back then, at least. During the nightmare, neither Sunny nor Cassie knew whose name torment had bequeathed upon them. But come to think of it, it had to have been the true name of the cursed terror, who had made its nest in the heart of the estuary, of the thieving bird. Merely knowing the name of a cursed terror would plant a seed of corruption into the soul of an ascended, as long as they remained aware of it for more than a few seconds. In fact, even enduring it for those seconds had been a miraculous feat on Cassie's part. Torment? Although the harrowing plague was long dead, or had never existed at all, rather, just like the mad prince had only ever existed in the nightmare and could not come back to haunt him, Sunny still felt uneasy when thinking about her. Torment had known countless things that even he did not, and took them all with her to the grave. In any case, today Sunny did not need the guiding light to find the heart of the estuary. The mist was gone, after all, and so were the turbulent waters. So, the stone edifice of the great river's source was revealed in all its daunting immensity, hidden in the darkness, and all they had to do was steer the ship towards it. Because of that, Sunny could get a much better look at the heart of the estuary than he had in the nightmare. All three of them, Sunny, Nephis, and Ananke, remained silent, looking at the colossal black sphere in subdued silence. The estuary was irregularly shaped and could only roughly be called a sphere. In truth, it resembled an ellipse more, or perhaps even an inverted pyramid with rounded edges. Several tall, strangely shaped mountains protruded from its surface, their peaks gaping with dark openings like volcanic craters. It was a shape that seemed difficult to describe, but could actually be easily relayed with one word. The heart of the estuary, and therefore of the entire tomb of Ariel, was shaped like a heart. It was a titanic heart made of black stone. The mountains were the Orte, and the great river used to flow through them like blood, which it had been. Once Sunny had assumed that the estuary had been fashioned out of the heart of the stone titan, but never thought that the resemblance would be so literal. Crazy bastard! Ariel, the demon of dread, had really just ripped out an unholy titan's heart and used it to create his impossible river of time in the pyramid built from the titan's corpse. "We are here!" His voice echoed in the darkness, making Nephis and Ananke shift uncomfortably. Ananke remained silent for a long while and then smiled bitterly. So this was where Alethea came searching for truth. This was what she found where the curse that haunted and destroyed my people was born. Sunny looked at her, lingered for a bit, and nodded. Yes, but it is not that simple either. He looked ahead at the dark immensity of the dead unholy one's heart, and sighed. Alethea was not searching for just any truth. She was searching for the truth of how to slay the gods, and she found it here, in the graveyard of secrets that Ariel had chosen to bury. So it was not just the curse that destroyed your people that was born here. It was the great curse that destroyed the entire world. He paused for a moment, and then added solemnly, "This was where the Doom War truly began, where its seed was planted into fertile soil, and where his personal curse had taken hold as well." A bitter smile appeared on Sunny's lips, too. Land the ship. Turn its bottom toward the stone and advance. Though the laws of existence work strangely here. As the Timeslayer approached the heart of the estuary, they experienced a dizzying sense of the world shifting. Suddenly the weathered surface of the black rock which had been ahead of them was below them instead, and the dark expanse of the tomb of Ariel that had been behind them was suddenly above them like a lightless sky. The miraculous ship landed softly on the rock, and when the three of them disembarked, it disappeared with a shimmer, drawn into Ananke's soul sea. Sunny glanced at her, briefly wondering if all Supremes kept a flying ship in their souls. Was that a memo all Supremes except for him had received? Or were Ananke and Nephis just unique in that way? Was there a secret Supreme Academy where Sunny had not been invited to, for all aspiring sovereigns to learn such handy tricks? Then again, he had a whole wandering citadel in his own soul sea at the moment, so who was he to complain? For a moment, Sunny wondered what would happen if he summoned the nameless temple and let Ananke tether herself to its gateway. Would she be able to cross the realm boundary and enter the waking world? Or would the gateway remain dormant, since she had never been a person of the war realm to begin with? They would have to check and see later. Sunny was aware, of course, that he was suddenly thinking about all these unrelated matters simply to ignore the complicated mixture of emotion brewing in his heart. He finally returned to the estuary, the place where he had won his long-awaited freedom at the cost of losing his fate, his companions, and his place in the world. Was it worth it? Sunny felt like he had made a terrible, irrevocable mistake by abandoning his friends to pursue liberation. That was why he was here to undo what he had done. After all, he was full of regret and longed for all the things he had lost, and he understood what true freedom was much better now as well. But at the same time, he felt that the answer was yes, that it all had been worth it in the end. If he were the person he had been back then, and was given the same choice, he would still choose to break his shackles and become free. Perhaps someone more enlightened and wise could have made a different choice, but not Sunny. Not the man he used to be, at least. And he had to break his chains first to become the man he was today, the man who accepted the burden of responsibility which bound him like a chain, and was ready to tether himself to the people he held dear as well. Even if it meant sacrificing his freedom, Sunny had to break the chains that had been forced upon him first in order to come back and choose them of his own free will here in the estuary. What had started here was bound to end here, as well. Just like the great river used to begin and end in the estuary once, chapter 2944. The way to an unholy titan's heart. What a dreary place. Ananke's voice sounded subdued, as they gazed upon the surface of an unholy titan's heart. She looked around with a peculiar expression, a pale smile playing on her lips. I must say, my lord and lady, it is a strange thing to witness the dark truth that lies beneath the surface of your world. We knew, of course, the legend of how the demon of dread had built the tomb of Ariel and created the great river from the flesh and blood of the stone titan. But seeing the titan's heart with your own two eyes, hidden here in the darkness, is an entirely different experience. Sunny gave her a long look, then shrugged. Hideous things hidden in the darkness beneath the bright surface of reality are the theme of all existence, it seems. He sighed and turned to face the distant mountains. Those mountains ahead of us are where we can enter the true estuary. So let's go. They traveled across the vast expanse of black rock in silence. The estuary was different from how Sunny had remembered it. It felt just as eternal and indestructible, lost in absolute darkness. But there was no roar of the rushing water surrounding him from all sides like a maddening whisper. There was no graveyard of ships either. No countless chain breakers and ketches laying shattered on the rocks like a great monument to all his sins. Instead, there were things that were not supposed to be here, but had inexplicably found their way to the estuary nonetheless. Ruins of magnificent gilded structures, carcasses of enormous nightmare creatures that glistened in the dark, giant formations of glimmering crystal, and the like. It seemed that these were the things that the thieving bird had stolen, then grew bored with and discarded without actually taking them into its nest. Ananke stopped for a moment, glancing at a particular ruin. Sunny felt that it was vaguely familiar, as well, albeit it was hard to tell, due to how utterly destroyed the structure was. It's the Knowledge Temple of Fallen Grace? Ananke's voice sounded confused. It had been sealed, cut free, and carried away by the river long before Fallen Grace itself was destroyed and pulled over the edge by the currents, plummeting into the darkness. What is it doing here? Sunny raised an eyebrow. Right, this is the drowned temple where we fought the defiled Sibyl. He lingered for a moment, then looked away. It must have spent thousands of years laying on the floor of the tomb. All kinds of things must have accumulated there over the eons. All kinds of harrowing beings as well. So the thieving bird would undoubtedly visit to pick up a few curios. The lightless expanse on the bottom of the Great Pyramid was most likely a special kind of hell. Some of the beings that had populated its terrifying expanse were now probably in Antarctica, while some must have made it outside the tomb of Ariel. Sonny had no doubt that plenty remained, though. So, he wasn't in a hurry to go where the thieving bird had gone bravely and discover the truth for himself. They continued forward cautiously. Soon enough, the vast tunnel that Sonny had once traversed by using the mirror of truth revealed itself from the darkness, as colossal and daunting as before. The circular entrance was surrounded by tall pillars. There were weathered stone steps leading up to the maw of the tunnel, some of them cracked by the passage of ages. Jagged pieces of black rock lay scattered on the ground, and an inexplicably eerie feeling permeated Sonny's entire being as he gazed upon the dark portal leading into the dead heart of an unholy titan. The two of us must not go any further. Sonny was not sure if he could brave the tunnel without succumbing to the corruption. Being a shadow creature, he was supposed to be more resistant to it than most, but there were parts of him that were still human as well. So there was no guarantee that he would escape being near the dreadful records of the void unscathed. Ananke hesitated for a short while, then pulled one of the Ark amulets from beneath her mantle and offered it to Nephis. "It is fortunate that you are a shaper, Lady Nephis. I wouldn't have been able to teach you how to use these amulets otherwise. The Ark amulets were enchanted relics, but they were not memories. Instead, they had been carved from Daron's bones by the survivors of the Ark and enchanted using a combination of shaping and runic sorcery, so special verses had to be invoked in order to use them. Ananke had taught Nephis the verses while they traveled to the heart of the estuary, noting how deep and stalwart her knowledge of the names was, not knowing that Nephis had received her first lessons in shaping from Ananke herself. Nephis took the white amulet, studied it for a few moments, and then nodded. There was no point in wasting time. Sonny threw one last glance at the mouth of the tunnel, then turned to Nephis and said in a somber tone, "There is no telling what we'll encounter inside, so summon us back the second you leave the tunnel. All right?" Nephis gave him a glance and smiled faintly. "All right?" Sonny hesitated for a moment. "Well, all right, let's do it then." He and Ananke stood in front of Nephis as she recited the verse. An odd feeling overcame Sonny. It was as if he dreamt of a warm meadow, the smell of the grass and the wind, and a gentle sun shining in the blue sky above him. When he opened his eyes again, he was already on the shores of the lake that lay hidden in the heart of the estuary. It was obvious that Nephis had not summoned them as soon as she left the tunnel, though. In fact, Sonny felt that quite a bit of time had passed since she saw them last. The air was filled with the scent of ash. Chapter 2945, Fruit of the Poisonous Tree. The first thing Sonny saw when he opened his eyes was blinding light. Disoriented, he hissed and covered them with a hand, immediately casting his shadow sense outward to know if they were in danger. There was no danger, at least there didn't seem to be. He sensed the unfathomable depths of the lake, the rocky shore, and the frightening mouth of the tunnel somewhere behind him. He also felt the shadow of Nephis, sitting motionlessly on the shore, facing the water. The next thing Sonny sensed was the smell. The world smelled of soot and ash, the air permeated by scorching heat. After the deadly cold of the lightless depths of the tomb of Ariel, the heat was like a blessing. Sonny heard Ananke gasp as his eyes slowly adjusted to the light. Eventually, he was able to look around properly. Sonny's expression became incredulous. Well, I'll be damned there. In the sky above him, or rather on the roof of the boundless cavern they had found themselves in, 6 radiant suns were clumsily embedded into the black rock, emanating a beautiful radiance. So the damn bird did steal them after all. The vile, thieving bird seemed to have stolen the suns out of the sky to decorate its nest, in quite a gaudy manner, no less. Sonny did not know what to make of the fact that there had been no sinister purpose to the disappearance of the suns. They simply caught the eye of the crazy bird. So it took them. Being proven wrong did not feel great, but at least the thieving bird had not fed them to its vile spawn, making it evolve into a more horrible abomination. The fate of the 7th shattered sun was still a mystery, but the other 6 were now accounted for. Ananke was staring at the sun with a distant expression, as if overcome by memories of when they shone above the great river, and life was bright instead of cold and shrouded in darkness. Sunny, meanwhile, lowered his gaze to look at Nephis and frowned. It was only then that he finally noticed the source of the burned smell. The world around them, as far as the eye could see, was a scorched wasteland of ash and volcanic glass. The mouth of the tunnel behind them was like a melted candle. The entire stone shore seemed to have been turned to molten lava, then cooled off in a mess of bizarre patterns. The waters of the lake were scalding hot, vast clouds of steam drifting on the wind far in the distance. And Nephis, he could not see her face due to the fact that she was sitting with her back to them, but his heart fell when he noticed that her hair seemed longer than it had been before. It was also in disarray and covered in ash, losing its usual silver sheen. What happened? Moving quickly, Sunny reached Nephis and bent over to look at her face. It was smeared in ash, as well, expressionless. She was staring into the distance, her gray eyes void of their usual white sparks. Her eyes seemed different somehow. The dark pools of her pupils seemed deeper, much deeper. So deep, in fact, that he felt a hint of instinctual fear that all humans felt in front of unfathomable depths. When his shadow fell on her, Nephis shifted faintly. Her eyes slowly focused, and she looked at Sunny. Finally, the familiar white sparks ignited in their depths, chasing the deep, frightening darkness away. Sunny? Her voice was listless. At first glance, Neph's condition felt similar to how she was after overusing her aspect. But no, this had been caused by something else. Something different. Something that had happened to her while Sunny and Ananke were sealed inside the Ark Amulet. Neph, what happened? Did you encounter the thieving bird? Its spawn? Nephis remained silent for a few seconds, her usual countenance gradually returning. In the end, she shook her head. No, I don't quite. I did not encounter the thieving bird, no. Sunny let out a relieved sigh. Ananke had regained her composure and approached them by then as well, looking at Nephis with concern. Then what happened? Nephis lingered with the answer, then turned her head slightly to look at the melted entrance to the tunnel. Her silence stretched, but eventually she inhaled deeply and seemed to shake off her strange condition. You were right, that tunnel. The runes inscribed on its walls, they would have corrupted anyone but me. She paused for a second, then added with a sigh, but I did not escape it entirely unscathed either. Sunny blinked a few times. How could that be? Her longing ability clearly made her immune to the corruption of the void, which meant his eyes widened a little. Your aspect legacy? She nodded. Yes. My aspect legacy is divided into 7 branches, as you know. I have already unsealed 3 of them. The knowledge of fire, the knowledge of passion, and the knowledge of destruction. However, I had also made advances in understanding a 4th. Nephis was quiet for a second, and then added in an even tone, the knowledge of corruption. She took a deep breath. I should have known that reading Ariel's writings about the void would leave a mark on me. Mortals are not meant to know the true names of beings that dwell in the void, the creatures of chaos. Sunny studied her carefully. Chaos. It was a familiar word, one that people used to describe anything that seemed like a mess. A state of disorder. But its original meaning was quite different. It simply meant absence. Emptiness. Void. The ancient people of the War Realm used it to describe the first thing to ever exist, a deep, dark, empty abyss that had been there before anything else, and was therefore the progenitor of everything. So, in that sense, chaos was synonymous with the void. And Nephis read the runes describing the void and the harrowing beings that dwelled in it, that the demon of dread had left on the walls of the estuary to be free of that knowledge. Sunny had assumed that she would remain unaffected because of the longing, but while Nephis did not become infected with the corruption, she did not escape unscathed either. A faint, hesitant smile twisted her lips. I was arrogant, Sunny. I didn't know, but now I do. I have eaten the fruit of the 4th branch, the knowledge of corruption, and I tasted the knowledge of the void as well. Her eyes trembled. Sunny remained silent for a short while, then asked tentatively, Isn't it a good thing? You unsealed the 4th boon of your aspect legacy and made strides in unsealing the 5th. More than that, the corrupted are our enemies. Now you know the adversary better than you ever did before, and so you will be able to destroy the enemy better than you ever could, especially considering that Nephis had already mastered the knowledge of destruction and possessed the blessing to boot. Nephis stirred. Yes, you were right, of course. She remained quiet for a while, looking at the lake. Sonny could be wrong, but Neph's eyes seemed to look haunted. Finally, unable to stay silent anymore, he asked, "So what was it that you learned about the corruption, about the void?" Sonny was full of curiosity, naturally. Even if he knew better than to ask, knowing too much was how the defilement had been born after all. Nephis turned and glanced up at him, a hint of surprise appearing on her face. She studied him for a few long moments, then slowly shook her head. "No, Sonny, I will never speak about what I learned in that tunnel. Never. I won't share that terrible knowledge with anyone, not even you, until the day I die." She fell silent and then added quietly, "I wish I could forget." But she couldn't. Not even Cassie could erase these memories from her mind because she would have to experience them first, and unlike Nephis, Cassie was not immune to the corruption. The echo of Neph's quiet voice spread across the lake like a whisper, and somewhere beneath its surface, the runes left on the water by Ariel shimmered with ethereal light. Sonny sighed. The three of them passed the boundary that had doomed Alethea of the Nine, and eventually turned her into First Seeker. At least, that was already something. Chapter 2946, Buried Truths. It took Nephis some time to compose herself. Eventually, though, she managed to return to her usual self. Almost the knowledge of the void seemed to have changed her faintly, making her seem more reserved and mature, as if she had not already been too reserved and mature ever since being a teenager. Sonny sighed. "So how long has it been, exactly? Since you passed through the tunnel? Your hair seems longer." And Nanki nodded. "Yes, my lady, by a few centimeters at least." Nephis shrugged. "I'm not sure." She hesitated for a moment, and then added, "The fact that I am immune to the corruption does not mean that I can endure it easily. I wasn't quite in my right mind when I reached the lake, I think. I don't even remember drowning everything around me in flames until the very stone beneath me melted, and I don't think I even registered the pain of using my aspect in such an unbridled manner. All I know is that it took me a long while to come back to my senses." She looked at them and said in her usual even tone, "I waited until the lake stopped boiling and then summoned you back." Sonny looked at the lake. Had the lake been boiling? He closed his eyes for a moment, took a deep breath, and opened them again. Nephis, meanwhile, returned the Ark amulet to Ananke and watched as the youthful priestess hid it back under her mantle. Ananke sighed. "Immune to the corruption. I never even thought that something like that was possible. If only you were here when we fought against the First Seeker, my lady. We wouldn't have had to sacrifice so much." Nephis studied her quietly, then said, "I was here in a sense." Looking away, she added, "The world outside is blooming with the seeds of nightmare. They are like sores on the fabric of existence that corrupt everything around them. The spreading doom. Fortunately, the spell, as vile and cruel as it is intertwined with the nightmare, and gives us a chance to destroy the seeds. Those who carry it can enter a seed and relive the nightmare contained within, and if they are strong enough, and lucky enough, they can conquer the nightmare and destroy the seed." She sighed. "One of the nightmares I conquered happened right here, in the tomb of Ariel. So, it is not the first time I sailed the great river, and it is not the first time I met Ananke of Weave either." Ananke blinked a few times. "You met me in a nightmare? You dreamt of me before we even met?" Nephis smiled faintly. "I guess you can describe it that way." Ananke just stared at her with a befuddled expression for a while. "So what was I like in your nightmare? What happened to the river people, to Weave?" Nephis glanced at her and grasped her shoulder gently. "You were kind and generous. You taught me about the great river and helped me obliterate the First Seeker." Her expression fell slightly. "Unfortunately, Weave was destroyed in the nightmare just like it was in the real tomb of Ariel. Most of the river people perished as well, but not all of them. Fallen grace remained, even after Verge was destroyed." Nephis lingered for a moment, glancing at Sonny. "It is difficult to believe, but actually, the stories of the river people of Weave were published in our realm by an anonymous author. So a great number of people know about you, your city, and the long war against the defilement you fought." Ananke remained silent for a while, as if not knowing what to make of that information. Eventually, she made a sign with her hand and said in a tone of reverence, "Hail, Weaver, demon of fate." Having invoked the name of Weaver, Ananke looked at Sunny and Nephis with a glint in her eyes. "I'd like to hear more about your nightmare one day, my lady, when we are in safer waters, but has the nightmare spell really grown powerful enough to prevent the doom from befalling all of existence?" The promise Weaver gave us was not a lie. The corner of Sunny's mouth fell a little. He lingered for a moment, then said in a somber tone, "Whatever you do, Ananke, never trust Weaver. Trusting a daemon known to be the master of lies is not very wise, don't you think?" He sighed and shook his head. "The promise, it remains to be seen, whether it was true or not. All of existence has not fallen into a nightmare yet. True, but it is on the verge of falling. All that stands between it and the doom you speak of is a single realm, the War Realm, and its people. That is because War Realm is the only one left, and it is being swallowed by the Dream Realm as we speak. So, that is why I said that we need to get stronger." He smiled darkly. "I guess it depends on how well we do in the end, whether Weaver turns out to be the liar or not." Sunny was a little concerned about Ananke feeling so much reverence toward Weaver. After all, Weaver was a daemon, and therefore a conduit of the forgotten god. However, Ananke was not a priestess of Weaver, she was a priestess of the nightmare spell. The distinction was subtle but important, and, as Sunny suspected, quite intentional on the nebulous daemon's part. Most of all, Weaver was dead. Now, the beings who could not be revered or worshipped without bringing the awakening of the forgotten god closer were the heirs of Weaver, and there was only one of those in existence now. It was Sunny. He looked at the lake. Hail, Weaver, indeed. He helped Nephis to her feet and headed toward the edge of the shore. Then, commanding the water to support his weight, he stepped on its surface and walked forward, faint ripples spreading from beneath his feet. Nephis and Ananke followed, looking around cautiously as the three of them walked across the surface of the lake. Shimmering runes ignited in the water. Sunny knew these runes well, they said. Hail Weaver, demon of fate. Hail Hope, demon of desire. Hail Ariel, demon of dread. Hail Mirage, demon of imagination. Hail Rhyme, demon of repose. Hail Nether, demon of destiny. Hail, what is this, Lord Sunless? Ananke's voice sounded strained. Sunny was distracted for a moment, looking away from the runes and forgetting to read one of the names once more. The message left on the surface of the lake by Ariel was the truth about the nature of the world, about the existence of the seventh god, was the truth about the flaw of the six great gods, and therefore of the universe they had created, their forgotten sibling, who was dream god once as well as the seven daemons born from him. That knowledge was forbidden. The mystical prohibition of knowing about the forgotten god was woven into the laws of existence themselves, so most people could not even fathom it, let alone retain it. So even as a priestess of the nightmare spell, Ananke was having difficulty beholding the truth of who Weaver truly was? Sunny remained silent for a moment. This is the truth Alethea was searching for. Ariel buried it here to forget it, but he still couldn't escape it. In the end, none of us did. They reached the waters where Ariel had written his testament. Sunny sighed. The forgotten one slumbers in the void, eternal, ever-changing, dreaming of escape. A dark smile twisted his lips. The forgotten one was still trapped in a nightmare. Only now his nightmare was slowly consuming all of existence. Sunny looked away from the runes and added quietly, "I am a child of their transgression, and thus their flaw. The daemons were dead, leaving no offspring, only the heir of Weaver still walked the earth. So, in a sense, Sunny was the flaw of existence now." Looking at Ananke, he shrugged. "This is the truth of who the unknown you've been mentioning is. Make sure not to think about him aloud, though. The gods erased the truth of his existence from the fabric of reality for a reason, you know." Sunny used to think that the gods had erased and forbidden the knowledge about the existence of their seventh sibling out of shame, or perhaps not to be reminded of their painful loss. But now he knew that there had been a very practical element to their prohibition as well. They were simply ensuring the safety of their creation, since the more people knew and worshipped the forgotten god, the closer the day of his awakening became. And when the god of corruption awakened, all the hard work the gods had put into creating the universe would be undone. Sunny looked away from the runes and moved past them. "We are getting closer to the burial chamber, so keep your guard up." They continued forward and eventually reached the labyrinth of jagged rocks that protruded from the water, connected to similar stone pillars that hung from the roof of the gigantic cavern somewhere far above. This used to be the point where the waters of the lake were connected to the rapid currents outside the heart of the estuary. It was a labyrinth of time. By following a certain path, a person could emerge at any point in the past or in the future. One could even travel to a different cycle of the great river, invading it like a foreign guest. But now, the water was still. There were no rushing currents roaring as they flowed between the cliffs, and no twisting maze of time for them to navigate. Only the jagged rocks were left, creating a different kind of maze, quite a mundane one, albeit elaborate. One could spend an eternity wandering its twisting paths, even if they could walk on water, unless they already knew the correct way. Of course, fortunately, Sunny had already found the way to the inner lake once with the help of the guiding light. He did not have the sacred staff with him this time, but he still remembered where he went, which turns he took, and how long it had taken him, so he had a good chance of making it through the maze without losing his way. It was just that the estuary was a treacherous place, and there was no telling how it had changed after Kronos broke the great river. That was why Sunny wanted to err on the side of caution. Ananke, if you will. Nearing the cliffs, he allowed his 6 shadows to separate from him and assume corporeal forms. Anki, meanwhile, raised her hands and moved her slender fingers faintly. A moment later, 7 silver threads appeared out of thin air, which the avatars of Sunny then used to tie around their waists. The silky threads were not memories, and neither were they an enchanted item Ananke carried in the sleeves of her mantle. Rather, they were a manifestation of her aspect. Chapter 2947, Silk Weaver. Ananke possessed a curious aspect that was almost entirely benign and utility-oriented, but could become incredibly devastating if a certain condition was met. Her dormant ability was quite simple. It allowed her to manifest her soul essence as matter. It was similar to shadow manifestation in many ways, with the main difference being that the source of manifested matter was innate to Ananke, not external like the shadows Sunny used. That was where the silver strings had come from. They were Ananke's soul essence given material form. As Ananke had told them, the strings of silver silk were the most natural form her essence took, and the very first one she learned to use. Later, as her skill as an awakened improved and her powers grew, she became quite adept at manifesting her essence in all kinds of shapes and forms. From fishing lines to tools and weapons, she could create almost anything. Most importantly, the matter created from her essence maintained its form permanently, unless she wished otherwise. So, while she did create essence tools at times for the sake of convenience, what she mostly used her dormant ability for was creating materials for the craftsmen of the river people to use: metal, stone, silk, and even soil. Needless to say, her aspect had been a blessing to those who lived on the great river, where all resources were scarce. That ability had only become more precious as Ananke rose in rank, of course, because the innate quality of the matter created from her essence rose too. And that was where her ability differed from shadow manifestation, unlike Sunny's manifested shadows, whose quality degraded when he made the manifestation permanent. Things Ananke created always remained the same. Actually, Ananke's dormant ability was difficult to discuss without mentioning her awakened ability, because even she was at times unclear about where one ended and the other one began. Her awakened ability allowed Ananke to transform matter, inanimate matter at least. Like an alchemist capable of turning lead into gold, she could change any element into a different one. She was able to change the material composition of her manifested essence as well, which was what allowed her to use her dormant abilities so flexibly. The combination of these two abilities made Ananke a perfect mender as well. She could infuse a broken thing with her essence. Fusing the broken parts together while replacing the lost ones with essence manifested to flawlessly match the material of whatever it was she mended. Ananke told them mending things had been one of her main occupations, as well as what she was most known for outside of creating soil for the gardens of weave to grow upon, stone for the builders to use in construction, and silk for sails and garments to be woven from. Her ascended ability was, in a sense, a continuation of that skill she had developed, allowed her to infuse both inanimate objects and living beings with her essence, perfecting and improving them, very much like the rebirth Awakened underwent when reaching a new rank, albeit on a smaller scale. The soil Ananke infused with her essence was more fertile, the trees she nurtured bore more fruit, and the people she blessed were both stronger and healthier, their minds clearer. The blessing persisted until the infused essence was exhausted, which took a long while. But even after it was gone, the items and beings who had received it continued to enjoy the benefits of having been transformed into a better version of themselves. So far, Ananke's aspect seemed purely constructive and nurturing in nature, and it was except for when her transformation ability was concerned. She did not mention how exactly her transcendent form looked, but the effect of her transformation was drastic, because when Ananke used her transcendent ability, the effect of the other three abilities was reversed. Instead of manifesting her essence into matter, she could disintegrate matter to replenish her essence. Instead of infusing things with soul essence to enhance them, she could siphon their essence to enhance herself instead. Instead of changing the material composition of inanimate objects, she could change the material composition of living things. In other words, she could gaze upon someone to turn their flesh to stone, touch them to turn their bodies into gold, or even wound them to turn their blood into acid, all the while weakening them by draining their souls to heal and empower herself, and replenishing her soul essence by destroying matter around her. Needless to say, that transformation ability seemed quite sinister, which was why Ananke did not use it often. As for her supreme ability, she wasn't very clear as to what it was capable of, since she had no domain and no subjects. In theory, gaining access to a vast sea of spirit essence could make her other aspect abilities drastically more potent, as well as grant the benefit of her blessing to an entire land she ruled or to an entire people who followed her. Apart from that, looking at the silk thread Ananke offered him, Sunny slid his fingers across its smooth surface. Essence silk, the strings of soul essence Ananke wove, were very much like the strings of shadow essence Sunny used to create memories, except they were given a material form. Up to that final step, however, the process of creating them was practically identical to his own, even if it was instinctual for Ananke, while for him it was a learned skill. Ananke was not a weaver, though, because she lacked the ability to perceive spellweaves. And yet Sunny still felt that she had the capacity to become one, as long as someone showed her the way. He had a tentative hope that the ability to weave was hidden somewhere among the facets of her aspect, waiting to be discovered, just like he had discovered many applications of his powers outside the strict limits of the aspect abilities defined by the nightmare spell. If so, Sunny could impart his knowledge of weaving to Ananke. Wouldn't it be great for other weavers to exist in the world? His own skill as a sorcerer had advanced greatly after studying a spell weave created by just one other master, the spellweave of Ananke's mantle. How much would it improve if there were more sorcerers for him to collaborate and share insights with? All that was a matter for the future, though. For now, they had a cursed terror to slay. Sunny headed toward the cliffs, looking at the spot where the Mad Prince had carved his name into the stone once. Of course, there was nothing there, since that monster was an apparition of the nightmare and had never managed to escape into reality because the sin of Solace was vanquished by Sunny before turning him into the Mad Prince, right here on the placid waters of the lake hidden in the heart of the estuary. The 7 incarnations of Sunny delved into the chaotic labyrinth of jagged rocks. Just as he had suspected, the stone maze was different from how it had been in the nightmare. Perhaps the shifting currents and the death of the great river had changed it, or maybe it was simply never the same. In any case, it took Sunny a long while to find the correct path. His 7 incarnations wandered in the darkness. The silver strings extended endlessly, marking their passage. Because of them, Sunny could easily find his way back after encountering a dead end, or see if he had already been to a particular passage. So in the end, he discovered the path to the inner lake relatively quickly. Sunny returned for Nephis and Ananke, and led them through the maze, picking up his incarnations in the process. As they walked, Sunny spoke in a subdued tone. "Once we leave the maze and enter the inner lake, we will be judged by the guardian of the sanctuary, a being Ariel left behind to prevent those who had succumbed to the corruption from reaching the burial chamber. None of us is a nightmare creature, so we should be fine. Still, it's better to prepare ourselves in advance." There was the question of how the thieving bird had made it past the guardian, of course. But then again, that thing seemed capable of getting anywhere it wanted to go, and taking anything it wanted to take, so it was not surprising that the loathsome bird had found its way to Oblivion's grave without drawing the ire of the guardian. Finally, the terrifying expanse of the inner lake revealed itself in all its chilling glory. The waters here were littered with floating corpses, too many of them to count, all belonging to powerful abominations. There were husks of the nightmare butterflies, carcasses of abhorrent leviathans, and ghastly corpses that Sunny did not even want to look at, let alone describe. However, he froze, stunned for a few moments. Sunny did not feel a horrible gaze falling upon him from beneath the mass of water. Instead, among the floating corpses, he saw one that he had not seen before. It was difficult to miss, considering how colossal it was, towering above the water like a mountain and effortlessly dwarfing every other carcass. The creature was impossible to define, since it didn't resemble any living being Sunny had seen before. It had pale gray hide, and its body was mostly formless, resembling a mountain of flesh that gave way to a tangle of enormous, eerie tentacles. There was a strange quality about it as well, as if they were looking at a broken construct, instead of a dead creature. The body of the odd being was viciously ravaged and torn open, an avalanche of pale innards and mysterious liquid spilling into the lake from the terrible wound. It was the guardian of the estuary, dead and destroyed. Sunny studied the colossal corpse for a long while, unable to speak. Eventually, he shook his head. I guess being judged won't be a problem after all, because the judge was gone. It did not matter whether the guardian had been some ancient horror. Ariel commanded to watch over the estuary, or a strange kind of artificial construct he left behind to serve the same purpose. Now that the creature was destroyed, Sunny and his companions were about to face the real problem. The thing that had destroyed the guardian and left its corpse in such a sorry state. Chapter 2948. On the threshold, the three of them walked among the floating corpses, overtaken by a heavy and oppressive feeling of apprehension. Then, they finally reached clear waters and continued forward, toward the vague speck of darkness visible on the horizon. This was where Sunny had confronted the sin of Solace and saved himself from becoming the Mad Prince in the nightmare. Of course, no one but himself remembered that clash now. Not even a reflection of his inner struggle had remained, captured in the waters of time. It was all gone, erased from existence, having never existed at all. As they walked, Sunny remembered the last chapter of his journey to the Well of Wishes. Up ahead, in the darkness, he had encountered the future version of himself. His current self, that was, or rather, a nightmare phantom of his current self, summoned into existence by the peculiar nature of the estuary. Sunny smiled faintly. It would have been fun to speak to his younger self and experience the other side of that conversation, but it was not meant to be. That conversation had happened in the nightmare. After all, while he was in the real tomb of Ariel now. What was it that he had said to his younger, foolish self? He had summoned Weaver's mask and lied about being a mere saint while claiming to be the most honest person in the world. Then he dismissed the mask and told his younger self that he was neither alive nor a human, just a phantom of a lost shadow conjured by the spell, which was true because Sunny had killed himself in Godgrave to become supreme, so he was a true shadow creature now, a being born from a dead man's shade. As for being lost, well, that did not require an explanation. In the end, Sunny told himself to turn back, because his younger self was not ready for what would come next. It was an earnest plea. The years of loneliness and desperation he had experienced after losing his fate almost drove him to the edge, After all, the pain and torment of those days still haunted him, sometimes. But even as he was telling his younger self to turn back, he would have known that the young fool was never going to listen. In fact, the nightmare phantom of Sonny did not really want his younger version to turn back. Most likely, after all, Sonny knew what he had to sacrifice and endure in order to become the man he was today. So in the end, he had simply encouraged his younger self to hurry, because the nightmare was ending by then. Nephis was already in verge, burning the first seeker with her flames, moments away from destroying its core. Sonny would know it, because he had already experienced the end of the nightmare when he was younger, and so his younger self continued forward. That damn fool, Sonny's smile widened a little. And now, I'm back. The dark mountain was already looming in front of them. It was just like he had remembered, forlorn and lonesome, crowned by two peaks. One was broken, and one was as sharp as a spear. A vertical rift split the base of the mountain, leading deep inside. Sonny stopped in the shadow of the mountain and glanced at his companions. He remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. "We will go no further." Nephis and Ananke glanced at him in surprise. "Why is that?" Sonny studied the mountain, then sighed. "This is a grave. It is a sacred place. I don't want to disturb the peace of the one who is resting there with a fierce battle." Oblivion was long dead, and Sonny wasn't one to give in to sentiment. But he had felt the sincerity and sorrow Ariel had put into building a peaceful grave for his sister, and Weaver had too. The world itself seemed to mourn the loss of the nameless daemon. Both her life and her death were forgotten by everyone, so this grave was the only trace of oblivion left in existence. Sonny knew that feeling. His parents were gone as well, and they didn't even get to have graves. All that marked their passing were two lines carved into a lonesome tree by their son. That tree now grew in the courtyard of the nameless temple. Sonny knew how he would feel if some bastard accidentally destroyed it while fighting a battle, so he felt reluctant to confront a cursed terror inside the burial chamber. He glanced at Ananke. "Besides, I suspect that only those whose souls burn with the flame of divinity may enter the mountain. If I'm correct, Ananke won't be able to accompany us inside." Sonny turned around to the mountain and added, "We'll lure the vile thieving bird here, so prepare for battle." The preparations did not take long. First, Sonny summoned the ancient shadows of the Shadow Realm from the lantern and manifested them, covering a vast span of the lake with a thick layer of solid matter. While they could walk across water by commanding it to support their weight, fighting against a superior enemy on such a fickle surface was not the best of ideas. Neither was engaging the vile, thieving bird in the air, where it was at home. Sure, they would most likely begin the battle in the sky, but if they wanted to minimize their disadvantage, they would have to bring the terror down as soon as possible and continue fighting on the ground. Sonny manifested the jade mantle, covering himself in an impenetrable black carapace. His incarnation was augmented by all 6 of the remaining shadows, and all 7 links of the curse were now connected into a chain, empowered by the underworld armament trait of his soulbound armor. This seamless union of a soulbound memory and a shadowbound memory was truly a frightening thing, but Sonny had a sinking suspicion that even their power would be insufficient in the battle to come. Serpent slithered down his arm and manifested itself as a fearsome black Odachi. At the same time, Saint and Slayer rose from the darkness, taking their place behind him, one standing to his left, the other to his right. Then, the darkness surged, and the endless ranks of the Shadow Legion marched onto the surface of the estuary lake, arraying themselves in front of the lonesome mountain. Compared to Sonny, the preparations of Nephis and Ananke were not as grand. Nephis simply summoned the blessing and exhaled slowly, closing her eyes to ready her mind for the battle. Ananke, meanwhile, dismissed her mantle and summoned a suit of light armor instead. The armor seemed to have been made from glossy black whaleskin, decorated with pieces of nacre shell and azure thread. A silver harpoon made from supreme soul essence appeared in her hand, and through all of that, Sonny could not help but think a single thought. We are really doing this. Even after braving the nightmare desert and sailing the still darkness of the great river, he couldn't quite believe that they were about to fight a cursed terror, a profane deity far more powerful than any they had encountered before, and an especially ghastly one. At that, Sunny chuckled inwardly. Huh, would you look at that? I am actually afraid. Sunny used to be scared of pretty much everything. Most things were terrifying in this harrowing world, after all. But gradually he lost his ability to be frightened, as if the quota of fear he had been issued at birth ended up being exhausted way too soon. The vile thieving bird, though, he had encountered it back when fear was still his frequent companion, and the memory of its talons piercing his soul left a scar. That scar was letting itself be known now, making him feel like a young master who was helpless in the face of a cursed creature once again. But even more potent than the cold apprehension of having to face the vile thieving bird was a different feeling. Sunny could not believe that he was that close to regaining his fate and being remembered by the people he cared about either. The thing he had longed for and dreamed of for so many years was so close now. It was almost as if he could reach and touch it, could taste it. I feel like I'm ready to kill 100 cursed terrors as long as it means getting back what I lost. Sunny exhaled slowly, cleansing his mind of all unnecessary thoughts. In the silence that followed, Ananke asked cautiously, "By the way, Lord Sunless, if I may ask, how exactly are we going to lure a cursed terror out of its lair?" He looked at her sideways and smiled. "It's easy with that." He raised a hand and summoned a small silver bell. As its clear ringing washed over the entirety of the estuary lake, Sunny took a deep breath and shouted as loud as he could, and as a supreme, he could shout pretty loudly, "Hey, come out and face me, you vile bird! You repugnant scum! You degenerate fowl! Or are you scared to show your atrocious excuse of a face here? Huh, come get me, you wretched chicken!" Nephis and Ananke stared at him with peculiar expressions, despite their lack of faith, though they did not have to wait long for an answer to come, even if that answer was not what any of them had expected. Chapter 2949 Vile. As the clear ringing of the silver bell died out, plunging the estuary lake into dead silence once again, there was no response. The harrowing figure of the vile thieving bird did not escape from the vertical fracture, splitting the base of the mountain, and neither did they hear its chilling cry. Nothing happened for a few long, tense seconds, and just when Sunny prepared to shout more profanities, Ananke suddenly raised a hand and touched her lips, looking down in confusion. There, on her slender fingers, a drop of blood was glistening in the sunlight. A moment later, a stream of blood trickled from her nose, and she swayed. At the same time, a soft white radiance ignited under Neff's skin. And Sunny, what the hell? Sunny felt his vast pool of spirit essence being drained at an awful speed. It was then that he heard a youthful voice resound from behind him. "Vile? Vile!" He spun, readying his sword. Despite being prepared for anything, Sunny was still rattled by what he saw, for a split second at least. There, behind him, a young man was standing on the surface of the lake. His raven hair was wild and disheveled, while his skin was inky black. His eyes glistened like two pieces of precious onyx, and a faint smile was playing on his lips. His gorgeous face had a bird-like quality to it, but actually, he resembled Sunny quite a lot. In fact, the young man was almost an exact copy. When Sunny shifted his gaze and looked into the soul of the peculiar youth, all he saw was a boundless sea of darkness. It was not the vile darkness of the corruption, though. It was the familiar, tranquil depth of a shadow. And in that darkness, 4 shadow cores were hidden like tenebrous suns. They were different from the shattered dark embers that burned within Sunny's shadows, though instead, they were very much like his own, resembling flawlessly round spheres. And just like his own, these shadow cores were supreme. Not only that, but at the moment, a flood of shadow essence was flowing into the youth's soul. The shadow essence he had stolen from Sunny. Sunny's eyes narrowed a little. The vile spawn. The damn thing was stealing their lifeblood, quite literally draining the life out of Nephis and Ananke while robbing Sunny of his shadow essence. The thieving bird was nowhere to be seen, but its diabolical offspring was already here, smiling like a child who had found new toys. Sunny made a move to attack the supreme devil, but Nephis was faster, aiming the blessing at the raven-haired youth. she unleashed a torrent of radiant white flame. Just before she did, however, the vile spawn moved his gaze and glanced at her. His features shifted, becoming peculiarly androgynous. His hair grew longer, while his stature increased, his figure growing fuller. A moment later, she looked like a young woman in the prime of her youth, her exquisite features bearing a startling resemblance to Nephis. The vile spawn's smile widened. Vile. A split second later, she was swallowed by a torrent of roaring flame. Only, she wasn't there anymore. Instead, having stepped through the shadows, she was standing a good 100 meters away, looking at Nephis with curiosity. Then, before Sunny could react, the vile spawn tilted her head in quite a bird-like manner and raised her hand, pointing it at them. An ominous feeling rose in Sunny's heart. Crap! Diving toward Ananke, he grabbed her and pulled both of them into the shadows. A heartbeat later, everything around was enveloped by an annihilating ocean of harrowing black flames. The black flames burned hot enough to incinerate air itself, causing something that resembled a devastating implosion. The dark mass of manifested shadows Sunny had used to cover the estuary lake cracked, foaming water rising through the cracks, and a hurricane wind howled as it rushed across the dark conflagration. Worst of all, though, was the voice Sunny heard whispering into his ear. His own voice. "Your shade has been destroyed. Your 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 shade has been destroyed." The whispers fused into a deafening choir. God damn it. The explosion of black flame happened right in the middle of the Shadow Legion, instantly swallowing innumerable shades. They were not merely vanquished, though. They were entirely destroyed. At least Sunny hoped that they were destroyed. The alternative was much, much worse. That vile thing. It only took him a moment to figure out what powers the vile spawn possessed, at least to an extent. That was because they were a twisted reflection of his own powers, added to the wicked traits the young devil had inherited from the thieving bird. Sunny had already known the vile spawn's core power. The ability to steal the life force of others, to kill them while augmenting itself. Only now that the ghastly thing was a shadow creature, it could affect Sunny as well, stealing his shadow essence. The second power of the Supreme Devil was quite similar to Shadow Step. As for its third power seemed akin both to the formless ability of the Soul Serpent and to a facet of Sunny's own mastery of Shadow Dance. The vile spawn could shadow other beings and wield their powers as its own, which made it a terrifying adversary to face, because it was as strong as you were, or at least capable of all the same things. Just now, it had copied Neff's soul flame to summon a storm of black fire to a devastating effect. What was the damn thing going to steal next? Sunny did not have to wait a long time to receive the answer. Just as he escaped the shadows with Ananke, he heard an outraged, pained cry. The vile spawn was jumping in place, shaking the hand with which she had summoned Neff's flame in the air. There was an indignant and quivering expression on her face, her onyx eyes brimming with tears. It seemed that the damn thing had borrowed Neff's flaw as well, and did not like how it felt at all. A moment later, though, the teary eyes of the devil glistened with mischief and wickedness, and its cries of pain turned into laughter. The vile spawn disappeared from where it stood, and appeared a moment later in the middle of the sea of suffocating flames, near the scorched, battered figure of the wolf. The wolf snarled, aiming to swipe at the vicious creature with its paw. But it seemed weaker than usual somehow. That was probably because the vile spawn was stealing its essence as well. Before it could attack the diabolical creature, the figure resembling Nephis disappeared in a torrent of darkness, and in the blink of an eye, an enormous black wolf lunged forward from the lightless whirlpool of shadows. Having assumed the form of the giant black wolf, the vile spawn sank its fangs into the wolf's neck and pulled it viciously to the ground, tearing its throat open. Sunny was already dashing through the flames when he heard the whisper of the handy bracelet once again. "Your shade has been destroyed." Damn it. Having slain the wolf, the vile spawn faced Sunny and assumed his form once more. Then it smiled. As the joyful smile twisted the devil's lips, something stirred in its shadow. Something stirred. then swelled. Then Sunny's worst expectations came true. The sacred shade of the wolf rose from the vile spawn's shadow. The rest of the shades, destroyed by the black flames, thousands of them rose from its shadow, too, surrounding the devil like a silent army. The loathsome hatchling had just stolen Sunny's soldiers. Chased by the gleeful, wicked laughter of the vile spawn, Sunny raised his sword to cut down his own shades, shades that had been his, at least. A flood of them barred his way, and for the first time Sunny learned what it felt like to be faced by the silent, chilling malice of a seemingly endless horde of the dead warriors. The shades did not fear pain, did not tire, and knew no hesitation. Naturally, they were not afraid of death either. All of that made them a terrifying adversary to face. Even though Sunny had received a bit of training in that regard in the Eternal City, and Ariel's hell, he still couldn't help but grit his teeth in discomfort. Those are mine, you wicked little thief! He cut down an obsidian wasp, smashed the skull of a monstrous godgrave beast, crushed the carapace of a black millipede with his boot. That was when the wings of the nightmare butterflies blotted out the light of the stolen suns, and the wolf descended upon him in all its primal fury. Damn it all! The vile spawn had already slid away, stepping through the shadows to appear among the shades still loyal to Sunny. In the next moment, Sunny's ears filled with a cacophony of whispers. Your shade has been destroyed. Your shade has been destroyed. You have gained a shade. Your shade has been destroyed. Your shade. Why the hell is this? When the vile spawn killed a shade, he stole it from Sunny. When Sunny vanquished a stolen shade, he gained it back. It was as if the two of them were playing a macabre game of tug-of-war, and somehow the damn thing was winning. By now, vast swathes of the Shadow Legion had already been usurped by the vile spawn, and the more shades he commanded, the more pressure Sunny and his companions found themselves facing. Sunny snarled, "You vile wretch!